less. Get your money back if your horse.
Fourth time he's had the pleasure of doing that. Todd Pletcher hoisting the hardware following a win in the Belmont Stakes. Mo Donegal and a fired up Irad Ortiz. The brothers running 1-2. Mike Rapoli runs 1-2. Todd Pletcher runs 1-2. And that guy's just in a league of his own. Jack Christopher, brilliant in the Woody Stevens. Jose Ortiz, well, he had to settle for a second place finish in the Belmont Stakes, but does win a pair of Grade 1 races. Racing from Churchill Downs this afternoon, and more 3-year-olds. Cyberknife unracing the Kentucky Derby. Winner of the Arkansas Derby, 8-5 morning line favorite in the Grade 3. Matt Wynn beneath the Twin Spires. The Carnations to the Belmont winner, Mo Donegal, reserved for Todd Pletcher. That's pretty good. America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. A little bit quieter here at Belmont Park from the third floor. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So the 2022 Triple Crown is in the books. The Belmont Stakes in the books. Mo Donegal, the winner. He is Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Andy, I don't think, have I seen you this week?
Fortunately for me, we haven't seen each other. I'm a little upset that the last day you're here, they stuck us together. But you know what? Things have gone so well this week that I'll tolerate it.
How was your birthday? Happy birthday yesterday.
Thank you. It was great. It was great. It was really nice. No, it was really nice. I got, everybody sang happy birthday to me. Everybody to work with but you actually came out and sang happy birthday to me. And I'm not holding a grudge, but you
clearly
obviously had better things to do. But no, it was really nice, and thank you. It was. And it was a great day to celebrate my birthday. I've had a lot of birthdays on Belmont Day. My first,
which is perfect in itself.
Right. My first Belmont in person was Seattle Slew, winning the Belmont on my birthday. And there have been many good ones. Risen Star won the Belmont on my birthday. There's been many good ones. Destin losing by a nose on my birthday, not
that one
of my great birthday memories. Getting disqualified the next race at 6-1, also not one of my great birthday memories. But no, I mean, I don't think anybody that came here yesterday didn't have a good time. Anybody that watched the races here yesterday didn't have a good time. It was just a sensational day of racing.
We have so much to unpack. What it means, this chase for a 3-year-old championship, and what it means looking ahead to Saratoga, Jim Dandy Travers, etc. Today's stake schedule. Churchill Downs, Leslie's Lady coming up, and they're early in the program. The Matt Wynn from Churchill, and how fitting is that, Andy? The Jersey Girl, the day after Todd Pletcher secures a 4th Belmont victory.
Well, we run it the day after the Belmont Stakes, so it's sort of a coin flip whether or not we're going to be running it the day after Todd Pletcher wins or runs second. In this case, winning and running second, because he's really, no one's going to ever match what Woody Stevens did, winning 5 straight Belmonts. But I think Woody would even understand that Todd seems to have figured out exactly how to get the right horses to the right place on Belmont Stakes Day.
First Grade 1 win, Todd Pletcher, a Jersey Girl. There's the field, 5 of them. Hot Peppers with Louis Size in the saddle, 6-5 morning line favorite. Hot Peppers. Why is she the favorite, Andy?
I thought this race was named for the Ben Affleck, Jennifer Lopez movie. Now I'm totally confused. She is favored because
guilty pleasure?
Something went wrong. No, I actually never saw that. I don't care what anybody says.
Nobody's buying that now.
If you dismiss her last race, where something went wrong, and don't look at that traffic shoot nonsense. That's not what went wrong. Something went wrong because she just stopped. She's run the best races. If she's able to run back to this race, which the way I look at racing and looking up figs, looking at who they ran against and how they ran subsequently, that 85 buyer is very legit. If she runs that kind of number, and she's first time for Rudy Rodriguez, not a private purchase, actually. She was the same connections beforehand. She's just switching to Rudy as she comes up here. The former trainer, Ronald Spatz, doesn't train horses in New York. He may not be like, whatever, but it's a general switch. She's just the horse to beat. But the horse Gimmick on the rails is kind of an up-and-comer.
Is that who you wound up with?
No, I picked Hot Peppers. I respect her. And I think stand-up comic on the outside is not impossible either.
That's the Jersey Girl here at Belmont Park. Rudy Rodriguez, very productive weekend. Betta Rose's victory. Bella Sophia, lightning fast, establishing herself as one of the best Female sprinters in the nation. Churchill Downs, as mentioned, 3-year-olds taking center stage in the $160,000 Matt win. 7 of them, Andy, and Cyberknife, 8-5, the morning line favorite for Laurent Giroux in the saddle. We have Paul Duca on site at Churchill Downs. Paul, welcome to the show. Exciting to see these 3-year-olds in the Matt win, and exciting to see Cyberknife back in action for the first time since the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, sort of a disappointing 16th place finish or 18th place finish in the Kentucky Derby, considering Cyberknife was considered by a lot of people of being Brad Cox's at least best entry going into the Derby. Then it turned to Zozos, and the horse actually got bet down to about 15-1 in the Derby. Did not run well, but if you look at his back races, obviously the win in the Arkansas Derby, beating Barbara Road and Secret Oath. The Kentucky Oaks winner, Capuna and Strava, who came back to win here a couple of days ago. Listen, and rattle and roll on the outside for Kenny McPeak at 3-1, your third choice. I'm not seeing it, guys. A horse that comes from way out of it, 3-1 is way too short. The other horse in here that can maybe beat Cyberknife, I thought was Howling Time for Dale Romans. This is a horse that loves Churchill Downs. Ran some very, very good 2-year-old numbers here at Churchill Lafitte. And then last time, I get it, it was over a sloppy racetrack, but sort of ran away from that field. The racetrack has been playing towards speed, and you got to remember now, we're off the turf course, and we're getting record highs here when it comes to heat. Tomorrow, we're supposed to hit 95, 98 on Tuesday, Wednesday 98, and maybe towards 100 degrees. So as we heat up, I think the track is also heating up and favoring towards speed. So maybe Howling Time can get in front, but Cyberknife is going to be tough to hold off in the Matt win.
Stay cool out there, Paul, and every precaution for the horses, of course, will be taken as we continue to race through these very high temperatures, warm temperatures in Louisville. And Howling Time, Andy, who we thought we might see in the Belmont Stakes, who would have really kind of changed the pace when Dale Romans opted to stay at Churchill and run him in the Matt win instead of coming out for the Belmont yesterday.
Well, all he would have done was made Mo Donegal and Ness' job easier in the race by having more pace in there. And Dale made a good, prudent move in his connections and staying there. But Cyberknife is obviously the horse to beat in there. His racing here as a Derby, while a cut below the best horses we've seen, was a very good effort, and he ran really well there. But all of these horses at this point have to do some improving when you've got the way we've seen other horses move up. You know, early voting's performance, the Preakness, Jack Christopher yesterday as well. I mean, I think they're the two best we've seen. Obviously, Mo Donegal showed how well he belongs, and he's already beaten early voting. So, you know, he runs a faster figure, and you have to wonder, the buyer in the Belmont was 98. 1.5 mile speed figures, you have to be a little careful with them because these horses are never going to run 1.25 miles again. So it's not like they're probably going to be a little faster going forward. And I'm a fan of Mo Donegal, and I think he can be a player. Epicenter as well.
Zandon.
Yeah, Zandon as well. And Chad Brown had told me that his workout, I guess he had his first work since the Derby last week. And Chad said to me that he was just worked fabulously. He was very excited by that. But he's got a pretty scary threesome, especially if Jack Christopher is able to stretch out effectively.
Yeah, and the 98 buyer speed figure for the Belmont Stakes, where is that on par with most Belmont Stakes?
Probably a little on the lower side, but I think we've seen a lot of lower numbers in that race. And I think if you look at the figures in that race, in a lot of cases with today's horses, they're usually a little lower than the other races. 1.5 miles is just not a distance that anybody that Todd Pletcher seems to be able to get his horses to run great at.
Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. We touched on the stakes activity from Belmont Churchill Downs. 9-race program at Belmont about to get underway. The opener in 21 minutes. The main track is good. The turf course is listed as good. Churchill, Leslie's Lady, Matt Winn in races 2 and 8. And of course, we encourage you to join us at Naira Bets and play the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with the promo code MATCH200. And earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Rapoli colors already up in honor of yesterday's Belmont Stakes winner and that packed winner circle. And for owner Mike Rapoli, finally, victory in the Belmont Stakes for the Queens native, Mo Donegal, Arad Ortiz in yesterday's Test of the Champion.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. They have left the paddock and warming up on the track for the opener at Churchill Downs. You see the field and updated odds, 7 of them, Andy. $20,000 maiden claimers, 1 mile, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. We start with the favorite, Grace's Secret, in the Mark de Domenico Pink.
Well, this horse is making a big drop down, second off a layoff, and have to think should be at least relatively forwardly placed, if not in front of the number 3. Sure wasn't me.
Number 2, Layla's Song, off the board in her first 3.
Maybe going 2 turns to 1 turn will help a little bit. Her last race gives her a little bit of a chance at a price.
Number 3, Sure Wasn't Me, Tyler Gaffleone, back in Kentucky.
I wish this horse had done a little bit of running in her races because she is the speed and she gets Tyler. But the reality is, you wonder if she wasn't Tyler Gaffleone, if she'd be 20 to 1 based on her first 2 races.
Cocoa Puff for Keith DeSormo by Texas Red. DeSormo won a Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Texas Red.
You want to take 2 to 1 on a horse that's 0 for 11 with 1 second and 5/3. Be my guest. She does have the fastest races. She's dropping off a cliff, but man, she's had a lot of chances.
Raylo Gutierrez and Think Twice looks good in the post parade.
I'm betting a couple dollars on my man Raylu here. I thought this horse was very interesting off the trip first time.
Towards the outside, Wildcat Dream in the money in 3 of 7.
In fairness to her, her 1 race at Churchill from a speed figure standpoint with Sonny Leone dwarfs the figure she was running at Mahoning.
Stupendous, idle since mid-March in Florida.
This is the horse that Lafitte actually thinks is named for him.
Because it is. Because it is.
I apologize. This horse is the horse named for Lafitte. And Paul knows that, and he'll acknowledge that. Goes synthetic to dirt. Not a move that Mark Hasse has not had some success with, though better off overall.
Paulie, going to get your selection for this opener. Also, your immediate reaction following yesterday's Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, I needed thesaurus, Andy, to get some more superlatives for Lafitte. Listen, my thoughts about the Belmont Stakes is Todd Pletcher is the man. Listen, 4 Belmont winners, and you got to give a lot of credit to the filly Nest, who did not break well, but ran second best to the best horse in Mo Donegal. And I think what we learned yesterday is it's the same thing with first-time starters. We can't fall in love with horses that run one great race and think they're just going to repeat it right back. And I think a lot of us got suckered into to we the People and Rich Strike off one really good race when Mo Donegal had the foundation and just had the proven races, had beaten early voting, had been around Zandon, right on his neck, against the best 3-year-olds in the division, and he showed that he might, as of right now, he's the 3-year-old leader, I would think, with the Wood win and the Belmont win. We still got a long ways to go, but for 3-year-old right now, I would think he'd be the leader.
Makes races like the Haskell, the Jim Dandy, the Run Happy Travers that much more intriguing. Paul, this chase for a 3-year-old championship, this chase for a maiden victory at Churchill Downs in the opener. What'd you come up with?
Well, it's crazy that you say that, and I'm going to actually go to the 4-horse. I understand where Andy is going here, a horse that's 0 for 11 lifetime. But when you look at the one in here, Grace's Secret with Giovanni Franco, I know this horse is jumping off a cliff as well, going from 50 to 20, is 8 to 5. I'm getting Cocoa Puff and Renee Diaz. Giovanni Franco on the 1 is carrying 125 pounds. We've talked about this. 3 times this meet, Renee Diaz has gotten 14 to 13 pounds on some of his foes. Cocoa Puff is carrying 111 pounds with the blinkers on, and she's getting 14 pounds on the 1 because the 1 is a 4-year-old. I do think the 7 is an interesting horse on the outside with the blinkers on, maybe going to the front end, because these lower level claimers, it's really hard to pass. But I'm going to go with the 4, Renee Diaz, with a feather on his back, on her back, excuse me.
The apprentice, Renee Diaz, Cocoa Puff, trying to break through in her 12th career start. 8 to 5, Grace's Secret. They have reached the starting gate. Yeah, that Wood Memorial looks pretty good on this morning after the Belmont Stakes, doesn't it?
The Remsen and the Wood Memorial, the 2 races that all the nitwits on Twitter like to bash every year, maybe they'll get a respite this year, but it's Twitter. They probably won't.
Opener, Churchill Downs, Travis Stone standing by with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Stupendous breaks alertly. Sure Wasn't Me is there. Cocoa Puff in between with Wildcat Dream. And it Sure Wasn't Me, though, who comes on through to take the lead. Cocoa Puff is right there. Wildcat Dream and Stupendous on the far outside. 4 of them mixing it up early as they cross over to the main track. Farther back in the field, it's Layla's Song who comes on to grab 5th, Think Twice, and Grace's Secret, the trailer. Pretty tight pack, though, 5 lengths top to bottom. Cocoa Puff on through to a narrow lead. Stupendous is prompting 2nd. Sure Wasn't Me tucked away in tight there to tap on the brakes briefly. Wildcat Dream comes on to be 3rd. Sure Wasn't Me is now 4th. Layla's Song, Grace's Secret, and Think Twice. The opening quarter in a moderate 23 seconds flat, halfway home in 46 and 2. Cocoa Puff takes the field of the far turn run. Stupendous is right there 2nd, asked to go. Wildcat Dream spun out 3 wide. Sure Wasn't Me is still right there in behind the leader, 4th and toward the rail. Layla's Song's in 5th. Grace's Secret angles to the outside 6th. They come to the top of the stretch, and it's Cocoa Puff off the turn in front by 2.5. Cocoa Puff, the one to catch, heading for the 8th pole. Sure Wasn't Me runs up into 2nd. Grace's Secret down the center. Stupendous in between, but with 1 furlong to go, Cocoa Puff has built a 6-length lead, and it will be Cocoa Puff. Nursed on the front end every step of the way, rambles home. Wins it by 8 lengths on the wire. Grace's Secret, Stupendous, and Sure Wasn't Me.
Took her 12 tries, but Cocoa Puff finally puts it all together with Renee Diaz and runs up the score in this opener at Churchill Downs, and Polly 1 for 1 at the Downs.
Yeah, give me a couple seconds. I'm waiting for my selection to finish. Okay. Yeah, Paulie was right. I mean, this horse had a lot of chances but dropped, and Paulie was confident, and Paulie was right. His opinion has been, and not, I know he had a big long shot winner last week, but his opinion overall has been very strong at this meet.
Locked in, and a win early on the program. Cocoa Puff. Eric Brem, trained by Preakness winning trainer Keith DeSormo. Renee Diaz in the weight break. Race that looked competitive on paper. Mismatch, Andy. 4-1,
yeah.
7-3. Results when we come back, and horses in the paddock for the first at Belmont Park. New York breds, $40,000 maiden claimer. And the current favorite pictured, Belarus, Sky Mesa filly. She'll try to graduate in her 6th career start. The opener from Belmont when America's Day at the Races returns.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's fun while it lasted until the 16th left has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Thrilling finish, and for Mike Rapoli, Donegal Racing, Mo Donegal over Nest with the poor start. Some trouble at the top of the stretch. And the Ortiz brothers running 1-2 in the Belmont Stakes. Mo Donegal, sensational yesterday in front of a packed house here at Belmont Park.
And that's what you got to love, right? Because it feels like that. When I first saw it, I said, why are we showing Mo Donegal winning at Saratoga?
Yeah.
Because, you know, frankly, we're not used to having crowds like that. And it was great to see the people back, and obviously an exciting day. And Irad obviously thrilled winning the race. And, you know, a lot of happy people. And that's always a good thing in racing. And you're going to see that with the Belmont winner. Just, you know, it was a culmination of a really great day. And to have all the people back at Belmont.
Look at the fans.
Yeah. To have everybody back. I mean, nobody 2 years ago, 11,000 last year, and a packed house yesterday. It was great.
And the emotion, Irad Ortiz was sobbing, coming back, making his way back to the winner's circle with Mo Donegal.
It's not his first belt. He won with Creator, right? Yeah. No, it was great. Listen, Jose won the Preakness, and Irad got it done here. And I'll tell you something, for the buffoons that think these two guys aren't competitive with each other.
Go watch the Ogden Phipps.
Yeah, you might want to. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's two horses that ran each other on the ground, though. Search results, we'll talk about it later, ran one of the most remarkable losing races you'll ever see in a big race or any race. There was the two Ortiz brothers going after each other, so give me a break.
Could you make the argument that Nest was best?
No. And I don't mean that as a knock on her. I don't think she was ever being that horse. I briefly exchanged some text with Jose last night because I thought he gave her a fantastic ride. Mm-hmm. I don't think she was going to win. I thought Jose did such a good job getting her back into position that I don't think the stumble cost her that much. I just think she was second best. And I don't mean that as a knock.
What about the momentum lost at the top of the stretch?
But she also saved ground. She also had a great trip getting there.
Yeah.
You know, and that was because of Jose. I thought that was the best losing ride of the entire day by far.
Lots to unpack throughout the course of the afternoon. Yesterday's Belmont Post Parade here for race number 1. That's Eric Cancel and Dulce Gigante, the first-time starter. Fuligny, 14-1.
Not taking much money right now, the first-time starters, and this is a field where you think a firster would get bet.
Impassable Dream, 23-1 outsider.
I think this is a bit of an interesting long shot. This horse ran once in the dirt and was a 3-1 first-time starter for Gary Siaka. That's not a line that you say too often.
Jose Ortiz, speaking of the devil, Belarus, 2-1.
It's my top choice. Don't know if I'm running the window at 2-1, but I do like the drop down. DePaz, the trainer, Horacio DePaz, great record with his maiden special, maiden claimer drop downs.
And he loves 29 race maidens, Madame Rose.
Yeah, I mean, and I love when they get to 30. She's 6-1, by the way, and she's over 29.
Little will go a long way in this one. To the tune on the outside was the 9-5 morning line favorite. Second choice, 5-2. Third choice, make it.
Well, she's run the fastest races of anybody here. She's actually, the track is good in Harrowed. This is only the second time she's been on a track that was harrowed. Tried a mile and 8. She has runs at Saratoga. I don't know. She run the fastest races. I don't love her, but she can win.
Field for the opener, Belmont Park. Maybe you're just tuning in, want to play the races, don't have past performances. Equibase has you covered. You follow all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. 4 minutes till the opener. We say hello to Acacia Clement standing by. Okay. Want to get your thoughts on yesterday's Belmont Stakes, lasting impressions.
Well, Mo Donegal ran a terrific race yesterday, and I watched the race right here from the winner's circle and getting a chance to see that emotion from Irad Ortiz as he crossed the wire. He was pumped up, standing up in the saddle, high-fiving his brother Jose aboard Nest, who finished second, and then the emotion, the tears, but coming back just all smiles, playing to the crowd, and a large crowd it was here in this winner's circle with the group of Donegal Racing. And Mike Rapoli told me earlier in the day that he had 75 people here with him at Belmont Park. So that excitement, this is what we love about horse racing, the incredible thrills that these horses can give to you, and seeing the emotion from owners, the trainer Todd Pletcher, and Irad Ortiz and his family was truly special, and kind of reminds you why we do what we do and why we always look forward to these big days and these big races. Also wanted to touch quickly on Nest. I agree with Andy. She was second best in here, and somebody had asked me, would she have won if she had stayed inside? But I actually thought that she accelerated more once Jose Ortiz got her outside, and she finished up really well with a valiant effort. But there was no beating Mo Donegal yesterday, Lafitte.
Crawford with the strong sock game after the win, as we saw. Trophy presentation, Belmont Stakes win, Mo Donegal. Acacia, what about this opener? Which of these New York breds winds up in the winner's circle for a first time?
Well, we'll take a look at the number 5, Belarus, for trainer Horacio DePaz, as this one does get a big warm-up. And going back to the dirt, she's a filly that came back last time, and she can get pretty hot prior to her races. She was hosed off. Her coat didn't look that great. She was getting really kind of worked up prior to the race, and she also just didn't really look like a turf horse. She's back on the surface. I think she prefers. Her coat has come in beautifully. She looks so much better today than she did last time, off of a bit of a layoff as well, and I think the drop in class just makes her dangerous, though she'll have to try and run back to some of those earlier races. But Horacio DePaz's numbers recently in particular have been very strong at this Belmont stand. The number 7, To the Tune, seeing her for the first time since 2020, actually, when she was one who seemed like she was just not really showing too much as a young 2-year-old. Coming back in here today, I like her cutting back in distance. I do think that she is more well suited to a sprint. That said, she kind of lacks some of that intensity that you like to see from sprinters. She just seems a little bit unsure of herself, a little bit hesitant back in the paddock and on the racetrack. It's something about the demeanor, particularly with sprinters. You like to see them have a little bit of fire, and I just didn't see that from her. She does look to be well spotted. Maybe she's ready off the leg off. This is the right bunch, but I preferred what I saw from the 5, Belarus. The 4, Impossible Dream, another one who I don't think is well suited to the turf, but she completely bolted on the final turn last time out, and I was curious to see if we'd see any different equipment today. She's wearing a type of bit that's commonly referred to as an egg drop bit, in that it's really very soft. It doesn't give the rider any additional type of control versus some of the other bits that we talk about, a ring bit, Houghton bit. And got the feeling watching her that maybe she is a little bit more of a light-mouthed type of filly. So Louis Cardenas has experience with her now. She's a big, burly sprinter type. She carries a lot of condition, and hopefully will be able to keep a straight course in here today. Lafitte?
Hope she handles the turn a little bit better this afternoon. Impassable Dream. There's Belarus and Jose Ortiz. Again, the second place finish, nest in the Belmont, but a big afternoon otherwise. Andy, Regal Glory, grade 1 win in the Justa game, and this performance by Jack Christopher, jaw-dropping in the Woody Stevens.
Yeah, he just absolutely smashed this field. Loving what Johnny I said, right? A performance that Woody would be proud of, or something to that effect.
Great call.
Tremendous. And the way he just accelerated away from the field, it was very, very impressive. He got a 107 buyer, to put in perspective. Flightline got a 112 buyer yesterday. Now, Flightline did have a little bit of a trip in there, so you could probably give him a couple extra points, but this is a 3-year-old. He's a 4-year-old. I mean, the sky's the limit for him. Obviously,
what's the distance limit for him?
Well,
in
that's
your
the
opinion?
question. I don't have an opinion. Chad Brown seems to think he's going to go farther because he's hoping Haskell and Travers for him. Obviously, if for some reason he doesn't run this well in the Haskell, he could cut him back for the Allen Jerkins, which is bad news for everybody else that wants to run in that race.
You're not lying.
But but to put in perspective, to be fair, and this was a crazy impressive performance. Early voting got a 105 buyer for the Preakness, and that was a 1 3/16. So he's got to show he can stretch out. And I understand he won incredibly easily, and he's a very, very, very impressive horse, and he does have a lot of brilliance. There's competition going farther, and he's got to show that he can run as well, if not better, going farther. Now, he might, and if he does, then it may spell doom in these big races for every other 3-year-old.
And you answered my question. I asked you about distance. You said, I don't know. Your gut. It's Travers Day. Let's say early voting's in the Travers. Let's say Zandon's in the Travers for Chad Brown. Your gut, which race is Jack Christopher running in?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, my guts is the Travers because I believe he's that good, and Chad Brown has every intention of going there.
Instead of the Allen
But
Jerkins.
I won't be. Well, he's not going to. If he wins impressively in the Haskell, he's going to the Travers. I mean,
don't you think it's a big difference? Speed like mile, I don't know. It
a
feels
mile
like
and eighth
at Monmouth
and
versus a mile and a quarter at
100%,
Saratoga.
and I think Chad does as well. But winning the Woody Stevens at that point, let's say he wins the Haskell, and people out there understand Haskell's a very important race. Breeders' very big race.
Yes.
Wins Woody Stevens. Winning Allen Jerkins isn't going to do a whole lot for him, other than money and some prestige. It's not going to really make him more valuable. Winning the Travers changes everything.
That goes like Ghost Zapper-esque.
Right.
Winning
So
grade 1 races
right.
at sprint distances and classic distances.
So that's the race you're pointing for. No knock on the Allen Jerkins, a very prestigious race, but that's the race you're going for.
And yeah, Johnny I, who had a terrific afternoon yesterday. Great call in that Woody Stevens and the Belmont Stakes. And he's back today. John Ambriel with the call. The opener on a Sunday, live from Belmont Park. Not just yet, because this first-time starter here is not near the starting gate.
Hopefully,
what's going on?
If you bet him, you're hoping that he's a little more competitive during the race than he's been leading up to the gate. I agree about Johnny I, by the way. I saw Johnny this morning, for some reason forgot to mention. I'm just so used to him doing so well. What a great job he did yesterday, as everybody knows. Like, did she break through the gate? I don't even. She did.
She did break through the front.
Okay, she did. Thank you.
This is all new for her. Competitive edge, first-time starter.
Apparently new for us, too, or at least me.
Sharp as a tack today we are, right on top of it.
It's been a long week.
It's the day after the day.
We are the only track that runs the day after a Triple Crown race, by the way. Not that we're not happy to be here.
Speak for yourself.
All right. I'm not really happy with you. I mean,
that was my point.
prefer Greg was here, but I'll take what I can get. At least they're paying me.
Johnny High with the call.
And the rough. And from the rail, it is Bunty Windermere, who is out for the lead. Madame Rose runs in second to the tune far outside. Impossible Dream is next in fourth. Belarus, the favorite, runs in fifth. The break of two to the two trailers, Fellini and Dolce Gigante. Bunty Windermere is the leader here by a length, with Madame Rose in second. It's 3.5 lengths to the tune, who's running in third. The opening quarter mile over the good going in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Belarus now makes a move on the outside and is gaining ground. Belarus up to third. Bunty Windermere still leads. Madame Rose in second. Belarus on the move. To the tune runs in fourth. And then farther back, it's Impossible Dream, Fellini, and Dolce Gigante. Bunty Windermere and Belarus, and now they're 1-2 through a half and 46 seconds. It's Bunty Windermere down at the rail. Belarus on the outside as they hit the eighth pole. Belarus, Bunty Windermere down at the inside. It is Bunty Windermere and Belarus, and the two of them are heads apart coming on to the finish. Bunty Windermere and Belarus on the outside. Belarus got there. She gets the job done to break her maiden in the Sunday opener.
2 Grade 1 wins yesterday. Jose Ortiz, and a win early on the Sunday program. Belarus grinding away, grinding away, grinding away. Finally wears down Bunty Windermere in the opener.
Jose Ortiz must be saying to himself right now, I didn't have to write Jack Christopher or Regal Glory this hard yesterday. And he rode the hair off her getting her there, and she got the money. It really did feel like Bunty Windermere might hold on because, Belarus had made that run. And usually when you make that run and you don't get there, the speed seemed to hold on, but in the shadow of the wire and not exactly winning like a 7-5 shot should.
Barry Schwartz winning owner. Horacio de Paz, Dylan Davis doing everything he can. Davis riding in his first Belmont Stakes yesterday afternoon. Bunty Windermere. She did everything she possibly could. Just finally Belarus wearing her down. 5, 1, 2, 3, 7-5 Belarus. Jose Ortiz in the opener. Belmont Park results when we come back. And more of yesterday's highlights in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. A lot went wrong. In the end, it simply did not matter. From another planet, this flight line in from California right to the Belmont Winner's Circle. Sensational in the Met Mile.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race. Scintillating performance in the TVG Delmar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. Day after the Belmont Stakes. Here at Belmont Park, the opener goes to Belarus, graduating in her 6th career start, and just a New York $40,000 maiden claimer, Andy, but an exciting, exciting horse race.
It was. I mean, you're right. Sometimes you see races. If you watch this race and you just watched, sort of a blowout win yesterday, you'd say this might be a more exciting race to watch.
Jose Ortiz, the winning pilot, standing by with the case in the winner's circle.
We're all a little tired coming back here the day after the Belmont. Jose, you had to work for it in the opener here, but Belarus, she just kept grinding to run down that pace setter.
Yeah, the one horse had a good shot and she was losing the lead, so it was very hard to catch it at the end, but I'm glad we did.
Now, yesterday, terrific day for you with a couple of Grade 1s. Jack Christopher, just tell me what it feels like to sit on a horse like that has the just kind of electric speed that he does?
Yeah, he's a very nice horse, and he's a dream come true, you know, ride those kind of horses. He's like a bull, you know, he's built very strong, and he got a very quick turn of foot. It's just special.
I know Chad Brown keen to try and stretch his speed. I know Maggie touched on this with you yesterday too. He really relaxed. Looking back on it, how do you feel about him potentially going further distances this summer?
Well, you know, I think he deserves a shot. He haven't done anything wrong, and I think he deserves a shot to go a little bit longer, and I think he got the ability to do. I think he relaxed well for me the last couple of times, and I'm very confident that he will stretch out successfully.
Special horse indeed. Congratulations on the win here in the opener though too, Jose.
Thank you, Cassie.
Jose Ortiz as he put all that muscle on display in the opener, Lafitte.
As Andy mentioned, yeah, had to work for that one, and much harder than he did on Jack Christopher or Regal Glory in the Grade 1 Just a Game. Belarus 7-5, the chalk in the opener.
Well, you work hard on horses like Belarus to have an opportunity to ride horses like the horses he rode yesterday.
One down Belmont Park, and up next at Churchill Downs, the Leslie's Lady overnight. Leslie's Lady, who we lost in January, and the mother of some absolute spectacular thoroughbreds. The mother of Beholder, 11-time Grade 1 winner. Into Mischief, Andy, and Mendelssohn.
Yeah, it's not a bad threesome right there. And of course, Into Mischief is about as popular a sire as you'll find. The Gun Runner is moving into the stratosphere there, but no, a remarkable sire, and obviously the other two remarkable horses. And it'll be interesting to see how the Mendelssohns do. We haven't seen too many of them, but obviously, not surprisingly, they've been popular because of his relationship from pedigree standpoint to Into Mischief.
Leslie's Lady overnight stakes post parade. Baby Blue Eyes at 14-1 with Joe Talamo.
Yeah, you wonder which one of these horses might have run. And the Jersey Girl this new race had not been carded at Churchill Downs. Baby Blue Eyes is overmatched against her competition here.
There's a Gun Runner filly in Wicked Halo, 5-2 second choice.
She's a nice horse, but she never built that substantially in her two-year-old form, and not unlike a competitor in this race.
Adirondack winner last summer, Saratoga. Here's a Runnin' Happy at 19-1.
Yeah, all these horses are going to have trouble competing with the horse on the far outside.
Sweet as Pie, Todd Pletcher at a price.
This was actually named after me.
That
let you know that for Todd. I think she's the horse if you didn't like one of the favorites, particularly Wicked Halo, and I think it's going to be a 5-2, she's the other horse.
And on the outside, Pretty Birdie. Her stock received a bump yesterday with Madureira winning the Acorn, absent of Echo Zulu.
She showed that the 7 furlongs wasn't a problem last time, and I imagine that Norm Cassie is using this as a prep to take on Madureira again in the Grade 1 test at Saratoga. And Pretty Birdie is establishing herself, while not a router, as one of the most talented horses in her crop. Last year she had some promise winning the Schuylerville, but she has really stepped forward for Norm, who is having a very, very good year and a really good run.
And Polly, in her last couple of races, we've watched Pretty Birdie. Watch her from the start. It's like she's shot out of a cannon.
Yeah, it really is. It's rare to see a horse, when you look down at her page, she's had 6 starts and she's broken on top in 5 of them. She's almost like a quarter horse, and she tries to end the race early with her competition. Now, Andy made a great point with the 2 Wicked Halo. Here's a horse that was running 21 flat and 44-3 last year in Adirondack and got the job done. But that speed has sort of gone away at age 3. I know that she got left in the gate in the Dixie Bell, but the last 2 starts, I went back and looked, she broke completely fine, and it looked like there was intent for Irad Ortiz to take her back. Now, maybe that was a good decision because it was a pretty hot pace, and Pretty Birdie did run second that day, going 7 furlongs at about 7.5-1. It's really, really going to be tough to beat Pretty Birdie unless the 3 in here, Runnin' Happy, can show any kind of speed, keep her honest, or if Wicked Hill shows some of that speed. Tyler Gaffalione will get on for the first time, so maybe he'll try to press the issue. And I'm in total agreement with Andy here on the 4. This horse has an explosive number first time out, Sweet as Pie at 6.5 furlongs at Belmont. They ran this horse in the Tempted. That's a pretty actually ambitious spot to go second start. This is a daughter of Tappet. And then the next time they went sprinting, she won with Lasix. I think if Pretty Birdie happens to get any kind of heat, Sweetest Pie is the horse that's going to be running, guys. And for the first edition of the Leslie's Ladies Overnight, all 3 grays are getting bet here.
The grays, Paul, 2-5. Pretty Birdie. Has she exceeded expectation for you based on what we saw?
She has for me.
When she won the Schuylerville, to me, it was more about the story. Fans back, Whitney colors in the winner's circle. It was more about the story. The filly, okay, we'll see.
Okay.
She's turned out to be much better than I thought.
Well, especially considering she came back in the Dixie Bell and she didn't run well at all. No, I think she has moved forward. And I think Norm deserves a lot of credit. He's got the other horse that won the Lair DuPont down at Pimlico on Preakness weekend for Mary Lou Whitney stable, and I love seeing those Mary Lou Whitney still out there in the CV. You know, remember CV Whitney going back. You know, a horse like State Dinner was a horse that I loved going back to the 70s for them. But the tradition continues on, and Norm's doing a great job.
I like watching horses that break like rocket ships. Watch this. Watch this. Pretty Birdie on the outside. Here's Travis Stone with the call to the Leslie's Lady Overnight.
And they're off. Pretty Birdie, good beginning, running happy there as well, but Pretty Birdie is quicker early and speeds off and angles over toward the rails. So Pretty Birdie, the leader down the backstretch run. Sweetest Pie comes on with Wicked Halo now. They're 2 and 3 wide up the press. Running happy, eases off the pace back into 4th, and Baby Blue Eyes is down inside, while 5th, but it's a tight pack. Pretty Birdie leads them by half a length. Wicked Halo, her shadow down the backstretch run. The opening quarter was moderate, 23 seconds flat. So Pretty Birdie dictating terms on the front end. Wicked Halo still right there racing second. They've opened up 2. Running happy in between now 3rd. Baby Blue Eyes in 4th. Sweetest Pie under a ride, coaxed along 5th and outside. Round the far turn, Pretty Birdie extends the lead now. Opens back up with that. Wicked Halo is asked to pick it up from second. Sweetest Pie rolls up on the far outside, running happy in Baby Blue Eyes. Off the turn into the stretch. Pretty Birdie is set down for the drive. Wicked Halo's coming with her, though. Here's Wicked Halo putting in a bit on Pretty Birdie, who drifts out. Pretty Birdie digs in. Wicked Halo surges alongside. These 2 grays with a 16th to go, and Wicked Halo grabs the upper hand and overpowers Pretty Birdie late. It will be Wicked Halo to win it by 2.5. Pretty Birdie second. Sweetest Pie third for the all-gray trifecta. Running happy was 4th.
Saratoga's Adirondack winner defeats Saratoga's Schuylerville winner. Wicked Halo runs down Pretty Birdie in the stretch in the first running of the Leslie's Lady Overnight Stakes. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that, you know, you look at this and you want to say, did Pretty Birdie underachieve or did Wicked Halo take a step forward? While the rivals obviously were inferior to them on paper, the distance they put on the others here suggests to me that maybe Wicked Halo is really the one who took a step forward, and Pretty Birdie struggled with the 7 furlongs in a way she didn't last time out. And Norm Cassidy wants to second guess. He might say, maybe I should have gone to New York and run the 6 furlong Jersey Girl. But he stayed home, and Wicked Halo's too much.
I was just surprised that Wicked Halo was able to stay in contact, to stick to Pretty Birdie as close as she was able to.
Keep in mind, there's a very, very big run-up in 6 furlongs here at Church, 6 furlong race. That's why you see those ridiculously fast fractions. It's a much different situation at 7. They went a quick second quarter, but do you think that maybe Florent should have been a little more aggressive early?
I thought a bigger cushion could have been built on the backstretch.
Make them have to run to keep up with her.
Yeah.
But you know what? She didn't lose by a head. The other horse ran away from her at the end.
Some more credit to Wicked Halo, perhaps, than critiquing Pretty Birdie at 2-5-4-3. Wicked Halo, her first win since the Adirondack for Winchell Thoroughbred. Steve Asmussen had a Grade 1 victory yesterday. Clairiere in the Ogden Phipps. Another look, deep stretch. Whitney colors on the inside, Florent Giroux and Pretty Birdie. The Winchell colors, though, too much Wicked Halo in the end in the first of 2 stakes races at Churchill.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Clutch champion, Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's newest featured race day is Haskell Preview Day, Saturday, June 18th. Wager on the TVG.com Pegasus for 3-year-olds, plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 23rd. Win early and often by playing our 50-cent Win Early Pick 5. First post, 12:15 Eastern. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Great job by everybody at America's Best Racing this week. Great stuff posted leading up to the Belmont Stakes and the sensational undercard back at Churchill. Tyler Gaffalione doing Tyler Gaffalione things, winning stakes races at Churchill. And this one surprised me, Andy. Wicked Halo defeating Pretty Birdie in the first running of the Leslie's Lady Overnight Stakes.
It's just taken her a little while to get back to the promise she showed last year. And to be fair, she had run respectable figures. She just wasn't competitive with Pretty Birdie. She was there.
Gun Runner might be okay as a sire.
I think he
might be all right.
I think he might make it. What does it cost to breed to him now?
Bajillion dollars?
I mean, it's got to be gigantic.
It's unreal.
And
the other thing is that he kept getting better, right?
Oh, yeah, as a racehorse, right.
And as a stallion, but now you're seeing the precocity and a characteristic that is often, passed on in that development, and then you can look forward to these younger horses as they develop to continue to improve. At least that was Gun Runner.
No, I agree. I mean, Uncle Mo was incredible as a first-year sire. Gun Runner's eclipsed that.
The Gun Runner filly, Wicked Halo. Paula Duca with winning rider Tyler Gaffalione at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, Tyler, take us through, by the way, the trip that you had with Wicked Halo. Now, I know that you needed to stay close to the Pretty Birdie. Is that what Steve gave you instructions to do?
Yeah, that was the plan. Just didn't want to let that filly get too far away from us and let her get too comfortable. But my filly put in a big performance. She never let her get away and just kept finding.
Now, she didn't break that well, and everybody sort of rushed up into contention, but then she was able to settle for you.
No, she did, and the first quarter was pretty slow. I think that's why everybody kind of rushed up there, but she relaxed for me when I needed her to, and when I called on her, she found more.
Okay, take us through the life of a jockey. You were at Belmont yesterday. What times did you get into Louisville, and how does this all work out?
So I had to ride the Manhattan, then hopped in the car, went to Newark Airport, caught a straight flight to Louisville, got in around 11, and came out this morning.
So nothing unusual.
Nah, another day in office.
Tyler Gaffalione, the winner here of the first edition of the Leslie Lady. And Andy Sterling, you must have Norm Cassie on speed dial, because Norm told me right after the race, listen, I was setting this horse up for the test, not going to the test, Pretty Birdie.
I don't. I don't have speed dial. There's no more speed dial. Isn't that a Seinfeld episode? I wouldn't say that to Norm. I wouldn't text him after this race. I'd give him 15 minutes before I abused him. He'll go to the Prioress, the grade 2, which is run at the end of the meet at 6 furlongs. But I think at this point, 7 furlongs, he's going to want no part of Matarea, and I'm not sure he wants any part of this filly either.
Wicked Halo in the Leslie's Lady Overnight Stakes, Churchill Downs. Horses in the paddock for the second at Belmont. Look at Manny Franco, and let's be clear, Manny Franco with a 19-1 upset yesterday in the Manhattan. How significant was that for Franco, who, while a lot of the bigger name riders have been out of town on certain weekends for Derby weekend, Preakness weekend, and here's Manny Franco, opportunity after opportunity from Chad Brown, cashing in, and yesterday cashing in a big way with Tribuvant. Well, you liked. Good job.
Get a chance. Thank you. You get a chance to ride for Chad Brown, but when you're Manny Franco or other riders, when Irad Ortiz and Flavien Prat and Jose Ortiz are getting the top horses, there may not be a lot of room for error. But when you're Manny Franco and you've done as well for Chad as you did this winter, but then he continued to do, you're going to get more opportunities. And one of the reasons that I think Manny has really stepped his game up is he's gotten a lot more aggressive. And Trebuchen's the right kind of horse for that. But when he got that half in 49 and change, I turned to somebody I was watching. I said, I know he's almost 20-1, but this race is over.
At that point, you almost ignore what the tote board says or what you see on paper, and you could watch him getting stronger and stronger. And when a racehorse kind of fills up with confidence and gets brave on the lead, that's what you saw yesterday with Trebuchet.
I don't want anybody to think in any way I'm comparing him to one of the greatest horses of all time in Secretariat, but I'm trying to remember the Grade 1 with a big field on the turf that a horse has opened up like that. There were 2 races being run out there.
Right.
Since Secretariat's win in the Canadian International, which, by the way, if you've never seen on YouTube, is one of the greatest videos ever with the smoke blowing out of his nose in the cold. I mean, it was a 10-horse field. He was so far ahead of the field, you almost didn't believe what you were seeing.
Big part of it, Channel Maker getting left at the start.
He couldn't run
but
with
I
that
still
horse
don't think he would have been. He still would have been, what, 3-4 lengths behind Trebuchet?
Yeah, he couldn't run with that horse.
Huge win for Manny Franco in the Grade 1, Manhattan. And now on an odds-on favorite, let's be clear, 3-5.
Yeah, I picked this horse. I picked this horse. I didn't think he'd get this price. The last race at Churchill was very good and makes her the horse to beat.
Waters of Marome?
I think she's the second likeliest winner in this race. I have no idea why she's 9-1. She's a dirt horse. The running on the turf was foolish. She makes a lot of sense in this race.
John Velasquez, T. Olive, quick filly, blinkers off.
Yeah, she's got some speed. She figures to be in front, but is she good enough? Not in her races, she's not.
Kiss Me Smile, Flavien Prat, pair of Grade 1 wins yesterday.
She improved dramatically when loose in the lead at Churchill Downs, a track that's been very kind to speed throughout much of the meet. I want to see her do it again because her other races in New York are woefully slow.
Bells on her toes to wind out the field to the outside. 2-time winner by former Wood Memorial winner, Bellamy Road.
One of the reasons the 1 is such a huge favorite is because horses like this are in the race, and no disrespect, and I always root for Saul Kupferberg and Charlie Baker, but she's just not very good and beat a weak field last time. The idea that she's 5-1 and Waters of Marome is 9-1, it makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, the 2 should be vying for second choice and maybe even the second choice in here, frankly.
Let's be clear here on the synthetic at Turfway. Andy and April.
Well, I picked out all the videos for Talking Horses, and a lot of them we used in the show, because I wanted to make a tour of tracks all around the country. I mean, I got Aqueduct, I got Belmont, I got Saratoga, I got Oaklawn, I might have Tampa, I have Turfway, and this was her last win, so that's why I used it.
Is that applicable at all here?
No, not really. But it's, it's Turfway, and we just don't show them enough on the show as much as, and I know Acacia will agree, we don't show Turfway as much as we should.
We got a little Turfway in on this show. Acacia, let's be clear, 3-5 the favorite.
All my dreams have come true, Andy, thank you. But talking about Let's Be Clear, she does actually look like the type of horse who would handle a synthetic track. Sometimes, as I got to get a little bit more familiar with the synthetic track, spending the winter at Gulfstream with the Tapeta there. Those horses that do tend to be a little bit more narrow, lighter framed types tend to get over it really well. I love the way she's getting over this dirt track here at Belmont though right now. She's a very leggy, very long, stretchy type of filly, and she's one that I think the 7 furlongs actually suits perfectly. Getting a terrific warm-up out there under Manny Franco. She was sharp, she was eager. I have no knocks against your favorite at all. She looks terrific. But trying to go with a little bit of a price, and I agree with Andy. I think Waters of Marome has a huge chance in here. I didn't like her on the turf at all last time. She just doesn't look like a turf horse. Didn't really strike me pedigree-wise as one that would move forward on that. She's back on the right surface today, and the horses that she faced a couple back, and she wasn't main track only 2 starts back. Do take note of that. She wasn't tried twice to get on the turf, but she's one that her weight looks great. She carries herself nicely from race to race. Very solid in here. And I also think that the 7 furlongs should suit her well. I actually always wanted a little bit of a cutback for her. Another one who warmed up well under Jose Lascano. She's a horse that I think has some natural speed, maybe not as quick as T. Olive. But speaking of T. Olive, she comes in off a layoff, and she's been very hot under the belly, kidney sweat in here. The blinkers come off, and she's wearing a piece of equipment called a Sherwin, that piece that kind of goes down the center of their head and wraps around either side. That's for horses who, it keeps them from getting their tongue over the bit. In fact, Richie did a really good job explaining this equipment the other day with a little bit of a show and tell. Now, I haven't seen her in person before, but it is typical of Wesley Ward to take the blinkers off his horses at the age of 3 as they start to settle and mature a little bit more. She has that early speed. She's been pretty eager out there. I just wish that she hadn't gotten so hot in there. Wish she looked a little bit better in her coat. Maybe she's just going to blast off. But I did prefer the inside, too, from a physical standpoint, Lafitte.
Second.
Running a little warm, Acacia. T. Olive, Wesley Ward, blinkers on 2-year-olds, blinkers off 3-year-olds. Here's Kiss Me Smile. She's quick. And Jockey Flavia and Pratt, the 2 Grade 1 wins yesterday in the Acorn, Madureira after the scratch of Echo Zulu, and this one with Flightline, where things did not go as planned from the start.
Right. It's not good, especially in Grade 1s, but any race, when the inside post, you get left like that.
And then this happens.
Flavia tries to rush him up, but at that point, and Junior Alvarado was right, he says, no, to steady back. Well, unfortunately, for Speaker's Corner, it didn't really matter, because Flightline's so superior that he got outside of him, and I really think he got it broke Speaker's Corner's heart, and Happy Saver was there to pick up the pieces and get second. This is an exceptional racehorse, and what he's done in the racetrack in 4 races speaks for itself. And I in no way would criticize him. In fact, I'm a huge fan, and I thought that anybody who was trying to beat him yesterday was out of their minds. And I really like him, and I'm thrilled he came here. But I wish that people could get some historical perspective. I have people telling me he's historically great, and he's as good as Dr. Fager in Seattle Slew. Guys, he would have filled out the exact behind Holy Bull. He would have filled out the exact behind Ghost Sapper in this race. They're all-time greats. That's not an embarrassing thing to say, and he might have tried to make it competitive. And he might be a great horse going forward, but let's not get carried away.
He's only raced 4 times.
Right.
It was so loud here yesterday when he turned it on. It's what everybody was hoping to see. The superstar to perform accordingly, Flightline. Do you think he has that kind of potential? Yes, it's premature to make those comparisons now, but does he have that kind of potential based on what you've seen in 4
sure
starts?
He does. And believe me, I'm a huge fan. And you know me, I love a fast horse. But he's never going to get that chance. And that's not, it is his fault. It is, he's got some sinus issues. He's never going to do in the racetrack with Seattle Slew, and Dr. Fager did. And by the way, I don't think his connections would disagree with me. I think his connections say, please, can we have, he may be the most talented horse racing right now, which is pretty darn good.
I don't agree with the comparisons either. I like the excitement that he's created amongst the fan base.
Of course. And I'm glad he came here and showed anybody that I work with that thinks these East Coast horses, because they're here, are better because he's in the West Coast, that no, that's not true. And anybody thinks I have an East Coast bias is out of their minds. I love these fast horses in West Coast, and I love Flightline. I just don't want to hear that he's as good as Dr. Fager.
Electric in yesterday's Met Mile Flightline. Post-time race 2 Belmont. Here's Johnny I.
And they're off. It's T. Olive who goes out for the early lead. Waters of Miram runs in second. Let's Be Clear down at the rail, and Let's Be Clear has moved up a spot. Waters of Miram is now back in third. Kiss Me Smile runs in fourth. Bells on Her Toes is the trailer. T. Olive is the leader here by a length, with Waters of Miram and Let's Be Clear right together, second and third. Kiss Me Smile is in fourth, and Bells on Her Toes. T. Olive ran the opening quarter mile in 23 2/5 seconds. Waters of Miram getting closer now on the outside, and Kiss Me Smile is on the move. The favorite, Let's Be Clear, down towards the rail, running in fourth, but just a length and a half off the front. Farther back is Bells on Her Toes. It's T. Olive, Waters of Miram in between horses. Kiss Me Smile is on the outside, and in behind the front 3 is Let's Be Clear as the field comes for the top of the stretch, the half mile in 47 seconds. It is T. Olive and Waters of Miram. They are right together. Let's Be Clear looking for a way through, and she has a way through, and now she's coming on. Here comes Let's Be Clear on the outside, up to challenge Waters of Miram and T. Olive. It is Let's Be Clear who has come away with the lead. T. Olive and Waters of Miram heads apart second and third. Let's Be Clear, The winner here at short odds, 1-2 under Manny Franco.
Acorn winning trainer Brad Cox, Manhattan winning jockey Manny Franco. Let's be clear. At 1-2, very chalky first couple of races at Belmont Park.
Once Manny realized he was not going to be able to get through on the inside of T. Olive, he said, okay, I'm riding the best horse here. I'm not going to do anything stupid and try to force it all. I'll just let him go up front a little bit, and I'll sit around and wait, and it's Belmont Park. And
he's like, Andy's on the show. If I do something stupid, he's going to tell everybody.
I'm waiting for an opportunity to knock Manny because all I do is compliment him. But I'm not finding any reasons to do it, and he just waited, and they opened up. And, I think sometimes some riders get impatient, younger riders, they're learning, should all watch Ramon Dominguez, the man who never got flustered. Joel Rosario never gets flustered. Give yourself time. For the most part, you'll find your room.
It's career cut too short. Ramon Dominguez, so incredibly gifted, so talented.
A better person than a rider.
And that's saying a lot. That's really saying a lot. Yeah. And for Manny Franco, he wanted to be the next Derek Jeter growing up, a shortstop. Instead, he's a Belmont Stakes winning jockey and a Manhattan winning rider yesterday, the big upset Tribute Van. 1-3, 2-4. Let's be clear, the favorite delivers in the second race at Belmont Park. And while Manny Franco's about to get his picture taken here, Tyler Gaffalione is spending a lot of time in the winner's circle at Churchill Downs in search of a 7th consecutive Churchill riding title. When you build that big lead, you can afford to leave for the weekend, go play in New York for a couple of days, and, win graded stakes races like he did in the Intercontinental with Caravel.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter, Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, always raced. Medication-free, stands at Claiborne Farm in legendary stall 1. Let's hear what that jockey has to say after this win on Let's Be Clear and after his win in yesterday's Manhattan, the upset with Trivivon standing by with Acacia.
With Let's Be Clear, once you got her to the outside, it seemed like that was all you needed to do to give her a clear space to run.
Yeah, I'm agree with you, Acacia. I think I wasn't the best horse today, so I just tried to find my way out in some point of the race and make her run, and she did it.
Yesterday, though, in the Manhattan, as you already started smiling with Tribune, you just opened up and he just kept on going.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way he like to run. I think, you know, he like to be on the lead and don't get on his way too early. So let him do his thing, and that's what I did, and I was ready for the race yesterday.
How meaningful is that for you? Chad Brown giving you a lot of opportunities throughout the winter and into the spring now too. A grade 1 on Belmont Stakes Day for the barn.
I miss a lot. I just glad to be part of the team right now and just take the most of the opportunity.
You're certainly doing that. Terrific ride yesterday and here as well, Manny. Congratulations.
Thank you, Acacia.
Manny Franco, still a lot of excitement and pride of that grade 1 yesterday, Lafitte.
The biggest upset in terms of the grade 1 racing yesterday, Tribuvin. Andy liked him going in. Manny Franco, and Mig made this observation about a week ago, that the confidence, like just oozing from Manny Franco these days.
I think you can see it in the interviews with Manny. He's a terrific
poised
guy, but he's gotten just more. He's starting to win bigger races, riding better horses. He's always been a good rider, but he's riding a lot better. He really is. I think he's just starting to show the potential he's had for so long. He's always been talented, but I think being more aggressive has really helped him out. And let's face it, riding good horses, especially for anybody, but especially if you're Chad Brown, is going to give you that confidence. You know, riding those horses and then succeeding with them, you know, because there's a lot of pressure, because Manny knows if I'm not succeeding, I'm done, I'm gone.
There's no guarantee there's going to be a next one if you're not the guy riding for the barn.
Absolutely. In fact, there's a pretty much a guarantee you're not going to be. I mean, things happen, you lose races, but in general, and he's not making mistakes. He's, in fact, the opposite of that. He's riding them perfectly.
John Court doesn't make many mistakes in the saddle for decades now. Money Mike, post-parade race 3. These are $40,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime, 1 mile, 3-year-olds and older. Number 2, Carnivore.
I want to say that Money Mike is one of those horses that shows why you have to be careful naming horses for people you like. Carnivore, hopefully he doesn't eat his competition. I can't help myself.
For example, like who's George? Blame George here. Former Breeders' Cup Classic winner.
We don't know who he is, but just clearly he's to blame. Right.
Oh, Tyler, more on Tyler Gaffleon in a moment. Number 4, Rocket, Hot Shot, 15-1 outsider.
Tough for me to make a case for him coming over from Hawthorne with a bug rider.
Number 5, Even Money, and from India, 1 for 16 lifetime Churchill debut.
There's some irony that Even Money went off. It's gone off at 73-1, 87-1, and 53-1. A pipe dream if there ever was one.
Seeing a lot of that with some of the horses here in this third race at Churchill Downs. Number 6, contention towards the outside, an Endless Sunset. Renee Diaz looking for a second win.
Claim from Michael McCarthy. We'll see how this one does for Gennaro Garcia off the claim.
And finally, son of the 07 Derby winner Street Sense, notable exception. Daddy was very good on this racetrack.
You know, he's run some okay race before. If you believe his last number at Churchill, he's probably one of the worst to beat. I don't.
5-1 with about a minute to go. Third race here at Churchill Downs. Pick 4 gets started here. Circling back to Tyler Gaffleon and the weekend he had here in New York. He's on Blame George in his third at Churchill Downs. This was the 11th and final on the eve of the Belmont Stakes. And Caravel, Ruby Sparkles did not run. That made things easier for Caravel. She made the lead, and this is much closer to the Caravel we saw last summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, and listen, Tyler's seen racing in New York, and he knows that there's a lot of riders here that don't send Speed Horse to the lead. And he said, you know, I do really well sending Speed Horse to the lead, so I'm going to do it here. And the riders who were riding the 2 faster horses than her early that rated, they didn't do as well as she did, and it was a very good ride by him. I thought that Jouster was extraordinarily unlucky in here. It wasn't Flavien Prat's fault, but he was down the inside, and they were crawling up front, nothing he could do. I thought the 1 ran okay on the inside as well. The horse, I believe, finished, no, maybe the 3 was second.
The 1 ran second.
The 1 ran second,
with
yeah.
Johnny.
The inside all sort of hurt a little bit by the slower pace, but you can't ride a horse better than Tyler rode Caravel, put her in front. You know, she's a horse that they had paid a lot of money for last year, but she's been resold since then, right? Bobby Flay bought her.
Bobby Flay originally now.
Is that Cutter racing in the stables? Yeah.
And now is a 4-year-old filly and getting back on track. 500,000? 500,000. What kind of races do you expect to see her in the future?
Well, I mean, I'm going to guess that is it the Smart and Fancy's late in the season. The Coronation Cup is for the 3-year-old fillies. I'm blanking on the name of the race. She probably won it last year in Saratoga. And then maybe they go to the Turf Mont. What is it?
Was it the Crest?
Crest, yeah. And maybe is Crest the dam of good horse that John Ward trained, Jack Oxley horse. I think he won the Hopeful.
I know the answer. I'm just waiting for you to come up with it.
What is it?
I'm lying. I have no idea who you're talking about.
You are a liar. And maybe do they race say at Saratoga? They go to the Turf Monster, those races, they have the one for fillies and one for the boys. I think they try it last year. Or will they be reticent to go to Parks after that last year? And maybe we see her in Saratoga a couple times. Love to see it. Love to see a matchup of that field. That was a big, good field.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Fun race, the Intercontinental, in honor of the 2005 Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf winner here at Belmont Park for Juddmonte and Bobby Frankel. That was a great ride from Rafael Bejarano, Intercontinental. Blame George here with Tyler Gaffleone. And to the outside, notable exception, steps forward. Travis Stone with the call. Race 3, pick 4, time Churchill.
Endless Sunset, good beginning, even money is there. Rocket Hot Shot away well. Carnivore and Money Mike down inside, race up as well. Money Mike and Carnivore to go head-to-head early, and Endless Sunset moves in to track them from third. So up the chute they go and coming for the main track, and it is Money Mike on through to take the lead as Carnivore backs off to be second. Blame George over to the inside in third, and the Sunset's racing fourth. Rocket Hotshot on the move from fifth. Notable exception racing in sixth. The trailer is Even Money. 5 furlongs to go, and Money Mike is loose on the lead. Mild pressure, if that, from Carnivore second. The opening quarter goes in 23 and 2. In behind them, Blame George is just waiting back in third, just 2.5 lengths off the lead. Off an opening half in 46 and 3. So they're on the far turn. Money Mike holding on to the lead. Carnivore is poised in second. Blame George angles to the outside third. Endless Sunset making progress toward the rail fourth. Notable exception comes on from fifth. They come for the top of the stretch. Carnivore takes an arrow lead off the turn. Blame George is there. Money Mike gives way. Endless Sunset comes up the rail. Notable exception is fourth. There's 1 furlong to go. Blame George comes away with the lead, but Endless Sunset is rallying down inside, and Carnivore fights on between them. Endless Sunset to the front. And now opening up, and it will be rail skimming Endless Sunset to win it by 2.5, maybe 3 in the end. Tight for second there, Blame George, Carnivore, and Notable Exception.
Rail skimming Endless Sunset is right. Travis Stone in a second win. Renee Diaz in this third race at Churchill Downs, 7-2 at post time.
Yeah, getting it done. Nice job here, making that move. It's interesting watching races at Churchill, and obviously I've been watching more than you, though you probably watch the show a lot. It always seems like the inside runner has the strength, right? I mean, the rail on the main track has been the place to go, and claim this horse from Michael McCarthy, but gets the win.
The Calvin Burrell path at Churchill Downs worked here for Renee Diaz. Second win this afternoon, first half of the claim. Gennaro Garcia, the Violence Colts, second lifetime win. Endless Sunset. Photo for second, not yet available. 7-2 at post time. Endless Sunset, no question about the winner. Here at Belmont Park, gearing up for the Jersey Girl Stakes. 3-year-old fillies, 6 furlong sprint. Can they beat that? Filly and Hot Peppers for Rudy Rodriguez, the favorite. Currently 6-5, the Jersey Girl Stakes in 15 minutes. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire, Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
and it is Jersey Girl. Jersey Girl has something left. Brave Deed trying to stay with her. And on the far outside, Santeria, Countess Diana dropping back in the final furlong. Jersey Girl, 2.5 lengths. Santeria and Brave Deed battling for the runner-up spot. It's Jersey Girl.
That was a big girl, Jersey Girl. Grade 1 victory in the Acorn, and who knew what that was the start of for trainer Todd Pletcher, now in the Hall of Fame, and the first Grade 1 win of his legendary career.
It's kind of like saying who knew that Michael Jordan would turn into, and I think in our opinion, is as great a basketball player as we'll ever see. There have been many great ones. I'm not shocked that Todd's done as well as he's done. Todd is not only an exceptional trainer and hard worker, as so many are, he's also very, very smart and very, very thoughtful. And if I think about, and I'm closer to Chad Brown than I am to Todd, but when Todd first started training, I spent a lot of time around him. I don't obviously know him nearly as well, but he's very cerebral. He's very thoughtful. They're thoughtful guys, and it's a complicated game, business. And I don't think too many people around Todd are surprised how successful he is.
And this formula of running horses in the Kentucky Derby or the Kentucky Oaks, again, rags to riches, and what Ness did yesterday, he doesn't run a horse in the Preakness unless they win the Kentucky Derby. Skipping the Preakness, pointing for the Belmont Stakes, and the success he has had, now a 4-time Belmont Stakes winning trainer, and several others that ran exceptional but didn't win.
I almost think of his losers as some of the more impressive jobs he's done. Commissioner, second at 30-1. There's a Destin, losing a brutal beat by a nose. No, it's remarkable, the success he has had, because it's not just training him up to it, but it's finding the right horses to run in it.
Acacia all started with Jersey Girl. Todd Pletcher's first Grade 1 winner in the paddock for the Jersey Girl. Hot Peppers, even money. What are you seeing?
Well, I was looking forward to seeing her today, as obviously got to know her well this winter, seeing all 3 of her races. She was purchased privately after she broke her maiden against fellow Florida breds by over 14 lengths. Michael Dubb bought her then, and Michael Caruso bought in along the way, and she rattled off 3 really impressive races down in Florida with Ronnie Spatz. And looking at her race last time out at Tampa, she wasn't really persevered with early on by Amisale Jaramillo, and it says traffic. I don't think she had any traffic at all. The only thing I noticed out of that race was that it did seem that the pace setter had come out ever so slightly. Hot Peppers had her head cocked a little bit, but she looked in trouble early on. Obviously, that race followed by a bit of a layoff, and we go back to the basics today. I like the 6 furlongs for her. She hasn't necessarily grown, but she's actually filled out a little bit more, and she's always been the type of filly that carries her weight. And she's a pretty exuberant one in the preliminaries. She's been alert but focused today. And I'm a big fan of Hot Peppers in general. I'm a fan of the filly as well. The number 1 Gimmick comes out of the Miss Preakness, where she broke out a little bit from the outside post and was kind of hustled up 3 wide late. And in the main track during Preakness week, the inside was where you wanted to be, and she was parked a little bit wide as a result of that. She's this burly, typical into mischief type. She's gotten a lot taller since I've seen her too, but still carries herself and is just so solid, kind of one of those typical dirt sprinter type of physiques. The number 5 Standout Comic, my first time seeing her, she comes off of a win going 7 furlongs, but I don't mind her cutting back to the 6 at all. I think she stacks up quite nicely with these, and it was an impressive win in the Parks Futurity last time out for Butch Reed. This is a filly who is by Practical Joke, and the dam was actually second in the Demoiselle, but she's been striding out nicely. She's been really has that intensity, that sharpness here in the paddock that you like to see. I've liked everything that I'm seeing from Stand Up Comic. We'll see if she picks up the pieces late.
Comic, Acacia 5-1, call to post for the $150,000 Jersey Girl for 3-year-old fillies. What do you make of her chances, Stand-Up Comic? Let me ask you that when we're looking at her. Let's start with Gimmick here, who is 3-2 at Belmont Stakes winning jockey, 2-time Belmont Stakes winning jockey, Rat Ortiz.
Steve Asmussen is allowed to have run at the Churchill race because he's got one in this race, unlike our friend Norm Cassie. Because it goes out for Bob Edwards, E5 Stacey. I think this is the second likeliest winner, much like the public does right now.
Mark Holliday's Blue Devil Racing. Diamond Collector 9-1, Javier Castellano.
I've always liked this filly, but she's never run back to that big figure she ran the first time.
9-1 currently. Sweet Soler and Kendrick Carmouche.
I got the money with her last time, but this is a much tougher spot. But you got to try to take that step forward.
Quick filly by Into Mischief, and then the favorite, Hot Peppers, currently 6-5 with 8 minutes to go until this Jersey Girl Stakes.
Something obviously went wrong last time, and it wasn't traffic in the chute because that was incidental if it existed at all. Switches to Rudy Rodriguez here. I think she's the horse to beat. She runs back to race 2 back, and she won't be the horse to beat. She'll be the winner.
And Stand-Up Comic, all set for her 3-year-old debut.
This horse is actually very interesting in here, and I think that she is, if you're looking for a price and you want to make its favorites, there's a case to be made for her. First of all, she is 3 for 3 in the dirt. And her last race, she got a 62 buyer. Looking at the horses in that race, you can make an argument that race could have been a 70-ish buyer. Well, that was 5 months ago, 5.5 months ago. Routine improvement gets that figure into the higher 70s quite easily and makes her a player in this race. And I don't think she should be completely dismissed in here because the 4's got to bounce back from a bad performance in a layoff, and the 1's okay, but we're not talking about superstars in here.
Right. These 3-year-old fillies here sprinting 6 furlongs in the Jersey Girl. And there's a look at Hot Peppers. And at Gulfstream, out in front, her most recent victory. Too quick, just too fast to catch on that afternoon.
This is part of our tour of the tracks around the country.
Turfway, Gulfstream.
We got it all today, okay? I know it's the day after Belmont, but we come to play around here, all right? This is a very, very good effort. And, you know, one of the things that I do, and I was talking about the 5 and the figure on the 5, where I thought there's an argument it could have been higher. I look at these figures, especially out-of-town races, and I look to see how the horses do before it, but also subsequent to the race to try to see. When I like the word predictive. The numbers are accurate. No, they are. You know, you always strive to be as accurate as possible. But sometimes races come back. We the People's race in the Peter Pan because it was an exaggerated effort on a wet track, not a predictive number. The number's perfectly fine. He won by 10 lengths. What do you think? He ran super. But a lot of those races are exaggerated races. So I like to see, and DRF's formulator is the greatest tool at all, where you can always get the PPs. You can get a lifetime. A buyer figures is a push of a button. It's the greatest tool in racing, the greatest one ever invented, and in my opinion, the greatest tool in racing. But looking it up, and I think that 85 buyer figure may look a little high to some people. It's not high looking at the horses that ran that race.
Legit. What was legit was Casa Creed in yesterday's Jaipur. Luis Saez on Hot Peppers. This is textbook. What we saw from Saez here, Andy. Inside, hemmed in with the defending champ, Casa Creed, and watch him navigate his way through traffic and Casa Creed accelerate on a dime.
This was maybe the best winning ride in any of the stake races that we saw yesterday. And I don't mean that to say there weren't some good rides in other races, but this was an exceptional ride. Back-to-back winner of this race. And I kid his owner, Lee Einsider, a lot, and I kid him because he's a friend. He's one of the nicest people you'll ever meet in life, and I know you know that. And everybody should be lucky to have friends like Lee Einsider in life. And he's a great sport. He's a great friend of the game.
Why do you think everybody's so excited when he does well, when his horses run well, and it's specifically like in a Grade 1 race on a Belmont Stakes undercard?
To know Lee is to love Lee. And I didn't pick him. I obviously should have. But I could not have been possibly happier.
Your man Anthony Stabile was all over him?
Yeah, Lee.
There's Lee Einstein.
Well, Anthony's more loyal to his friends than I am. I pick against my friends all the time. I have no problem with that at all. They're my friends, and I like to see them do well, but that doesn't mean I don't pick against and bet against their horses.
Casa Amigos all around. Mike Francesa co-own. So he won last year's Jaipur, then didn't win until yesterday. What do you think Casa Creed does moving forward?
Well, they're going to run him in the 4-star Dave, where he ran very well to finish, I think, second or third last year, third maybe. The problem is, to be honest with you, I don't agree with him. They say 5 and 5.5 is too short. I think he's perfectly suited to running 5.5 in Saratoga. You watch those 5.5 furlong races in Saratoga, I would argue that closers do better in those races than speed horses do. You see a lot of closers run. I don't think it's a distance question. Bill Mott disagrees. That's fine. Bill Mott's in the Hall of Fame. I'm not. I'm in the Hall of Shame. But
you're in my Hall of Fame.
But on the other hand, the Troy, I think it's a good purse. I think it's around 400. But the 4-star Dave's a big purse, and it's a Grade 1. So winning a Grade 1 now, I don't know what you do because getting a stud deal for a turf horse is tough. Right. These horses do what they want with him. Maybe they'll take him. Is he a Kentucky bred? Take him to Kentucky Downs again and running that lucrative 6.5 furlong race. I think the purse is $40 million now. I think that's the maidens are $30 million and the stakes are 40. Because he got, and I won money in that race last year, but he got very unlucky in that race last year and could have won with a better trip.
Keisha, this purse, $150,000 Jersey Girl Stakes. What are you noticing in the warm-up as we look at Hot Peppers now 6-5, 3 minutes to go?
Well, as I had mentioned back in the paddock, Lafitte, she was alert, but a little bit more focused, actually a little bit calmer than I had seen her down in Florida. Then Luis Saez took her right away from the pony to warm her up, and then she was back to the Hot Peppers that I knew. She got a little bit more energetic there, just great energy warming up out on the track without the pony. She's done everything right so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing if she can get back on track in here today. But we'll talk about a horse who I would imagine be a big part of the pace. The number 2, Diamond Collector, who does cut back in distance. So we'll see how much speed she shows today. It does seem like they're kind of figuring out what equipment she needs to have. As they take the blinkers off today after trying those blinkers last time out, she does wear a full hood in that her ears are covered to muffle out the sound. Horses in particular respond a lot more to sound than anything else. And so sometimes there could even be cotton underneath that hood as well to help keep a horse a little bit settled. She is a bit of a more nervous type of filly, was saddled with the pony alongside, accompanied by the pony in the paddock as she typically is, but she's minding her P's and Q's today. She's been pretty calm by her standards and not doing anything over the top. She's a very big and long type of filly, so I can see why she was going longer. Didn't switch to her outside lead in the stretch last time out and was just beat. Maybe cutting back a bit will help her to sustain that speed a little bit more. Physically, I'd like her to go a little bit longer, but I am curious what she may add to this race as far as that pace is concerned, Lafitte.
6 furlongs too sharp, Acacia. We'll find out shortly. Diamond Collector, Andy, what are you looking for from the start? You and Acacia on the same page, along with the handicappers with Hot Peppers at 6-5. The pace early on, what are we looking for?
Well, assuming a clean break, I think that the 4 Hot Peppers will probably be outside a gimmick, and they're the 2 speeds in here. You know, how aggressive the riders are. Luis Saez could be more aggressive than Irad Ortiz at times, but I don't think Irad is looking to give Louis any kind of advantage in this race. So I imagine you'll see those 2 going. I don't think you're going to see a blistering pace. The others will be filling in behind them. The thing about Diamond Collector is, I mean, you know, we talk about the figs. Fastest fig she ever ran was at 6 furlongs in her debut. So maybe the cutback will help her.
She's done it before. Diamond Collector, you saw Gimmick. There is Gimmick. E5 Racing Thoroughbred Colors, Steve Asmussen. Victory with Clairiere in the Ogden Phipps. The upset of Latruska. Took heat early, paid the price late. Clairiere took advantage. Irad Ortiz aboard Gimmick, his 2nd Belmont Stakes win yesterday. You see a reason for what looked like a slight delay? Now Gimmick steps forward. We're good to go. Diamond Collector. Field of 5 sprinting 6 furlongs. 3-year-old fillies in the Jersey Girl Stakes, $150,000 purse. Johnny I standing by. Even money, Hot Peppers.
Waiting for Hot Peppers and stand-up comic. They were in the gate. And they're off. Hot Peppers right out for the early lead. And now Sweet Salade moves up on the inside to challenge. Stand-up comic in behind, running in 3rd. And then it's Gimmick next in 4th, followed by Diamond Collector, the early trailer in 5th. Hot Peppers, the favorite here, leads by a little more than a length. Sweet Salade steadied there a bit down at the rail. And on the outside is Stand-Up Comic. The opening quarter, 22-1. Hot Peppers leads by a length and a quarter. Stand-Up Comic second by a neck, with Sweet Salade down at the rail in 3rd, 2.5 lengths to a Gimmick, who's beginning to move from the back of the pack. Diamond Collector is the trailer. Hot Peppers takes the field to the head of the stretch. It's Hot Peppers by a little more than a length. Then Stand-Up Comic, Sweet Salade, and Gimmick. The half in 45 and 3/5 seconds. It is Hot Peppers who has the lead. Gimmick is on the far outside. Sweet Salati down at the rail, and stand-up comic. Hot Peppers is maintaining the lead here and now extending the lead. Hot Peppers drawing away here in the stretch. Hot Peppers just jogs in the Jersey Girl Stakes. Won by 6 lengths. Stand-up comic was second. Sweet Salate finished third, and the time was 1:10.1.
Mike Caruso's Hot Peppers running away and hiding with Luis Saez in the Jersey Girl Stakes.
I don't want to insult the other horses there. Is she the best runner from Kozan? By the way, it's a very good horse, the Giant Pedigree, that Todd trained. Another sire that Todd trained.
Sire,
right, trains them all. This is a performance. I mean, this horse, I'm going to say this horse improved on the best race for Rudy, and maybe...
is it time to get really ambitious?
I was going to say, maybe Norm Cassie feels a little bit better after watching that. And he says, you know, maybe I lost to Churchill. Maybe I was better losing at home. I'm not saying I haven't seen the figs. You know, I don't know how this time is going to match up, but she laid a hurting on this field.
Is she really ready based off that effort and just your immediate reaction to really step up?
Oh, I think Mike Dubb and Rudy Rodriguez are ready to go up to Saratoga and take a shot in the test. Why shouldn't they? You know,
that was good.
You know what? The second best thing to winning the test is losing it. The worst thing is not taking a shot if you had any shot to win it.
One of my favorite races we cover every summer at Saratoga.
It's honestly one of the most important races for 3-year-old fillies run all year. It is a very, very important race. It has incredible value for the horses. It's a huge, huge race. Rudy Rodriguez won it last year. He's thinking, I'll be back.
Wonder if he's listening to the show. Earbuds in.
He never misses a word we say, I think. Well, when you're on.
He would have nodded by now.
When you're on, he doesn't watch. When Greg's on, he never misses it.
See the face he just made? Rudy Rodriguez, Hot Peppers.
3 to 5, by the way.
Bella Sophia of his is pretty good as well. Some serious sprinters of the female variety in his stable. Rudy Rodriguez, and another one to celebrate here. Mike Dubb, Mike Caruso's Hot Peppers. Just too fast to catch with Luis Saez. Sensational in the Jersey Girl Stakes. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
850, 875, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. Won by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Great to have you with us on this day after the Belmont Stakes on Fox Sports 2. We just saw Hot Peppers put forth tremendous performance. Luis Saez, the winning jockey. Mike Dubb, Michael Caruso owned. Winning trainer Rudy Rodriguez standing by with Acacia.
Rudy was just saying it's been a pretty exciting weekend for him. Rudy, Hot Peppers, what a nice filly, making her first start for you. What have you learned about her? She just has a lot of talent.
You know, Mr. Dubb told me that she was very anxious in the gate, and we've been putting a lot of work in the gate and trying to make her relax. And, you know, she's a runner. She win 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5, something like that. So we just got to try to make her happy and get into the game, make her relax, and look like we did the job.
Now, with that performance we saw today and how much speed she does have, do you think about a race like the test in Saratoga?
I'm going to talk to Mr. Dubb and let him make the decision, but I don't see why not.
Speaking of last year's test winner, Bella Sophia, we saw her come back with another win this weekend. 100 buyer speed figure for her. How did she come out of the race, and how's she doing?
She looks very happy, and we're very happy. She looks amazing.
She is such a special filly. Rudy, congratulations. And Andy said he's pretty convinced you're listening to the show with your AirPod on there.
I don't think so.
Let's see. I can confirm Andy. He just has a million texts saying congratulations.
Not buying it.
I don't buy it.
Not buying it.
I get people not wanting to admit they're listening to the show, but we don't buy it, Rudy. We don't care what you say.
Rudy's going to sweep the flipping ballerina in test. Bella Sophia, and he says, I don't see why not.
Matt Araya may have something to say about that, but, you know, let's not get too carried away. But
Tell the ponies to get off Mike Dubb's colors.
Yeah, what's going on there?
Disrespectful.
The poor guy's on crutches.
He's on
they got
crutches.
the ponies
what
on his
happened
thing.
there?
I think he's having some back issues. But you know what? Nothing Tribhuvan winning winning the Jersey Girl. So I think those are the best pain medication you can possibly get. But I do
You're not lying.
hope Michael feels better.
Paula Duca, winning cures everything, my friend.
That is very, very true. And I think Rudy is deadline because he texts me about at least once a week about some of the outfits I'm wearing on air. I don't even think he's listening. I think he's got us on some kind of radar or some kind of satellite as well, guys. Obviously, we're going to go on to race number 4 that was scheduled on the turf course. I want to give you a little update on the turf course. They're trying to get the system, the maturing system that's put in place in the turf course to sort of take. What's going on right now is they've been mowing the grass all day today, basically down to the bone, and they're trying to get as much water as they can on the turf for the next couple weeks or so. They're trying to really get it ready for the July 4th weekend, July 2nd, 3rd, somewhere in that area. But they got a long way to go, guys. It's truly yellowish right now. They're trying to start from, I think, square one here and then just going to try to water it. But like I said, with the record heats coming next week, they're going to have to put a ton and a ton of water on it. So hopefully we can get that done on the new Matt Wynn turf course, and we'll have turf racing back here at Churchill Downs. On to race number 4. You know, this is a race that I thought it benefited the 5 the most by coming off the turf course for Brett Calhoun. A horse that's run twice, has run very, very good races. Downtown Abbey, a good win first time out. Then a nice little 3rd place finish with a little bit of trouble at the break. But Altered Shot way on the outside, the 15 with Tyler Gaffleone. He's ridden this horse before. Now, the horse does have a ton of speed right now at 2-1. But when Tyler actually rode her, she actually rated a tiny bit. Now, a lot of money is coming towards the 9, Little Mambo. I kind of don't get it. If she beats me, she beats me. She beat Pinky Toe, or she was behind Pinky Toe. I get Pinky Toe came back to win, but then was disappointing. Then came back and went by 7 lengths in a sloppy effort, going 5.5 furlongs. And the number doesn't even touch what the 5 or the 15 is run. But the public believes a little bit in the 9. Again, guys, this is the start of the Derby City 6. It's a 20-cent increment. It was hit like about 3 days ago at about 370 some odd thousand. We'd have a bigger pool because it's a mandatory payout. I was going to put out a ticket, but I thought it was very, very difficult. And right now, hold on. Travis Stone just announcing late scratch of the 8 horse here. The 8 is Mun Love. Late scratch of the 8, Mun Love. Again, I was saying, there's about 150,000 in the Derby 6 pool. I would think 20,000 or 200,000 by the end. I was going to put out a ticket. I thought it's very, very difficult. If I was going to play, which I played a smaller ticket, I used 515 to get out of this race.
Paul, thanks so much. Yeah, this Derby City 6, and this does. Munlove was 17-1, I believe, at the time that Travis Stone announced that she would not run. But she did have some speed/tactical speed, so perhaps it does impact.
And she was a dirt horse.
Shape. Right.
And she was also a dirt horse. Her Damn Quality was a nice horse Mark Keller owned and Bobby Robato trained that ran here. I think she won first time for our friend Rajiv Mirage. I had a text from Rajiv the other day. Actually, he said he's going to come visit us in Saratoga.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, he was joking about something funny I'd said on Twitter or something. But I love Rajiv. He's been down in Jamaica with he and Angie and Luca and the business down there. But he said they're all going to be coming up to Saratoga hopefully for a visit this summer. And I told him Saratoga misses him. Downtown Abbey, I was looking for a scene on the turf. Her Dam was a horse that Marty Schwartz owned that Chad Brown trained. She was a very good turf horse going long. And I know you want to see her run because you're the world's biggest Downton Abbey fan. Nobody likes Downton
documented
Abbey like Lafitte and LeBron James, apparently, according to Trainwreck. Because I believe everything in movies.
Horse Downtown Abbey.
And that's a good segue. But this horse's first race was huge. Disappointing second time out at Churchill, and I think we've seen some horses that came from fairgrounds at Churchill not run quite as well. But she's a legitimate dirt horse. But isn't there an MTO that's okay? I'm guessing she's the favorite.
Altered Shot. It's like watching the Derby, the warm-up. The number 15 Altered Shot, who is 9-5.
Well, I guess they're going to make anybody who's an MTO the favorite. Is she really that good? Isn't the 5 supposed to be favored?
She's not. Second choice.
I like the 5 and 9 more.
Downtown Abbey.
I like the 5 and 9 more.
All right. Altered Shot with Tyler Gaffleone leading rider. He's built that big cushion in the standings. Intercontinental win here at Belmont on Friday. See what he can do here with Altered Shot as we get started with the Derby City 6 off the turf on the main track here at Churchill Downs. Travis Stone standing by with the call, 4th race. Churchill.
I called Seth and was telling him about.
Over to the rail to show the way, but Altered Shot is keen to go on and is right there, racing second. Honor That is 3 wide up into third. Little Mambo broke on top and is back to fourth. Margie's Kitchen within range fifth. The Club and Miners Queen. The quarter in 22-1. They come for the top of the stretch. Altered Shot grabs the lead off the turn. Altered Shot takes over and spurts away. 2 lengths clear. Little Mambo comes on. Margie's Kitchen is launching a rally down the center. Altered Shot clear by 2. Margie's Kitchen and Little Mambo in a good battle for second as they chase Altered Shot to the wire. Altered Shot scores by 2.5. Margie's Kitchen got second. Little Mambo was third. Designed by Kitten was fourth.
Main track only. Another victory for the leading rider, Tyler Gaffleone. Altered Shot for Greg Foley to kick off the Derby City 6 at Churchill Downs.
And another incorrect opinion by me. We should throw in there as this
I was going to leave that alone.
Should have been favored. Well, I'm always happy to admit when my opinions stink. Yeah, I thought she was a little overbet. She wasn't. She won for fun. It seemed like we were talking about during the race. Ferrantro was having some trouble with Little Mambo because I said, "Why is he taking the horse off?" And he said, "Is it him or the horse?"
I couldn't tell if it was him trying to get her off the pace or she just wasn't comfortable being there inside a horse.
Well, she didn't seem uncomfortable being inside of the eventual second place finish in the stretch, so she might be a horse that needs to be outside of horses.
Something to look at in the replay and something to keep in mind for her next appearance. As for Altered Shot, very sharp for Greg Foley. 3 straight victories. Breaks from the far outside and rolls at Churchill. This guy's barn is rolling. Chad Brown. Peter Brandt, the embrace. And what a story that was in the Just a Game campaign by Peter Brandt. Grade 1 victory. How good is Regal Glory? Sensational yesterday afternoon. Tribuvan, the long shot in the Manhattan. 3 Grade 1 victories for Brown on Belmont Stakes Saturday.
Catholic boy,
one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C, Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy, with a powerful performance, wins by 2.5.
The Club champion, Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Driller along the inside in second position. Here they come, spinning out of the turn. Secretariat now by 5 lengths.
Few horses have stood in esteemed stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, and all of them champions, legends of the sport.
And down the stretch they come. Unbridled takes command.
Who influenced the generations that followed. Today, stall number 1 belongs to Run Happy, who is looking to create champions in the generations to come.
Bold Ruler, Secretariat, Easy Goer, Unbridled, and then Run Happy. Each of those horses were North American champions at one point in their careers.
All in line, and they're off. Secretariat by 7. Secretariat 8 lengths. Fente just hand-guided him under the wire. He takes this in cover by 2.5 lengths.
You got to basically be a champion to live in that stall, and certainly Run Happy was. Whoever's after Run Happy will have to make sure he was a champion as well. Hopefully Run Happy will be able to keep his name on the door and add to the list of great horses that live in that stall.
Classy, versatile, Grade 1 winner, multiple services, Catholic Boy. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years, doing the usual unusually well. Churchill, big smile. Leading rider Tyler Gaffleone, high five. The victory on Altered Shot. 3 straight victories, Andy.
Yeah, she's in great form, and she was dominant in this race, really getting it done. I mean, a little bit of a trip for the 9, but never beating this horse.
15-4-9. Still have the Matt Wynn ahead with 3-year-olds featuring Cyberknife at Churchill Downs. Yesterday, the 8 Grade 1 events here at Belmont Park, and the biggest surprise on the afternoon took place just before the Belmont Stakes in the Grade 1 Manhattan. It looked like Chad Brown had him surrounded going in with 4 runners, and look at Tribhuvan, Andy, out there wheeling and dealing in complete command, turning for home. Did you know the race was over at that point?
Honestly, I knew it was over the half mile. I saw the fraction, and I'm not saying that. You know, you don't feel that way, and it's funny. Normally, when you see this kind of scenario when they turn for home, it's because some horse has gone way too fast, and you know he's going to get swallowed up by the 8th or to 16th pole. Look at this guy. He's still running through the wire. And knowing what he had done last year, and we'll get to that in a second, and knowing the kind of pace he set, there was never any point he was going to lose. And Manny rode it to perfection. He slowed it up, and then he opened him up. And that's the ride. Richie, I remember Richie winning a Grade 1 Migliore on a Kieran horse doing the same thing here. And I think it was like the Joe Hirsch, the Man of War in the fall. But what I didn't understand, I talked about this in the Prado before the race. This horse had run second to domestic spending. setting a much faster pace in this race last year and ahead of Gufo. Well, there were no domestic spendings in yesterday's race. David Aragona made an 8-1 morning line. Yeah, it was a bad line, and David's the best morning line maker there is because at the end of the day, he was at 20-1. But I don't know how anybody could have possibly thought this horse would go off at that
No,
price.
for a couple of days, you built a strong case for Tribuvan. Channel maker not breaking, we discussed this at the top of the show, you didn't think had played a big impact in how the race unfolded, and Tribuvan making that easy lead.
I think that the reason people think that it might have made a difference, and listen, my opinions are my opinions. I think they're absolutes, but they're not absolutes, is because Channel Maker was in front of him in the Sword Dancer last year. But I believe that Chad Brown and they made a mistake in worrying he couldn't get the 1.5 miles and wanting to rate him along and not contentious. Some horses, you just got to let them roll, and you got to let the dice fall as they may. And the reason the Tribuvan ran poorly at Churchill is the reason that 7 of the 9 horses, including the horse who was last and came back to win a stake at Monmouth, ran poorly. They didn't handle that course. He was down on the inside, the worst place to be. So his last race didn't bother me, and the Breeders' Cup Turf was a complete pace meltdown. He wasn't winning that race. Every other race he ran yesterday before that was good enough to win the race yesterday, and he was 20-1.
So for Chad Brown, it was Jack Christopher and the Woody Stevens, Tribuvan in the Manhattan, and in the Justa game, Regal Glory, and how good she is, how sharp she is at the head of the class in terms of turf females in middle distance racing.
You know, maybe some worry top of the stretch that she wasn't engaging, and I was watching it with Greg, and I said, Jose hasn't even asked this filly to run yet. And the second he asked her, she just took off, and she's been brilliant. She actually kind of tipped her hand in this race, and it reminds me of Forever Together, who tipped her hand with a third-place finish in this race before she went on the tear that led her to Breeders' Cup wins.
Diana, Breeders' Cup.
Right, she won the Diana next start and paid $18. She got left in this race last year, and there's a very reasonable case that she could have won that day if she didn't. And what she impressed me the most with her was her Della Rose win and that race down in Florida, because she won those races in slow-paced races with wide trips where she was against every part of the way the race was run, and she still won. You don't do that unless you're an exceptional racehorse.
Emphatic. Jose Ortiz at the wire, his 2 Grade 1 wins. Peter Brandt, how special is this one for him? He campaigned Justa game and to win the Justa game yesterday afternoon with Regal Glory.
I saw Peter in the boxes yesterday. I was with some people, and he was rolling by, and I said, I obviously know Peter a little bit, and I said, oh, congratulations, that was so great. He had a smile on his face. I mean, he was so happy. It was just great to see, and he's such a good sport for the game. You think about my sister Charlie, when he kept her in training, and she didn't run well in her last year. He could have bred her, got another foal. He wants to run them. He kept this filly train. He was going to retire her. He wants to run them, and it's great to see it happening. And she's fabulous, and perhaps winning the 4-star Dave against the boys.
Saw a female beat the boys a couple of years back in the 4-star Dave. We'll see if that happens again at Saratoga this summer. Acacia, so many memorable performances, superstar standouts we saw yesterday afternoon. What was your favorite moment, favorite performance of yesterday's Belmont program?
I don't know if it was necessarily my favorite performance overall, but I think a favorite race stretch battle was in the Ogden Phipps, and obviously I'm a huge Latruska fan. The pace that was set between her and Search Results was her undoing. Search Results still holding on very gamely after that battle with the champ, but the performance that we saw from Malathaat and Clairiere dueling down to the wire, they made this some horse race, and these kinds of stretch battles just make racing so exciting. And hey, it was a short field. Look at the race that we got as a result. Clairiere is a horse that I think has really taken that proverbial step forward as a 4-year-old, and she's been sitting on getting one of these big races. She did win Grade 1 last year, but I know a race like the Ogden Phipps, so important for her and for her connections. This one owned by Stone Street Stables, bred as well. And I think it's important to point out that Malathaat, running in the Shadwell colors, she was also bred by Stone Street Stables. And so to see those two fillies dueling down to the wire, and the performance and the heart between the two of them, I thought made it a very exciting and a thrilling rendition of this year's Ogden Phipps.
So many layers to that race, to that story. Andy, in the Ogden Phipps, what did you learn after the way everything unfolded, the pace, and in the end, this beautifully bred filly, Clairiere, getting that Grade 1 win?
I picked Clairiere, so I wasn't unhappy she won, but I'll tell you what, if Search Results keeps running against these horses, they'll never beat her again. if she runs
She
the race
ran
she ran yesterday.
so well.
Yeah, it was one of the best losing performances I've seen in a Grade 1 race in a long, long time.
Incredible performance from her, and Clarier taking full advantage. Want to finish there from Joel Rosario in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. And by the way, got stormy. 2-time 4-star Dave winner. Appeared in the race 3 times.
She was
beat the boys twice. And second 2 years back.
She's kind of like had a DeHaas thing, right? She won it 1 year, and then 2 years later she came back to win it. But she was second in the middle. Yeah, that was incredible what she won last year. I remember talking to Mark Cassidy on Derby Day. He told me I don't know what to do with her when
we
she ran
thought
so
she was
badly
washed
that
up.
day.
Yeah. Wayne beats the boys in the 4-star day. We'll see about Regal Glory moving forward and all of those performances yesterday, what it means in the summer and at Saratoga this summer. We're going to say goodbye to our Fox Sports 2 viewers. Our coverage continues on YouTube. We will see you later on this afternoon at 4:30 with stakes racing still ahead from Churchill Downs. Cyberknife in his first start since the Kentucky Derby. America's Day at the Races at 4:30. We'll see you then. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Live look at Belmont Park the day after Mo Donegal took down the 154th running of the Belmont Stakes. The Sunday program rolls on. Acacia Clement, Andy Serling, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. And coming up next, 4th race, horses on the track, field and updated odds, scratch numbers 1, 2, and 5, $50,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime on the Widener Turf Course. Listed as good. Fillies and mares, mile and a 16th, and a heavy favorite to deal with, Andy. Maybe later. Wow, 3-5.
Right, and this race came off the turf, which is the
Off
reason
the
for the
turf.
scratches. And I just want to say that Lafitte is now actually realizing a dream, a life dream. You said to me when you came to work here, you were hoping one day to become a YouTube star. No, I'm just glad I could be here for that moment for you.
Can we? I mean,
look at you. You're just glowing.
This is what I've been waiting for.
Yeah, well,
to be with you. And
dreams come true when you're
star.
hanging out with me. It's just, it's an inevitability. And for me as well, hanging out with me. Listen, the 4-horse, maybe later. I mean, she was the perfect horse for this race. Win or lose, she was, and we got some rain earlier, and that's why it came off. We're one race in each course, the 5th and 8th races, because it was anticipated even to be more rain. She's going to be the favorite in the dirt and turf in this race, and she's sort of equitalented. She sometimes lags a little back. She seemed to have a little speed last time, but she's running against horses like Honey Money last time, would be 1-9 in this field, and she not only has sort of okay dirt form. Nobody else in this race has any reasonable dirt form whatsoever.
Turning out to be a gorgeous day now here in Elmont, New York, as they get set for the 4th race, Acacia. The pick 6 starts here as we look at an 18-1 shot, Miss Invincible, but all eyes on maybe later, 1-2. What are you noticing?
Absolutely. Just for what Andy said, the horses that she was facing, second to a very talented runner in Boston Post Road last time out, or 2 starts back, I should say. And while I do actually prefer her on the turf, at least she can boast a scheduled dirt race victory. It was on a muddy track at Colonial, but she can handle either surface. Her weight looks terrific. She's very, very strong in here, and I think no matter what, the drop in class should suit her well. The 6 Vintage Girls first off the claim for Jimmy Ryerson, and she's a filly that's been very difficult throughout her career. She's really tough to get the tack on, really, really sharp pre-race, and maybe just a horse that lacks a lot of focus. While she was still energetic back in the paddock and on track, she's actually a little bit better in here today. She's a little bit girthy, I think, too, in that she doesn't like the way that girth, that strap that holds the saddle on under her belly feels, and she reacts pretty badly to that. But she's doing all right as they've added the shadow roll to her piece of equipment, that fleece above the noseband that most Jimmy Ryerson horses do. She's handled the Tapeta and run well against lesser on dirt. We'll see if she can make a dent here. Lafitte?
Acacia, thanks so much. Andy, I know that with the off-the-turf races, you find opportunity when the races are sometimes wagered, perhaps improperly. This one, though, it feels like a stretch to pivot from maybe later.
Listen, maybe later may not win here. I'm not saying, somebody may step up, something may happen. But I can't see anything about anybody else in the field that says to me, I want to bet that horse. And so there it is. I'm single to her in the pick 5 that looks like it's about to pay about $6.
But a win.
If she wins.
A win is a win. If.
You know what's a better win? Tribufin.
That's a better win.
Yes, right. They pay for some bad opinions, which I've had plenty.
They're off.
And they're off. Runaway Rocket from the outside. Goes out for the early lead. Quickly opens by a length and a half. Maybe later. Now moves up. And down on the inside is Miss Invincible, Vintage Girl, the early trailer in fourth. It is Runaway Rocket, the leader here by a length. And the big favorite, Maybe Later, sits in second. Miss Invincible next in third, 5 lengths. Back to Vintage Girl as the 4 fillies continue up the backstretch through a quarter in 23-2 over the good main track. Runaway Rocket by 3/4 of a length. Maybe Later on the outside second. It's now 3.5 lengths back to Miss Invincible and another 6 to Vintage Girl. Runaway Rocket holding on to the lead here over Maybe Later. The half went in 46 seconds. It is Runaway Rocket on top. Maybe Later still chasing in second. Big break. Back to Miss Invincible and then Vintage Girl. They're midway around the far turn. Runaway Rocket by a half length. Maybe Later on the outside. 8 lengths to the 2 trailers, Miss Invincible and Vintage Girl. Runaway Rocket is still the leader with 1/4 mile to the finish. Runaway Rocket in front now by 2. Maybe Later in second. Runaway Rocket comes into the stretch with the lead. Maybe Later is all out in second. Runaway Rocket by 2.5 lengths. Maybe Later in second. They're moving for the 16th pole. Runaway Rocket trying to go wire to wire here. She's got the lead over Maybe Later. She's drifting out a bit, but still in front. Runaway Rocket, Maybe Later. Runaway Rocket does it under Trevor McCarthy. Maybe Later was second to complete the exacta.
Not exactly a driving finish, but Runaway Rocket does win this 4th race at Belmont Park, closing at 3-1. First after the claim, Tom Morley. Congrats, Tom and Maggie. Runaway Rocket in an upset.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, her one dirt race while against a good horse and travel column was absolutely abysmal. Did no running whatsoever at a big price, but she really turned things around here. I obviously not think it was a stellar race, but congrats to Tom. It's a different performance you would have expected because it was an honest pace, and she just never stopped running.
Any excuses? Maybe Later, just underperformed.
Second best.
Second best, Runaway Rocket. Rainbows and Racing Stable LLC into Mischief Filly. Second lifetime victory, deep stretch. Trevor McCarthy going to work. Looking for that wire. Where's the wire? She is able to hold on. Runaway Rocket repels Maybe Later. Takes down this 4th race. Belmont Park 7-4, 6-3 results when we come back.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
All right, so an objection here at Belmont Park involving the top two finishers. Runaway Rocket over maybe later. Trainer's objection here, Andy.
Well, that will be dismissed, as much as I love Bruce Brown.
Was it just dismissed?
Yes.
That was quick.
Well, I mean, hey, I'm a fan of Bruce. He's a good guy, but I don't know what he just sounds like frustration to me, and I get it. It's a frustrating game.
I didn't. Did you see anything?
No. But I didn't see the head-on.
See Tom Morley celebrating a win. Runaway Rocket. Here's the head-on. Runaway Rocket in front, the favorite.
It's also clear.
Maybe later trying to reel her in.
But she's also clear. I mean, I don't think she's ever on her flank at this point. Okay.
This is the first time we're looking at this.
Well, first of all, this is not hurting because she drifted on her own. I am the biggest advocate that hurting should be adjudicated. I don't know what. This was not hurting.
No harm, no foul. Beverly McCarthy, Tom Morley discussing the win. Rainbows and Racing Stable LLC. Runaway Rocket victorious first after the claim here. Belmont Park. Back at Churchill Downs, getting ready for the pick 5. A little bit later on, the Matt Wynn 3-year-olds, Cyberknife, Howling Time. Here, good allowance race, $80,000 allowance optional claimer, $141,000 purse. We start with W.W. Fitzy and Ricardo Santana.
Well, this Illinois bred will be competing for $82,000 purse. It's $59,600, a little less. We'll see. She ran well enough behind Misty Vale as the two at Tom's horse. Not impossible.
By a Belmont winner, tonalist. There's Misty Vale, as you mentioned, Maggie Moss, 9-2 currently.
She can overcome her trainer. She can definitely win this race. She's been in very good form, but she did lose by 5+ lengths, the favorite, 2 back.
See that one coming from a mile away. The Mary Rose odds-on favorite. John Ed Anthony's Shortleaf Stable in from Oaklawn, the Arkansas bred.
That's my concern. You know, she's never won a race outside of Oaklawn Park, and I stupidly picked her in the Houston Ladies Classic. And she just stopped. You don't think her race before that, the race after it, gave her a chance? Pauline's Pearl developed in Pauline's Pearl. She got beat 100 lengths in the race, and you look at her 2 races out of town. Now, one was on synthetic. I wouldn't take 4 to 5 that she's going to run as well outside of Oaklawn. I don't know.
Will Secret, some back class for Wayne Lucas.
Well, she's obviously the dangerous horse. I mean, she's runs against the best horses in her division.
Grade 1 appearances. Will Secret. Yep. My bet's on the outside.
My bet's is the rank outsider here. I'm surprised it's not more than 10 to 1. You ever been to Thistledown? She ran at Thistledown.
I haven't been to Thistledown.
We got to go.
Have you been to Thistledown? Why don't we have a
We'll go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Yeah.
We had a replay that you showed from Turfway.
Why don't we have a Thistledown
Why don't
replay?
you have a Thistledown replay?
Because I didn't really do my job as well as I should have.
Paul,
Disappoint everybody.
Day after the Belmont, Andy is flat out slacking, just slacking here. Help me out.
Andy's never slacking. He's the only guy I've ever met before that could do replays while doing the show. He's the best multitasker I've ever met in my entire life. So we'll get that out of the way. So I'll give Andy a little props. Let's get to race number 5. And again, we're agreeing way too much. I'm in agreement with Andy. When you get to the 3, I cannot take a horse that's 4 to 5. And every single race that this horse has ran at Oaklawn Park has been a monstrous race. You look at the other races at Indiana, 2 to 1, did not run well. Colonial off the turf event at 9 to 5, lost. If you look at the other race at Sam Houston, got beat by Pauline's Pearl by a lot. Maybe this is just a horse that loves Oaklawn Park. Now, when you look at the other 2 entrants in here, the 1 and the 2, what gives here? Which horse is going to go to the front end and which horse is going to get loose? Are they going to battle? I do agree that the Mary Rose will get a good trip, but I'm going to go with Dwayne Lucas, on the 5 here. I just think that the 1, 2, and 3 could go at it here early. Will Secret. It's no secret that Willis Horton has transferred all of his horses from Dallas Stewart to the Dwayne Lucas barn. And this is a horse that has been running against, have you heard of Malathot and Clariere and some other horses? I don't think there's any horse flesh in here as good as those, and I will take the Dwayne Lucas runner. I'm against the 3 in here, and I get it. She's the horse to beat by far on numbers, but I can't take 4 to 5.
Your concern's not unfounded as far as Andy's concerned, Paulie, with the Mary Rose here and trying to prove that she can be as effective outside of Oaklawn Park.
I mean, I think it's a reasonable question, and as you know, I am not one of those big horse-for-horse guys,
Right.
but, you know, she just doesn't. And listen, obviously she wasn't going to beat Pauline's Pearls, and I'm not defending it because I made a bad pick in the race. I make plenty of them. She just stopped, you know, after running, and then she goes back to Oaklawn, and she runs brilliantly. Okay, she didn't run well in synthetic, and she's not going to be crazy beautiful anyway, but she didn't run a step there, and then she goes back to Oaklawn, she runs brilliantly. I want to see her run these kind of races, even before she was running better races at Oaklawn. So I want to see it to believe it. I'm not taking even money. You know what? I hope she runs well, and, you know, always I like to see those short leaf colors and the history of Lob Lolly's stable and John and Anthony with all those great horses. Cox's Ridge, who I saw race when I first got into the game.
Demons Be
Yeah,
Gone.
so many
Pine
of them.
Bluff.
Yeah, I love Pine Bluff. It was a big
He was
Demons
good.
Be Gone,
He
too.
was
A big
good.
fan of him, too.
Bled in the Derby as the favorite. Post time for the 5th. Travis Stone standing by.
And they're off. Stutter step start for WW Fitzy. The Mary Rose bounces out on top and quickly establishes the lead. Misty Vale is hustled through toward the inside with an opportunity toward the rail to come up on through and challenge, and she does just that. Misty Vale sent on for speed and grabs the lead. The Mary Rose defers back into second. WW Fitzy recovers up to be third. Will Secrets racing fourth, and it's 5 or 6 back to My Bets to Trailer. Single file heading to the backstretch run. Misty Vale showing the way. Leads by a length and a half. The Mary Rose tracking intently from second. Just 2 lengths clear of WW Fitzy on the outside in third. The opening quarter goes in a moderate 23 and 3/5 seconds. So it is Misty Vale down the backstretch run. The Mary Rose is keyed up and into the bit, seconded outside and a little bit closer heading to the half-mile pole. WW Fitzy is 3 lengths farther back in third. Will Secret started to make some progress down inside fourth. My Bets is still the trailer. Round the far turn, the Mary Rose coming with a bid now. Up alongside of Misty Vale and these 2 knockheads round the far turn. The Mary Rose with a confident ride heading to the quarter pole assumes control and does so willingly. Opening up a length and a half. Misty Vale down inside. WW Fitzy third outside. Racing for the mid-stretch marker. The Mary Rose shaken up on the lead now. Misty Vale's re-rallying down toward the rail, and WW Fitzy's coming down the center. It's now WW Fitzy in front. Misty Vale's into second. The Mary Rose is back to third. It will be WW Fitzy. Wins it by a length and a half. Misty Vale was second. The Mary Rose settles for third, and My Bets was fourth.
Things didn't work out for Lone Rock in the Brooklyn, but for Flying P Stable and Robertino Diodoro, a win here at Churchill Downs. WW Fitzy on the outside with Ricardo Santana.
And I think the concerns that all of us had about the favorite were well-founded. She looked like she was cruising to victory. I mean, she had Tom's horse. I mean, Tom's horse was finished. And I kid, but I'm even sure Tom said, well, we got no shot. We're done. And she even came back and beat her for second. And WW Fitzy, who turned the tables on Misty Vale, ran second to her last time out. That was a pitched battle. And now that I'm thinking about it, I remember that race because WW Fitzy looked home. Yep. And it was over. And I remember it was one of those Oaklawn races where Misty Vale just got her the last stride. So she is a horse for course for Belmont, for Oaklawn. Mary
Upset
Rose.
Churchill, 1, 2, 3, 6, 6-1, and an upset here, all things considered, for Tom Morley. That victory with Trevor McCarthy and Runaway Rocket 880 in that small field.
All smiles in the winner's circle for Tom. Congrats to Tom. And I mean, he's part of the family. I mean, we've adopted Tom. We get Maggie.
Always
we get
happy
Tom
to see
too.
him win.
For
Absolutely.
better or for worse. We've got Maggie, so we've got the good part. We'll take Tom. It's together. It's a good deal for us. You know.
That will wrap things up for Andy and I did want to ask you one question before we said goodbye. The Triple Crown now in our rearview mirror. The Derby upset and the early voting in the Preakness, and yesterday with Todd Pletcher, a 4th Belmont win, Mo Donegal. What's your biggest takeaway from this year's Triple Crown?
You know, it's interesting. I thought that Paul made a good point. It's a long way to go, but oddly, the leader of the division is Mo Donegal, because he won the Wood Memorial. He beat early voting, and he won a Triple Crown race. Rich Strike is no longer a leader of that division.
I won't argue.
He's Derby winner. And I'm a big early voting fan. Now, I'm not saying that he's going to beat those horses going forward, but I think it does make an interesting situation. I don't think we saw the brilliance of Jack Christopher, and I think it puts a bow on a very interesting part of the year. The Triple Crown is a doorway to the rest of the year in a way, and I think the Belmont Stakes is the perfect closure to it, because not only is it the closure of the Triple Crown, and we look forward to the Haskell, the Jim Dandy, the Travers, later races during the year, but also all the great races we ran here. Seeing Flightline, can he stretch out in the Pacific Classic? Seeing Jack Christopher, can he stretch out in the Haskell? Seeing the fillies in the show they put on the Phipps, what happens in the Personal Ensign, the races later. I mean, from what we saw yesterday, it's going to be a heck of a year going forward. Jackie's Warrior going to Saratoga. All these horses, I mean, it just gets you more and more excited for Saratoga. Can the Travers Day card at Saratoga be more incredible than last year? It will be for me. I'll actually be there.
One of the yeah, stay healthy. Stay healthy. Stay healthy this year.
Bothering you all day.
That'll wrap things up for us. For Andy Serling, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Our coverage does continue here from Belmont Park. Still have the 3-year-olds in the Matt Wynn at Churchill Downs. Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile coming up next as America's Day at the Races continues.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer.
ESL teacher. I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing.
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. I'm Maggie Wolfendale, joining you from the beautiful Belmont Park paddock, as we do have horses in the paddock for today's 5th race. We're on the turf course listed as good, and we see a prohibitive favorite in the Chad Brown trainee. That is Capital Structure, returning off the layoff dating back to August in Saratoga. And that race, first of all, she is a mare now that has a lot of gaps in her form, as this is only the 7th start of her career. And watching that last race, which was contested over yielding ground, and arguably it was her worst performance to date. We have a course listed as good. Now, it is good. It's not as yielding and wet and soggy as it was that day up in Saratoga. But still, you got to call that into question for a very short price favorite. And while she looks incredibly fit here, and she's a mare that has come a long way mentally. She used to get really kind of revved up before her races, and since 3 into 4 and then now 4 into 5, she's chilled out a bit. And I do like the fact that actually watching her at first around this paddock, I was like, well, she looks fit, but she looks as though she needs to strengthen it. And then as soon as they've done the overgirth up, she just blew herself up. So the more I watch her, the more I actually do like her. And the company lines that she's kept do make her the proverbial classiest horse in this field, though, like I said, little concerned about the course given the fact that she was virtually, she wasn't persevered with in that last race. As we'll move on to the inside with number 4, Princess Fazia. She'll go first off the claim for trainer Rob Atras, and she's back out to a more preferable distance, at least from my vantage point. This is a big, rangy filly that I just think she kind of gets caught out going the six furlongs. She needs a moment to find her stride, to get into a rhythm, and I think going longer allows her to do that. As last time out, she was fairly wide throughout a race, which the more inside runners performed better, but she did stay on well. Again, staying on well indicates that she wants to go farther. And Rob picks her up. Physically, she looked great coming back to the races. But again, she does look that much more fit and that much stronger. As we just got the Riders Up call here, but calling into the show, we need to welcome Greg Wolf and Anthony Stabile to our third floor clubhouse studios. Guys.
Thank you for the nice welcome, Maggie. Good to be here day after the Belmont Stakes. Good to see you. Tremendous day of racing, start to finish yesterday, and great to see that crowd on hand as well.
Some fantastic performances, a wonderful renewal of the Test of the Champion to wrap the 2022 Triple Crown. And then, of course, we're here today, but truth of the matter is minds, eyes, a lot of hearts, too, start looking north to Saratoga now.
What performance stood out to you the most yesterday?
Boy, Jack Christopher, and I think we need to give Johnny I a lot of credit. John and Brielle had a fantastic day yesterday, but the Woody would be impressed or proud line.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, we saw some good performances yesterday, and there are some nice 3-year-olds out there. I don't know how far he's going to go, but I don't know if we have a more talented 3-year-old in this crop than Jack Christopher. That was dominant yesterday.
Looked like, yeah, he is the best 3-year-old in the country with that performance. Looks like onto the Haskell, and then the plan, the Travers, assuming he can get 2 turns. We will find out. Back at Churchill Downs, late pick 5 begins with an upset. WW Fitzy, who was beat by Misty Vale last time out, likes to be forward, was nowhere near the front in this race. The very formidable the Mary Rose was. She backs up, but WW Fitzy comes from off the pace to get the win.
Ricardo Santana Jr. with a little bit of a balcony move that Belmont Park would be proud of. Right down the crown of the track here, you see those familiar Flying P, the pink and black of Jay Provenzano. Straight down the center, Ricardo keeping her mind to her business and getting the job done with the 6-year-old mare. Like you said, Greg, she had been beaten by a lot of the fillies and mares she faced today, but she's able to turn a bunch of tables this afternoon.
Well, 2 of her last 3 starts, yeah, I mean, she was the Mary Rose. She was no match for her. It looked like she couldn't lose against Misty Vale last start, and then she came and just got by her in the last jump. That's a big win for her. $15 for the win. As you said, owned by Flying P Stable. Robertino Diodoro, Ricardo Santana Jr. Back to New York. Race 5 starts the late pick 5 here in Elmont, New York, and we start with Evie Jets. Eric Cancel, Mercan Cantermasi.
Looking for her first win at Belmont in her 7th attempt. She has a little speed and wondering if she's aggressive under Eric from that inside draw this afternoon.
Giggle factor. She got a good figure for that race last time out. She got to do it pretty slow on the front end.
Yeah, where did that performance come from? A buyer figure that's about 10 points higher than anything else she had ever produced. Now, there was some give in the ground that day. We have some give today, and her overall form over courses labeled good is pretty good.
Get her Carmouche on Princess Fazia for Rob Atras.
Yeah, formidable foe off the claim, Rob Atras. They jammed this horse for the same price. Gone almost 2 months. She loves Belmont Park. 4 of her 5 wins have come here at Belmont.
And with who this Chad Brown 5-year-old mare has faced, La Dragon T, Virginia Joy, she just towers over this group. She's 3-5.
Duopoly going to Vegas, sharing. There's 3 more Grade 1 winners. Yeah, if she shows up, she's going to be really, really tough. We haven't seen her since August, just 3 races in a year and a half. And like Maggie pointed out, that was over yielding ground last out. It's not the same course, but you wonder if she doesn't like to give.
And Angel Palm outside Manny Franco. Brad Cox went gate to wire at Belmont on the stretch out last start, and another one that earned a very big figure doing it.
Yeah, much like Giggle Factory. Where did that fig come from last time? At least she has a little bit of possible reasoning with the blinkers coming off for the first time in 4 starts. She was making just her 2nd start in the U.S., first going long, and we'll see how much company Evie Jets keeps Angel Palm on the front end this afternoon.
Well, let's take a look at Capital Structure. 3-5 favorite. This was back on April 23rd of last year when she just missed against Virginia Joy by less than a length.
Yeah, Virginia Joy came back. She's a Grade 2 stakes winner now. She's accomplished. Even the Cristal, who she beat that day, a nice filly from the John Kimmel barn. for third. Yeah, I mean, if she shows up with any of her races, Greg, 2 and 3 back, the race 4 back even makes her a major player in here. But those races 2 and 3 back, between the company she kept and the performances she gave, is going to put her right in the winner's circle off the long layoff.
And by the way, a win here from that pilot, Irad Ortiz Jr., he draws even with Dylan Davis at the meet. Welcome to those just joining us on America's Day at the Races. I would hope he'd get his own parking spot. 4 Belmont Stakes wins for Todd Pletcher. Completed the exacta yesterday with Mo Donegal and Nest, the filly. Our program today brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, we'll look back at that tremendous performance in the Belmont from the Wood Memorial winner and the filly who stumbled out of the gate as well. Greg Wolf alongside Anthony Stabile. We have the late pick 5 coming up here in New York and a late pick 4 next at Churchill Downs.
Love all the multi-race action. Yeah, we got 9 races coming your way. It's like a full day at the races. We got 9 fresh ones for you, Greg.
I wouldn't even think Pletcher would need that sign. You just don't, nobody parked there. That's his spot. We don't need a sign, you just know.
I also wish that it would say parking for TAP, like his saddle towels would have. I don't think you need to say Todd Pletcher necessarily.
You can play all the action coming up today. We are a minute to post in this late pick 5 in New York. Pick 4 Churchill's about 17 minutes away with Naira Bets. Use that code right there, match200 for new members. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus at nairabets.com or on the Naira Bets app. Play with us all summer long. This meet, we got, about a month left, and then it's upstate to the spa. It's Saratoga.
4 weeks. 4 weeks left. Come on out.
This pick 5, many singling this one right here. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, Irad Ortiz Jr. had a pretty fun Saturday afternoon here in Elmont. Was odds on, has actually gone up from 3 to 5 to even money.
Yeah, you know, I think she's going to get the job done today. Am I rushing to my Naira Bets account to take her at even money? No. But I'm a pick 5 player, and I'm making a pick 5 today. I'm doing it as we speak, actually. And you're obviously using her. And if she shows up with her races 2 and 3 back, like we said earlier, Greg, she's gonna win. But between the give and the ground and the break, you know, Maggie brought up a good point with the give and the ground. We just, when she ran that poorly, and she's been gone for so long, you just don't know if it was the ground, if it was something going amiss. Maybe
pretty good
both.
company, too.
Yeah, and it was unbelievable company, yeah, absolutely.
For those just joining us, I'm going to head down to Maggie Wolfendale for the first time since you've been aboard. Hi, Maggie.
Hey, Greg. I have some question marks about Capital Structure. I'm definitely not going to be surprised when she wins here. Like Anthony has mentioned, you have to use her protectively as a horse in those sequential bets. But do you feel that confident at a very short price? I'd be willing to take a stab elsewhere. And I really, really like Princess Fausia coming, not necessarily off the claim, but just getting back out in distance where, you know, you have many horses or a few in here coming in off wins where they dominate on the front end through slow paces, such as Giggle Factory, such as Angel Palm, who I even liked last time, but I don't know if I love her here because I don't like the added ground, and I don't know if she gets the lead from the far outside post. So why not take a horse that you know can sit right off of it in number 1, Evie Jets as well? I thought she ran incredibly well. First off the bench as a 4-year-old, she did have the benefit of saving all the ground until the top of the lane, but she was blocked for most of the stretch, and once she found a hole, she stayed on well. Though she stayed on her inside lead, you know, would love to see that switch this time around, but she's also a filly that, you know, carries her conditioning, and she's a big girl. She gets into her feed tub quite nicely, as I can see. But she kind of needs a start to get going, I think. She looks a picture of health out there for Mert King Cantormasi. And I just feel like on the turf, a lot of times, these connections do tend to get overlooked, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Back down to odds-on favoritism with Capital Structure as you look at Angel Palm. So we know that the 6 Angel Palm on the stretch out was on the lead for Brad Cox with Manny Franco. Manny back aboard again today. Giggle Factory, showed that speed last time as well. Who do you expect to be in front as we look at Angel Palm's last out effort?
The funny thing, Greg, is I think Evie Jets is faster than both of them early, but intense. And if we're being honest here, if you tell me that Eric Hansel, Dylan Davis, or Manny Franco are going to go to the lead, the way they've been riding lately, Manny's been really aggressive. I think Angel Palm will be on the lead. I think Evie Jets should be on the lead.
I'm not sure the 4 is not going to be on the lead. Princess Fozzie is actually stretching out from sprints, and you see that, talk about intent, you see that 3-furlong drill June 5th. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
And the rough. From the inside, it is Evie Jets going for the lead. And then comes Giggle Factory, who's racing in second. Moving up there on the outside is Angel Palm. Princess Fozia, a bit rank here in the early going. Capital Structure is the early trailer and had to steady there at the back. Evie Jets leads 3/4 of a length. Giggle Factory, the gray on the outside, in second by 2 lengths. Then it's the duo of Princess Fozia and Angel Palm. And Capital Structure, the even money favorite, remains 5th. 6 lengths from pace-setting Evie Jets, who ran the opening quarter in 25 seconds over the good turf, with Giggle Factory on the outside and running in second. As they continue up the backstretch, it is Evie Jets by a half length. Giggle Factory running in second, length and a half, to Princess Fozia, who is on the inside of Angel Palm. Capital Structure at the back of the pack in 5th. It is Evie Jets, who ran the half in 49 2. Evie Jets, 3/4 of a length. Giggle Factory runs in second. Angel Palm, Princess Fozia, they remain right together, 3rd and 4th. And now Capital Structure begins to move a bit on the extreme outside. It is Evie Jets, Giggle Factory. Angel Palm is in 3rd. Princess Fozia down towards the hedge. And on the far outside is Capital Structure. 3/4 went in 1, 13 3 as they move for the 8th pole now. Evie Jets digging down on the inside. Giggle Factory is right there. Those two are heads apart, and Giggle Factory now has the lead. Giggle Factory, a serious run today to get the victory by a half length over Evie Jets. It was Giggle Factory at odds of 6-1 with Dylan Davis.
Giggle Factory, she took a huge move forward last time out. She backs it up. Dylan Davis meets leading rider, adds one more to get a little bit of a cushion on Irad Ortiz Jr. She did it differently as well. Nice call. Evie Jets was the one in front.
Yeah, shot right off of Evie Jets in here. Angel Palm, they tried to switch tactics today from that outside post 5 draw in the short field, took her off the pace. This is what happens when you're forward, Greg. Good things happen. Evie Jets goes. Giggle Factory, they run 1-2 essentially around the racetrack in the last 16th of a mile. Giggle Factory wears her down. Again, this is the second start in a row where there's been some give in the ground for Giggle Factory, and easily her 2 best efforts of her career.
2-1, 4-5, 6-1 start to the late pick 5. And, you know, not just beating an even money favorite, a Chad Brown even money favorite that a lot of people may have singled in here. It's going to play big in the pick 5.
Yeah, she plays bigger than 6-1 in the pick 5. She probably plays as the longest price on the board because Evie just looked like she was some speed. It was first-time actress off the claim for Princess Fozia, and then Capital Structure and Angel Palm made a ton of sense. Boy, both favorites, real disappointing in here. No real, no mustard rally from either.
Giggle Factory, Tom Albertrani, Dylan Davis, and again a 6-1 start to the late pick 5 still to come. Cyberknife went off around 15-1 in the Kentucky Derby. Things did not go his way for the Arkansas Derby winner. Brad Cox and company, they're going to regroup. He returns in the Grade 3 Matt win in the feature later today from Churchill Downs.
Idle perfectly timed. Idle gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on FS2, Bally Sports Southern California. Program brought to you where you could play all the action in Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, and get signed up and started. Play along. Giggle Factory starts the late pick 5 here in New York. Dylan Davis, owned by Robert Masiello, and Tom Albertrani trains back-to-back wins for this 5-year-old mare.
Yeah, and being forward, I cannot stress this enough. Being forward is a good thing. And the 2 longest shots on the board were the 2 that set the pace in here. And they had this, I mean, Greg, at any point, it did not look like any of the back markers were going to make a dent on these 2 horses. Nobody was able to put any kind of a rally together, and that was in part because they were able to kind of establish a basic and a pedestrian enough pace. And the 2 long shots, look at that, $40 exacta for $1 in a 5-horse field.
It's pretty darn good. 2-1-4 finish. Early pick 5 comes back just shy $500. And a nice start again to that late pick 5 if you happen to have Giggle Factory as we head back to Churchill Downs. Coming through that tunnel, Post Parade up next in probably the most wide open race of this pick 4 and the pick 5, which started a race earlier. Maiden special weight, 6 furlongs. And here's Drink the Wind. Speed and backed up at Del Mar last summer in the debut. We haven't seen him since.
Even money favorite back in July, kitchen sink. Wayne Catalano's the new trainer, fresh Lasix, gelding. Florent Giroux rides for the first time. Not really taking any money, though.
Seal Beach, Mike Maker trains, Joe Talamo rides.
He's had a bunch of chances, half dozen to be exact. Cuts back from the 2-turn short stretch mile to 6 furlongs. We haven't seen this horse in 6 months.
Second to Epicenter, 2 starts back, and he's 8-1 right now. C4 Steve Asmussen, another one that showed a little bit of talent in the debut.
Yeah, a little speed as well. Cuts back from the 6.5, goes 6 now. Gets a rider change to Brian Hernandez Jr. This one is taking a smidge of money at 5-1.
Spankster, start number 3, moves to the D. Wayne Lucas barn.
Yeah, first start for the coach. Cuts back from the 6.5, finished second at 4.5-1 last time out. Another one who has a chance.
Plausible Denial has run some big numbers, but 2 seconds, 2/3, and 5 starts now.
Shed blinkers and Lasix last time after a couple of tries with the Lasix. The blinkers actually were on 3 back. We'll see if this horse can move forward off the return to sprinting last out.
7 went by. Love the way he looks on a twirling candy for Brendan Walsh, and here's the 8 California Express.
Yeah, that was one of the handful of first. There's Thatch. Here's another one, a son of Straight Fire. They gelded for debut. Gets Lasix and Gabe Saez.
39-1 double spun.
Cuts back off being pulled up on the turf at Keeneland. Gets a pair of blinkers and a new rider for his dirt debut.
31-1, guaranteed spec, first-timer.
Here, just 4 ho-hum workouts. Son of Caraconti out of Mr. Sidney Mayer. You'd think this horse has turf in his future for sure.
And Tebow, the dam actually produced Takeover Target, multiple graded stakes winner, routing on the grass and went over 800,000.
Yeah, this one, though, has a bullet work on the dirt. An overall pretty good work tab locally at Keeneland, about 65 miles away. And we'll see if this is a turf prep as well. You mentioned his stakes-winning brother, Takeover Target.
So 2 minutes to post here in a race that kicks off this pick 4. Let's look at Plausible Denial. Jimmy DeVito trains on a Pioneer of the Nile. And this was back on May 20th. Last time out was a favorite, been the beaten favorite in each of the last 3 starts, ran second.
Yeah, you know, this was a pretty small field, just a 7-horse field. And you see the gray son of Pioneer of the Nile. He kind of just ran around I don't want to say he ran in place, Greg, but he ran evenly. At no point did you really think, at least I didn't think, he was going to get to open road. And you see him geared down the last 30 yards or so. He's had so many chances. And even if you take out the 2 distance races, he's had 3 chances at the sprints. I don't know. This is such a wide open race. I don't know if you can justify taking the favorite in here or any short price, to be honest with you.
Let's go to Paul Duca for more. Paulie.
I'd have to agree with you 100%, Anthony. I can't buy into the 6 Plausible Denial. And the reason why is when you start looking through a horse's racing form, you look at a trainer like Jimmy DeVito, who's very, very good. So what has he done with this son of Pioneer of the Nile? Let's go short. Okay, let's go long. Let's try blinkers. That didn't work. Let's cut back. That didn't work. Then we go off, and by the way, been the favorite the last 3 times. But let's hit Lasix. None of it has worked. So what's going to change today with a lot of other horses in this field? So I'm against the 6 in here. I think the 4 C-Force for Steve Aston, I've been saying this all along. His horses have been cycling and running out of their mind of late. He had a slow early start to this meet. And let's be honest, Umberto Rispoli went back to California because he had 2 wins here in Kentucky. That's just the bottom line. And you get Brian Hernandez aboard. I'll tell you the one horse that looked absolutely tremendous on the racetrack and is taking a ton of money. It's the 8 California Express for Gabriel Saez and Philip Bauer. Greg, 4 works back. You just cannot ignore that work. When you outwork 131 horses, you have to have some quality.
There he is, Paulie. Thank you. 3-year-old gelding by Straight Fire out of an exchange rate mare for Phil Bauer. And yet he is taking significant money that makes you pay attention here on the board. 12-1 morning line down to 4-1.
Here's a barn that doesn't run a lot of first-time starters, so 2 for 8, 2 for 16 rather. That would be 1 for 8. 2 for 16. The last 2 calendar years, 2021, 2022. Yeah, I mean, I wonder how much this is of, you're kind of sick of Seal Beach, who the number 3, who's 7-1, up from his 7-2 on the morning line. Seen enough of Plausible Denial. Really want 5-2 on this horse? I don't want 5-2 on this horse. Yeah, obviously there's a little buzz around this horse. The work tab's pretty impressive, and that 1 bullet that Paul mentioned right before Derby week, actually the Saturday before Derby, opening day over at Churchill Downs, 46-3. And on the card, that's just his 2nd published work. Now, in all likelihood, as a 3-year-old gelding, debuting midway through the year, he was probably on a farm somewhere putting some 3/8 of a mile works in before coming to Churchill Downs. He has the 1 3/8 for Phil, and then he has that bullet half mile. I thought it was interesting. He then alternated between half mile and 5/8 works. So you're keeping him sharp in the half mile works, but you're trying to get him a little stamina, a little foundation by going the 5/8. With only those 5 works on his cards, like I said, he probably had some works on a farm somewhere. I wouldn't mind seeing one or two more works locally at Churchill when he got to the track, but the money's talking right now. He's the 2nd choice behind Plausible Denial.
So he made quite an appearance, an impression on Paulie. Public is putting some big support on him as well. I thought the 7 made a great appearance. Tyler Gaffley, he's being ignored, though. He's 9-1 on the board right now with, by a mile, your leading rider for a very sharp Barn, Brendan Walsh. He's a first-timer by Twirling Candy.
Yeah, he caught my eye as well. We're 745 miles away, but on the television set, he looked really, really good. And Brendan can put a first or over at a price. Here's another one, though. His barn started off really, really hot, and he's kind of cooled off a little bit down at Churchill. He does have 2 of a kind who won our Tremont here. The 2-year-old, fast horse, was able to get in front of both his maiden field and that Tremont field. So, he can get one ready first time out.
Pick 4 starts here, 6 furlongs, maiden special weight. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Spankster, C-Force, Plausible Denial, those 3 all break out on top. California Express not far behind, and neither is Drink the Wind down toward the rail. C-Force emerging from the pack to take the lead. Spankster runs up into 2nd. Plausible Denial's racing 3rd. Drink the Wind covered up inside 4th. Seal Beach right there to 5th. California Express in the clear 6th. Thatch is in behind horses 7th. Double Spun is wide at 8th. Guaranteed Spec is 9th. And laboring and struggling far, far behind is Tebow. Tebow's at least 15 or 20 behind the pack. A wild opening quarter in 21-2. They round the far turn. Spankster. Spankster takes the lead heading for the quarter pole. C-Force is back into 2nd. Plausible Denial 3 wide. California Express 4 wide off the turn. In behind it, Seal Beach and Drink the Wind. Heading for the 8th pole. Spankster's in front, but Seal Beach emerging from the pack and comes charging on through. Here's Seal Beach now 2nd. Spankster to catch, 1.5 in front, 100 yards to do it. Seal Beach is trying hard, but Spankster's digging in to win. Spankster the winner. Seal Beach 2nd. Drink the Wind was 3rd. And C-Force was 4th.
Son of Mastery moving from Dallas Stewart to his former boss, Dwayne Lucas. And he's able to hold off Seal Beach, who have been the beaten favorite the last couple of starts. He was favored over Epicenter in that maiden special weight at Churchill.
Yeah, Seal Beach came with a menacing rally. Travis Stone gave him the big call. He just flattened out a little bit the last 16th of a mile or so. Big effort from Spankster. Kind of chased C4 through that fast opening quarter. They went 21-2, 44-2, so even a wicked half mile. Took over on the turn. There were a couple of chances, namely Seal Beach, to come and get him. This horse dug his heels in today. He ran a big race. The winner ran a huge race first time for the coach. The one Drink the Wind, first time for Wayne Catalano, I thought ran pretty well. He got jammed up a little bit going down the backside. Giroux had a handful of horses. You got to eat him for about a 16th of a mile. And then keep an eye on that firster that took the money in here, California Express. He had that wide trip the whole way. Might have been a work short, and they went fast early. I'd keep an eye on him.
Feature coming up later, the Grade 3 Matt Winn, and he is back. Cyberknife, the Arkansas Derby winner for Brad Cox. Tough experience in that Kentucky Derby, but he's been training sharp for his return, and this was when he was at his best. This was a big effort at Oaklawn.
I feel like you have to have confidence if you like him today, that Brad Cox is bringing him back now after the Derby. This is a move we've seen work before. I'm pretty sure Gunrunner did this. He skipped the other two legs of the Triple Crown. He came back in the Matt Winn, if I'm not mistaken. If you like him today, look, you don't worry about the Derby. He had a little bit of a tough time of it in Kentucky. He was chasing a real hot pace. And the fact that Brad deems him well enough to come back in 5 weeks and stay on a summer campaign, I think that's important. I think he's one of a couple, 3 horses that can win the race. But if you like him today, I think it's a great sign that he's back in 5 weeks.
He should be the favorite in that spot. They believe it's going to be a confidence booster, they hope. But there is, some tough company he's going to have to try and hold off. When we come back, we will look back on the 154th running of the Belmont Stakes and Mo Donegal, Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher and company. We'll be back.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Consistently versatile with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1¼ miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Olympiad gets the gold in the New Orleans Classic.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, and look at that. What a dream come true for Mike Rapoli, New York native, who he still introduces himself as Mike from Queens, buying it for 25% along with Donegal Racing with the son of Uncle Mo. Must have meant so much to him, and now his silks on that infield there here at Belmont with this 1-2 finish for Mike Rapoli.
I'm always happy when I see the orange and blue in Queens, my friend. Let's go Mets. Queens get the money. When you spend as much money as Mike Rapoli does and has in this game, and you have the guts to tell people, I want to win the Belmont Stakes. That's my Kentucky Derby. And you get to do it and run 1-2 when you do it with a progeny of your most famous horse and one of probably the best horse you'll ever own, Uncle Mo. It's got to be just the most special feeling in the world. Couldn't be happier for him. A big effort from both of those horses yesterday, by the way.
Let's give some love to Donegal Racing as well. 3 thirds in the Derby, a third in the Belmont as well. Their first classic win, and very, just so sporting of them to allow the Mike Rapoli Silks to be on this runner.
Well, I don't know how sporting it was. I think it was part of the deal.
Well, no, certainly, but he got a very good deal as part of it. He admitted that.
And you know what's good for them? Those colors were always going to be identified with the horse that beat American Pharaoh. But now the name, and the colors will still be, but the name now is put on that trophy for eternity, and they own a Belmont Stakes winner.
Todd Pletcher, just incredible, equals his mentor, D. Wayne Lucas, with a 4th Belmont Stakes win. And he runs 1-2 in the race as well. Dancing in Dubai kicks off our post parade here in the 6th at Belmont.
Big drop from 50 on the turf, 2 life to the 16 on the dirt. Broke his maiden at Finger Lakes, second time out last May.
Wesley Ward takes over on Vikram, has speed. We haven't seen this one since Saratoga.
Yeah, 10-month layoff, no waiver here. This horse is eligible for the 16. I don't know if that's a good or a bad sign. It doesn't. I think it's a bad sign, frankly. This claim has not gone well.
Off since April of 21, Hudson Overpass.
Yeah, trainer Bruce Grossman looking for his first win of the year. This horse had some speed before the break, alternated between turf and dirt.
1 for 47 lifetime mark with Fotis.
Yeah, this horse has been beaten a very long way for a very long time. Would be a major. This would be a Rich Strike-like upset if Fotis got the job done.
A long, long time ago, blinkers coming off at a big drop in class, Steve Asmussen.
Your 2-1 favorite. This horse has not done much running in his last 2 starts. He would need to wake up from maybe the start 3 back off the layoff or even his debut back in January of 2021.
Breaking Stones, Dylan Davis for Oscar Barrera.
The cutback from the mile should help. I think this horse might be better going shorter. He has some speed. I don't know, cutting back, if he's going to be as sharp as he used to be.
Jolly Heretic, Eric Cancel for Natalia Lynch, Exaggerator 3-year-old.
Yeah, Tally Lynch's horses have been running very well. This horse went from Aqueduct to Monmouth Park against Better in the optional ranks, now in against the starter ranks, now in for the 16
Has some
life.
speed as well. And then litter box to the outside, 12-1 Heeman Harkey.
Yeah, a couple of 5th place finishes in February and April. Another almost 2-month break here. He's hit the board, though, in all 3 of his starts, 2 seconds and a third over Big Sandy.
4 minutes to post here in the 6th at Belmont. Start of the late pick 4. You can play it with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. You'll get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there for new members. Match 200. Go to NairaBets.com, download the app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So big drop in class for the 5. It's Asmussen. It's Irad Ortiz Jr. for West Point. An equipment change. They tried the blinkers for that 1 start. Now they come off. If somehow he could find that debut or that race 3 back, he should win this race. What's happened the last couple of starts?
So let's play a little game, Greg. If we took the conditions off of this race, and I just showed you this horse's PPs, because I don't have an answer for you. I don't know what's gone on the last 2 starts. And you kind of feel like the kitchen sink is starting, right? All right, he ran into 2 wet tracks off the break. He finally caught the fast track last time, but the blinkers went on and he got beat a pole. He ran into Key Point and Mass Marauder, 2 horses who had impressive wins, big figures, right? Key Point twice, Bayard 88 last time for the win, I think, a 95 went second to Mass Marauder. Fine. That's all well and good. But if we took the conditions off this race and I just gave you this horse's cut, and I showed you this horse's cut, would you want to bet him in any race? Because right now, off of those last 2 races, at any race on this circuit, I wouldn't want to bet him. And now you're being asked to bet him at 2-1.
I think it's a little bit of an indictment of the rest of this field as well. Let's head back down to Maggie.
Yeah, I mean, you guys summed up everything with regards to a long, long time ago. He's a horse that actually the last time I saw him physically up close and personal was in that return race back at Aqueduct, in which I thought maybe he could get the right setup, in which he did, but he still got beat over 9 lengths, and I thought he looked as though he could strengthen up. While he looked fit, he just didn't look that strong. He does look a bit stronger, but wow, was that race bad last time? He never picked up the bit. You know, there wasn't even an ounce of try. Now, yes, as you said, Greg, this is a big class drop, and you don't have to be too much to beat this field. And if he runs his figure 3 back, then yes, it makes him a legitimate player. I have trouble trusting him. I can see him winning, but I have trouble trusting him. We'll take a look at the other one that at a short price you should be leery of trusting as well, and that's number 2, Vikram. You know, I was really, really intrigued to see him turn back in distance at Saratoga. Honestly, when he walked into the paddock and knowing that he won going a mile first time out at Delaware around 2 turns, I was flabbergasted because he's built like a sprinter. Now, that day, he was really bad to get the tack on. He was very wound up. And yes, it could have been Saratoga because there's a lot of people, there's a lot of noise and distractions. Today, quiet as a church mouse. I mean, he walked around with his head on the ground. I don't know what to make of that. He looks fit, and sometimes I do think Wesley's horses look as though they need a start off the bench, but he does look fit in here. And physically, I like the 6 furlongs for him. So, but it does feel as though, as Anthony said, a little dubious that they don't protect him when they could. I'm very intrigued by number 1, Dancing in Dubai, as he kind of flew under the radar until I watched him warm up. This guy warmed up really well, framed himself up beautifully, energetic but not doing too much. I like him back on this track. Now, I know we're listed as good and it might have some moisture in it, but it's harrowed. There really is not much water in this track at all. You know, considering the rain that we had a bit earlier on, there's no lying water even on the outside rail where it is still sealed. So I like what I'm seeing from this guy, and his lone win did come on a fast track up at Finger Lakes, but I think the class drop, I think it's, you know, when you win a maiden special weight at Finger Lakes, 16 or 25 here at the Naira tracks is where you need to be. So Dancing in Dubai looks incredibly fit, too, second off the bench. Number 6, Breaking Stones. I totally get what Anthony's saying, and this guy looks great, but he's so tall and leggy, and I know he's run well enough at shorter distances. I just have never fully embraced the fact that this horse could be a sprinter. We'll see what he does here as he is getting some attention, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, 5-2 on Breaking Stones with meet leading rider Dylan Davis. Next door, a horse who could be part of the pace in here, Jolly Heretic, Eric Cancel.
He's likely the fastest horse in here. I think him and Vikram, it'd be kind of hard to separate the two of them, I guess. Hudson Overpass has some speed as well. He has the recency over his 2 speedy rivals. Vikram hasn't run since August, so you're looking at 10 months. Hudson Overpass hasn't run since last April. You're looking at 14 months. Counterintuitively, they'll both probably be sharper than Jolly Heretic because they're fresh. It might put Eric Cancel in a position where he has to sit off those 2. Lucky for him, they're drawn in posts 2 and 3, and he's drawn outside in post 7. So it gives you the opportunity to either sit off of the pace or go and try and clear. It's Eric Cancel, so I would assume he's going to try to acquiesce and let somebody else go. But you never know. 11-1 is way too big a price on this horse who just, quite frankly, Greg, hasn't had a chance to disappoint as much as some of the others here taking more money.
Oh, his win, it came first time out, sloppy racetracks. Field was spread out a little bit at a soft level, 20 maiden claiming. And we'll see if he can reproduce that kind of effort on a track. Has a little moisture in it, labeled good right now. Yeah, big number there. And we'll see how quick he is as well. Vikram got some speed. Dancing in Dubai, the one who Maggie liked, when he was successful, he was forward in a Finger Lakes race, maiden special weight. Talked about that 3 having a little quickness as well. Off a long, long time off. Might be a little sharp early, but a long, long time ago, the 5 The one to beat, short price with a drop down for the winningest barn in North America with Irad Ortiz Jr. Let's go upstairs. Pick 4 starts here. Johnny Brial, the call.
And they're off. Dancing in Dubai. There goes Vikram now. Vikram takes the lead. Hudson Overpass is racing in second. On the outside, Jolly Heretic now moves up. Breaking Stones is in fourth. Dancing in Dubai back in fifth. A long, long time ago runs in sixth. Followed by Litterbox in seventh, and it's 5 lengths back to Fotis, who trails the field. And there's a battle up front between Vikram on the inside and Jolly Heretic on the outside. The quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Jolly Heretic and Vikram continue to do battle here. It's a length and a half to Hudson Overpass, and on his outside is a Breaking Stones. Then a break of 2.5 to a long, long time ago, who is running in fifth, followed by Litterbox, way back, Dancing in Dubai and Fotis. They're at the head of the stretch now. Jolly Heretic with a narrow lead. Vikram continues to battle on down towards the rail. Breaking Stones is next and third, and then a long, long time ago, far outside Litterbox, Vikram has come back again on the inside to retake the lead from Jolly Heretic. It is Vikram in front, and Vikram is opening up. Vikram pouring it on here in the stretch. Much the best winner here, and it will be Vikram. Breaking Stones got second, Photo for third a long, long time ago, or Jolly Heretic.
John Velasquez not concerned when Eric Cancel and Jolly Heretic put a head in front, put that early heat on him. Plenty left underneath him here. Off the layoff and off the claim for Wesley Ward, 4-year-old debut, a winning one.
Yeah, the layoff didn't matter. Nothing mattered. He took the pressure from Jolly Heretic, and he just shrugged it off right off of the far turn, cut the corner, and he was gone. Second choice, a 2-1 when all was said and done over Breaking Stones. And a long, long time ago, who was amazingly sent off as your 9-5 favorite, Greg.
Down on the inside, Vikram stayed there. 7 rolled by and then re-rallies and then puts this field to rest. For Ice Wine Stable, 4-year-old son of Blame. Won the debut in a race that was actually meant for the grass and then was put on the grass next time out as well by former trainer Jonathan Thomas. But he looked pretty impressive against this level anyway on dirt. Final time 1:10-1 for the 6 furlongs. Johnny V, Wesley Ward, and again Ice Wine Stable. Prices when we come back. More coming up from Churchill, and a very good group in this 6 furlong sprint ahead. Allowance optional claiming race, Bag Boss. Impressive last start for Brendan Walsh. Can he back it up again with another big effort? Tyler Gaffleone rides. We'll be back.
Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
races on FS2. Valley Sports Southern California program is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Lapa. We have a very competitive sprint next to Churchill. We'll get to that in a moment. Winner's Circle at Belmont. Hall of Famer John Velasquez, Wesley Ward, Vikram in his 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, just cut the corner here, right here. Jolly Heretic had his head in front of him, and Johnny's just so calm and cool and collected still at the in the twilight of his career, if you will. Just gives Vikram a couple of reminders at the 8th pole, and he's on his way. Half dozen, I guess, when all is said and done. Nice effort. I'm not going to say I wonder if he was claimed. I wonder how many claims were in for him, but because a horse like him, who still, even if he won today like he did, still has some conditions left. Those claiming races, they're pretty valuable around here.
265 as we look at the late pick 5 follow-along pool, just shy of 400,000. Nice start if you had it with Giggle Factory. Not just 6-1. 6-1 beating an even money Chad Brown favorite.
And it's the longest price on the board, essentially. And we were just told both the 2 and the 5, the 2 favorites were claimed out of race number 5, not surprisingly.
The 7th Churchill, allowance optional claiming field, 6 furlongs. I am a big Bag Boss fan this afternoon. 2 very big efforts, even though he got beat 2 back. But then he beat a field by 3+ lengths here May the 4th at Churchill for Brendan Walsh.
Yeah, Kentucky Derby week, he was impressive. Paired 90 Beyer speed figures. He ran behind Dream Shake, who I can't believe Dream Shake was still eligible.
Yeah,
for
that's
that
amazing,
A other end,
right?
Broke his maiden in the Bezos maiden race. Bezos took all the money that day, and he wound up upsetting the apple cart. And then he didn't have Dream Shake to deal with, and Bag Boss, very impressive here. Was able to go and get in front, shrug off some other speed. Basically just, throwing some solid fractions up 22, 45, and 2. Comes home in 12 seconds. It's nice when they can go fast early and go fast late, Greg. And that's what he was able to do going 109 flat.
Yep, showed he could finish, no question, in this spot. Of course, he put away pretty easily, came back to win next time out. And this will be the 3rd off a short rest for him. He looks imposing here, 7-5, and you get Tyler Gaffleone on board. It was Irad Ortiz Jr. in that win we showed you.
The horse that he beat last time was named after me, Burnin' Hunk of Love.
I had heard that was your nickname.
One of many, my friend, one of many. Yeah, he deserves the favoritism he has in here, not only from his figures, but just how visually impressive that last race was.
Now, look, he was forward, he was on the engine, he did it basically gate to wire. Does he need the lead to win? We'll get more on that coming up in a moment. Well, we have a moment. What do you think? Does he have to have the lead?
I don't think he needs to have the lead, because I think he ran well enough 2 back when he was a couple of lengths off the lead to make that. Probably moved a little too soon 2 starts back and got run down by a horse that, was graded stakes type in Dream Shake. So, yeah, I don't think he necessarily needs the lead. The last time, he does his better work on the front end, but I don't know if he necessarily is a need the lead type.
Post parade here coming up in a moment. We're going to start with Escape Route. Robertino Diodoro takes over the training duties of this horse, who's been 1st or 2nd in 8 of 10 career starts.
Yeah, you said it. In the exacta, 8 times. First time off the Diodoro trainer switch. He's kept some good company and overall has better figs than the favorite.
Violent City's 14-1 next door. Ian Wilkes, Julian Leperoux.
Yeah, better hope he needed his first 2 starts off that 2.5 months, because he's going to need to improve greatly if either Escape Route or Bag Boss show up today.
Tequila's Ranger, he was no match for Bag Boss and Dream Shake 2 back.
Yeah, first time out for a new barn. Got the job done in an allowance race at Belterra Park. Rafael Mojica making the trip to ride.
Edgemont Road, this horse had some big figures he put up a couple of years ago. He's not the same horse.
Yeah, he's finding his way back to the claiming ranks. This isn't the first time. The last time he was in for a tag, though, Greg, he romped in a 52 life over at Keeneland back in July of 2020.
Very good horse a couple of years ago. Verb went by. He's 10-1. Here's Bag Boss.
Yeah, Verb has hit the board in 17 of 23. Bag Boss, like we said, he's your favorite in here. He's taken on a couple of salty horses in here, but he was so good last time, and if he can rate, he'll be formidable again.
Flamingo Hawk, Safi Joseph Jr. at 19-1.
Yeah, cuts back from the 7/8 now. He's going to go 3/4 of a mile. That was his first start since November. He's hit the board in all 5 tries at 3/4 of a mile.
New claim. Here's 4 left, Giovanni Franco.
This is a former Grade 1 winner, 4 left, back when he was running for Redham and Doug O'Neill. We'll see if he can refine some of that old form. He has some speed, though, so maybe he can give Bag Boss some trouble on the front end.
Ride of a lifetime went by. He's coming off a big effort at Churchill, and then here's much better for Asmussen.
And another former speed stakes type, the Ride of a Lifetime. Much better, showed some speed in his last 2 starts, actually his last 3 starts, and we'll see if he can keep going on the front end today when Brian Hernandez Jr. 9-1, big price.
Nice appearance from Coltonator, who just went by. Florent Giroux in the 12 with Verve. Mike Maker off the claim.
Yeah, first time out for Maker. Source was an interesting claim. He didn't have a ton of turf pedigree. He's only run on the turf once. More often than not, those are the ones Mike claims. This horse's dirt form, quite frankly, Greg, leaves a lot to be desired. He hasn't won in quite a while, back in 2020. So we'll see if he has a form reversal in here. First thought of the year for Maker off the claim.
Minute to post here in the 7th at Churchill. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca. Paul, your thoughts on Saturday's Belmont Stakes in Modonegal?
Well, I think just the best horse won, Greg. Sometimes we fall in love with one number horses like we do at first-time starters. When a horse runs like a 108 buyer first time out, and then they regress in their second start. And when you look at Rich Strike and you look at We the People, they were 2 horses that were coming off lifetime tops. We the People had run a 73 buyer, boom, over 100. Rich Strike, never expected him to win from the 21 post, runs over 100 buyer. I think what we all learned in this lesson was Modonegal had the best package going into it. He'd beaten early voting in the Wood Memorial behind Zandon. He just had the best credentials overall. When we looked at Rich Strike and We the People, they were one race horses, and the rest of the horses really could not, run with Modonegal. And then when you have a guy in your corner that's now won 4 Belmonts, and you're going into his backyard, it just enhances Modonegal's chances. But I cannot dismiss how great the filly ran Nest as well, and Todd Pletcher. But hindsight, if you look, and I had made this point earlier, if you throw Rich Strike's race out in his last race, and if you would have thrown out We the People's last race, Modonegal would have been 3-5 in the Belmont.
He was impressive. Meanwhile, this race coming up, even money now, Paulie, on Bag Boss. What are your thoughts of the favorite?
Well, he's going to be tough to beat. I'm in agreement with you 100% here, Gregor. Gaffleon riding well. This is a horse that can actually rate, can go to the front end, just puts himself wherever he wants to. He's a son of Spitestown. He's 2 for 3 over this racetrack with a second. That's giant. Horses that love this racetrack, they usually run well. I do think this is a 2-horse race. I think the 1 Escape Route, however you want to pronounce it, this is a horse from the Mark Glatt barn that he shipped up to Keeneland. Now Robertina Diodoro takes over the training. I would love to see this horse send. I know there's a lot of speed in this race, but why not? Send and catch me if you can, hopefully get to the front end. I had this race 1-6. If you're going to throw in a long shot in here, the 7 Flamingo Hawk is very, very interesting. 3 for 14 lifetime. The lone best race, I would say 3 back, was sprinting here at 6 furlongs, a good 3rd place finish, and not a bad number. And right now, what are you getting? 24-1. So how about a little 1-6, 6-1, a little 7, 3rd or 4th?
That'd be nice. Big number on Flamingo Hawk. Safi Joseph Jr., son of Candy Ride. But public firmly with Bag Boss, and there he is. Son of Spitestown with the meet's leading rider, Tyler Gaffleon. If he can repeat either of his last 2 races, it's going to be very tough to beat.
Like I said, I feel like, Escape Route just has a better overall body of work. So I landed on him. I also think there's a lot of speed in here, and we'll see what Bag Boss does. I'm pretty sure Ricardo Santana Jr. and Escape Route just aren't fast enough. But I think you've wanted to save ground at Churchill on the dirt.
Escape route, second to Flightline. He was a distant second, beat 12+ lengths. But that doesn't look bad on the resume.
That's his only sub-90 buyer, save his turf effort, on his card since he returned to the races in 2021.
Flightline, sensational. And the Met Mile, and they're going to likely try him 2 turns in his next start. After that incredible performance, his first start back as a 4-year-old. We're set for the 7th here from Churchill. Travis Stone with the call, the one to beat. Bag Boss, the 6 with Tyler Gaffalione.
In the gate and they're off. The ride of a lifetime fires out fast. Much better is there, 4 left, and Bag Boss down toward the rail. Down the back stretch they go. Here comes 4 left, up to engage the ride of a lifetime, and Much Better is right there too. These 3 out the quickest. Bag Boss in behind them, racing in 4th. Violent City on the move from 5th. Flamingo Hawk is 6th. Coltonator comes away 7th. Tequila's Ranger 8th and toward the rail. Edgemont Road is 9th. Verb's in 10th with Verve is 11th by 3. The trailer is Escape Route already, a dozen lengths off the lead. A fierce opening quarter though in 21 and 1/5 seconds. They round the far turn. Much Better puts a nose in front. 4 left trying to keep pace. The ride of a lifetime has tailed off down inside trying to re-rally. Bag Boss saunters up 4 wide. Coltonator in behind them. Much Better short lead. Here's Bag Boss. Bag Boss puts in a bid right at the 8th pole and takes over to kick away by 2. The ride of a lifetime, Much Better. Coltonator. Verb is late on the scene, but time is running out quickly, and Bag Boss is bounding home. Bag Boss from just off the pace to score by 3. Coltonator was 2nd. Verb Much Better in the ride of a lifetime.
Bag Boss sitting off a pretty hot pace up front. Tyler Gaffalione had him in perfect position, and when he asked for more, he got it.
Don't adjust your screens, sports fans. 43-4 to the half. They were duking it out on the front end at Churchill Downs. 56 flat for the 5/8. And now this is 2 in a row. A 109 final time. Last time out for the 6 furlongs, 108-2. Still a second off the track record, but still, Greg, I mean, they were absolutely flying off the front end. And if you are the connections of Bag Boss, you have to be extremely happy with how kindly he rated. Because in the past, he had been right on top of these paces. He was 3 lengths off the lead today. Tyler Gaffalione gave him his cue, and he was gone.
Thing of beauty, Coltonator made a beautiful appearance in the post parade. He gets 2nd at 22-1, 6-11-5. We're going to take a timeout. Chad Brown's got the Preakness winner. He's got the Derby 3rd place finisher as well. Maybe this, though, his best 3-year-old, Jack Christopher, a romp in the Woody Stevens. We'll look back when we return.
Folks, they aren't the unsung heroes, they are the heroes of our industry, and it's great to be part of an event that recognizes them for all they do for our game. Without them, we really wouldn't have the sport or the industry that we have.
So many of these people that are receiving these awards today have worked so hard, and you know, I think they should all be very pleased to even be a nominee to this thing because they're chosen by their peers.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy. This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future
maximum security.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York Bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York Bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Welcome back here to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Run Happy, who now stands in stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, the champion sprinter, as we'll take a look at some of these fillies in the paddock for this A other than, and we'll start by looking at the New York bred. That's number 7, Brattle House, who's getting all the attention, and rightfully so. She came back off of the layoff as a 4-year-old and dominated fellow New York bred competition in the utmost ease. She is pretty sharp here in the paddock. And this is the first time I'm seeing her actually as a 4-year-old. She's really grown. She's gotten bigger, taller, longer. She's a bit leaner too, to say the least. But as I said, she's very, very sharp, and she's a filly that does do her best running when forward. But arguably number 6 to her inside, Equal Pay, is just a bit quicker. She's going to try the mile distance for the first time. She's a bit of an odd one, obviously, as you see in her first race. She kind of stumbled behind and did this really awkward move, and Iron unfortunately came off, but she was okay. And then watching her last race, she is a filly that runs with her tail straight up in the air. And it's never the greatest sign. It can mean some different things along the way, but also when she comes off the bridle and the rider asks her with the riding crop or kind of gets after, that's when the head comes up too, and she starts to back up. So she needs things her own way, and she needs to stay in the bridle, and I don't think Brattle House is going to let her too far out of her sights. I do believe that Brattle House will be breathing down her neck the entire way, but physically, I can't fault her here in the paddock. She's nicely composed. She looks the picture of health as she is 3rd off the bench, and yet again another track that she gets with some moisture in it. Greg?
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. Equal Pay, last 2 muddy, sloppy racetracks. Had the mud second start of her career. That race 2 back, it was just sensational. Hasn't repeated it though in the one start coming back against winners.
You know, Greg, I'm going to say this, and I might sound foolish here. When you get to sloppy tracks and you get muddy tracks, 2 completely different beasts. And when you get to that sloppy track and you kind of hit bottom, it's a different feel. I don't think she cared for this track at all last time. I really don't. And I don't think there's anywhere near as much moisture in the track today as there was last time. I think you're going to see Arad Ortiz Jr. let her roll on the front end today. I think she's going to be really, really tough this afternoon. Wind picking up here a little bit.
Yeah, it did, just a touch. Equal Pay right now, not the favorite. 2-1. Brattle House outside, surprisingly, 1 to beat. Sharp drill. Horse who's definitely shown speed as well, but cutting back. Will that same kind of speed be there? Got a new audience joining us now. Welcome to those just joining us on SNY, those already with us on FS2 and Bally Sports Southern California. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon here in Elmont, New York. Live coverage from Belmont and from Churchill Downs. Greg Wolf alongside Anthony Stabile. We have Paula Duca and Churchill, and Maggie Wolfendale with us as well. Features to come from both these racetracks. We're going to see the return of Cyberknife, Arkansas Derby winner, in the Grade 3 Matt win at Churchill coming up.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Howling Time, who was being tinkered with running here in the Belmont Stakes yesterday, presented by Naira Betts, decided to stay down there for the win.
Here's First to Act, who was a distant second to Equal Pay in the debut, came back and won.
You're kind of against the track a little bit. Pair of blinkers went on last time, got the job done. We'll see how she does second time with the blinkers.
Eric Cancel and Vienna Code.
Showed speed last time. This filly's done better work from off the pace. She should be able to put in a late rally today.
Malibu Curl, third at this level last start.
Blinkers went on. She ran into Honey Money that day. We'll see how she can react. Third off the break, second time blinkers as well.
Sweet surprise, couple of wet tracks, but has paired up numbers the last 2 tries.
Just missed here at Belmont on Derby Day to Gina Romantica. Long stretch duel. She lost an impossible photo. See how much moisture's in the ground for her today.
Wasp, New York bred mare for Todd Pletcher with Flavian Pratt.
Makes her first start since taking second level New York bred allowance race back in March, so just about a 3-month break. 1 for 2 at a second at Belmont.
Chad Brown-Klarovich, Expensive Daughter of Quality Road. That race 2 back, devastating performance.
I think equal pay is the speed of the speed. She's going to get a track with less moisture than last time, which I think is going to help her cause.
In Brattle House, the 8-5 favorite, Bill Mott takes over for OXO Equine.
This filly started her career with a bang, and then last time out ran a race that she had never given any real inclination she had in her. She absolutely galloped last time, and the public falling in love with that last effort. She's 8-5 today.
Get signed up, play along with all the races we bring you on the program with Naira Bets. That's the code you use for new members at sign up. Match 200. Go to nairabets.com. Download the app. You get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Let's look back. We had such a tremendous Saturday of action, not just the Belmont Stakes, in the Justa game. I love this mare. Regal Glory just wins time after time after time. Won 7 of the last 9.
How cool is she? Now 6. They thought about retiring her. She just keeps on rolling along now. 3 grade 1s. The late Paul Pompa Jr. owned her. Now with Peter Brandt, and just always good to see Paul's old horses. Stayed with Chad, of course, with Peter, and she has really, really turned into a nice race mare. This is what happens, Greg, when you let these horses get a little older, fill out, mature, and come into their own. She has been absolutely sensational. You wonder how, if other owners and trainers allowed their horses to run at this age, just how good some of them would be.
She is, as Chad Brown said, going into this race. She's the leader of this turf mare division until someone else claims it, and she reaffirmed that the other day. Meanwhile, maybe the performance of the week. Jack Christopher dominating this Woody Stevens field, and it looks like it's onto the Haskell.
I don't know what else you can say about this horse. He has been absolutely devastating in all of his starts. That Pat Day Mile was good, and that was an excellent race. This Woody Stevens yesterday was something
the best he's ever looked.
Into a different dimension. Yeah, exactly right. And he's the kind of horse where his first 3 starts were all super efforts. And then you say to yourself, what's he going to do? He comes up with this yesterday. I mean, the 8th pole, it was history. And he just improved. You see Jose, you just saw Jose and Chad team up to win a couple of grade 1s. I mean, when you say common gallop, that's how this horse won yesterday.
I was on with Andy Sterling when we ran this race the other day on the program, and we both agree. We thought this was the best race any 3-year-old has run all year.
Oh, I don't disagree with that at all. He's the best 3-year-old in the country. I say that unequivocally. How far is he going to go? Time will tell that. But up to a mile, good luck.
Chad Brown believes 2 turns won't be a problem. We'll see that next from him. The target, of course, the Travers, where he's, if he gets there, probably going to meet a couple of his stablemates, God willing.
Yeah.
In the Preakness winner early voting and 3rd place finisher in the Kentucky Derby, Zandon.
You know, Chad's just a turf trainer, though. You
Yeah.
know that?
Equal pay for Chad Brown and Klarovich. Rad Ortiz Jr. 2-1. Can we get that performance we saw from him 2 starts back? This horse still favored, 8-5. Brattle House. Again, Bill Mott taking over. And let's take a look at Brattle House. This was back on May 5th, his most recent effort. Her most recent effort. Going a mile and a 16th and just dominant against this group. Way too good. And this was off a long layoff as well.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to really wrap my hands around this race because I just have no idea where it came from. When you look through her card and you see the horses she had beaten, Flowers Fortune and Stormy Cat Lady, Pendolino, OK Honey, You know, these are New York breds. They're knock-around New York breds. They've all had decent enough careers. But now she's running against open number one, and she's running against some fillies in here that, you know, namely First to Act, who's been good in both of her starts. The blinkers certainly helped her last time. Like I said, you know, she beat her barn mate, Aunt Naughty, who had a much better trip than she did. And Equal Pay, you know, I can see her getting on the front end and just keep throwing some fast fractions at them.
Minute to post. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Taking a look at the inside runner, that is First to Act. Actually, first time I'm laying eyes on her. But yeah, her last effort, which was behind Aunt Naughty, who just seemed to can't really break her maiden. Aunt Naughty was completely with the racetrack, and First to Act was the one chasing from the undesirable outside. There was a Chad Brown horse, actually Lakota Spirit, who was like 3-2 in that race, who came out wide, looked like she was going to roll by and just hit the proverbial brick wall. She just couldn't go by the 1-2 finishers. First to Act, though, with that pedigree, you know, being a Curlin out of a Giants Causeway mare, she does give you the feeling that the longer she gets to go, the better. I know she's still only coming back at a one-turn mile, but a very long, rangy horse, very laid back. She's going to capitalize. Well, she's been actually fairly quick, I should say, in both of her efforts. So I kind of feel like maybe they get aggressive with her, but I almost feel like she is probably best with running at a target here with Louis Saez aboard. I'm going to take a shot here. I know. I agree with Anthony. Beating knockaround New York breds is Brattle House, and she's 7-5. But Wasp, she's been doing the same thing, but I have never seen Wasp look as good as she does now for our Belmont Stakes winning trainer. Todd Pletcher is here today. She looks stronger than ever. Her energy is fantastic. I love the one-turn mile for her. I'm taking a little shot here, Greg. I get it, but I just figured why not, since I'm not in love with the short prices.
Wasp 7-1. Todd Pletcher for this New York bred 5-year-old mare. Flavian Pratt aboard. She was dominant in the slop, that second start of her career, to mile and 16th at Belmont. We'll see what we get from her coming up. But favoritism has not shifted at all from Brattle House.
I can't believe it. She's gotten shorter. Tote board-wise, not physically.
We got you.
This is insane.
Javier Castellano rides. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
And they're off. It's Brattle House from the extreme outside. Equal Pay Camaret running in second. Sweet Surprise is next and third, and Wasp is fourth. First to Act down at the rail runs in fifth. And then it is a Malibu Curl and Vienna Code. The trailer in seventh up the backstretch with Brattle House leading here by a full length. Equal Pay is second by a length and a half. And Sweet Surprise is down on the inside and running in third. Now Malibu Curl makes a move on the extreme outside. Malibu Curl has moved up several spots. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. It is Brattle House leading Equal Pay. And on the outside is a Malibu Curl in third. Sweet Surprise down at the rail runs fourth. Wasp followed next by First to Act and Vienna Code. And it is still Brattle House who has the lead. Racing around the far turn. Opening half mile in 46 seconds. Brattle House now gets away to lead by almost 3 lengths. Equal Pay dropping back in between horses. Sweet Surprise is down at the rail. And on the outside is a Malibu Curl. And then it is First to Act, followed by a Wasp. Equal Pay dropping out of it. And then Vienna Code. Brattle House in front here as they head for home. Sweet Surprise down on the inside running in second. 3/4 in 1:10 and 3. It is Brattle House the leader. First to Act moving up on the outside to grab second. Sweet Surprise is next in third. And then Wasp. It is Brattle House in command right from the start. And it's going to be a front-running score here for Brattle House and Javier Castellano. First to Act, second. Wasp was third.
Well, just a guess, but maybe that June 5th work, quickest of 117 in the morning, was pretty darn impressive. She goes off the 7-5 favorite, and she looks like she should have been odds on in here.
I have some really good friends in my life. I am surrounded by wonderful people, family and friends, just amazing people. I don't know any of these people, though, that made this horse 7-5. It was just like she was like an ATM machine today. This performance is like the performance last time out. Where do these races come from? They would look like there was some other speed in here today. 22-4, 46. She's a length and a half in front. Now, look, Equal Pay just didn't show up. This is the second time this has happened. She's obviously a quirky filly, almost mare. But where does this come from? And 7-5? I don't know.
We need to become friends with the people who knew about this.
Yes.
This was impressive. Brattle
please.
House, very, very good today. Daughter of Malibu Moon, shifting to the Belmont Barn. OXO Equine, Javier Castellano just dominates this group. 136-1 for the mile in here. 7-1-5 finish. Coming up at Churchill Downs.
I keep checking my phone. Nobody told me to bet on Brattle House today.
I didn't get it either. Cyberknife returning. First race back since the Kentucky Derby for Brad Cox. He is the 1-5 current favorite in his return. We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk more about the Grade 3 Matt Winn when we come back, as well as Clairiere outdueling Malathot in the Ogden Phipps. And how about Flightline? Just brilliant in the Met Mile. We'll talk what's next for him. Stay with us.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
We're back at America's Day at the Races. Audiences all across the country. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you by Now Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the app or go to NowBets.com to get started. Back in New York, what a performance from this Daughter of Malibu Moon. Brattle House goes off the favorite and runs a lights-out performance.
Big effort.
Returns 480 for the win.
Yeah, big effort. Right to the top under Hall of Famer Javier Castellano. Every pole made a winning one. She just romped again, Greg. A couple of daylight scores under her belt now.
Late pick 5, so favorite wins here. 6-1 though, as you said, biggest price on the board, beating an even money favorite to kick it off, and still 2 legs remaining in this sequence. So if you are alive, we're rooting you to get home. Races 8 and 9 still to come. Back at Churchill, Grade 3, Matt Wynn, named after the former president of Churchill Downs, who made the Kentucky Derby what it is today. Inducted into the Hall of Fame as a pillar of the turf back in 2017. The man who introduced pari-mutuel wagering into the mix as well. And we got the return of Cyberknife, disappointed in that Kentucky Derby, but the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby winner, can he translate that form from both fairgrounds in Oaklawn here to Churchill Downs? We will see. Trafalgar, he's had some tough company of late. Had to face Jack Christopher last start.
Back around 2 turns off the 1 mile, trying the Pat Day mile on Derby Day. He has a win at the distance and at Churchill Downs.
Tough to tame. Christopher Davis, I thought this horse was interesting at a big price.
Got the job done at Hawthorne last time out. He tried the Iroquois Hill last year, just got beat a neck. Tried the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Takes another step up in class.
Camp David, he's put together back-to-back wins, Keeneland and then Horseshoe Indy.
Yeah, a couple of right off the pace scores in his 2 two-turn races. Tyler Gaffalione climbs aboard.
Howling Time, wet track, a little bit like We the People, right? To the front on a wet track, and he dominated.
Well, he's 3 for 4 at Churchill Downs. I think that might be a little bit more of the reasoning, and Joe Talamo might be loose on the lead again with him.
Dropping G's, big price, 31-1.
Yeah, he was in that Howling Time race. He kind of chased and fell apart late, was able to hold on for the show, though.
There's the Arkansas Derby winner, Cyberknife.
Yeah, being bet off that one big fig in the Arkansas Derby where he got the money over Barbara Road and Secret Oath. He should be the favorite, but I don't know about 2 to 5.
And Rattle and Roll 9-2 outside Kenny McPeak. Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity winners, a 2-year-old at Keeneland.
Yeah, he kind of found his form a couple of starts back. I thought he ran okay in the Bluegrass. He was second. There's a suck-up second last time. See if he can continue to move forward.
This is the race that vaulted Cyberknife, the son of Gunrunner, to the Kentucky Derby. His Grade 1 win at Oaklawn in the Arkansas Derby.
Yeah, he parlayed a perfect trip into a almost 3-length score in that Arkansas Derby where he beat Barbara Road, who was and also ran both the Derby and the Belmont Stakes yesterday. Secret Oath, the Kentucky Oaks winner. He deserves to be the favorite. But if we're being honest here, they're betting him off that one fig in the Arkansas Derby. And I think at the very least the Colson Geldings division of 3-year-olds down there left a little to be desired this year, if I may humbly say so. He should be the favorite, but that is way too short of a price on him.
2 to 5 right now. Let's go to Paula Duca for more.
Well, Anthony, I'd have to agree with you. Listen, it's the Brad Cox effects down here. And I also agree with you that they're playing this horse off that one number, Cyberknife. It was a good win, but you look back and you look who he beat Secret Oath, who was way back in the Preakness. I understand she's a nice filly, and she won the Kentucky Oaks. Barbara Road was in that race. Really not much. So now you go back and you look at some of the other horses that he's beaten. Strava came back to win a little bit lesser than a race. Then in the Lecomte was way behind Epicenter. So did he get the perfect trip? And is he worth, like you said, 2 to 5? Now, Howling Time, you guys talked about Dale Romans was thinking about bringing this horse to the Belmont Stakes and decided not to. This horse is 3 for 4 over the racetrack. Ran rattle and roll off his feet. I will say rattle and roll, and the jockey change has gone to Brian Hernandez. Jimmy Graham had this horse pinned way, way back. Now, I understand that the Son of Connect likes come from way out of it. He sort of runs his races upside down. And you see Epicenter, you see Zandon. He was on the Derby Trail. But he just seems like he always lays back, runs his races upside down, and tries to do a lot late. So for me at 4 to 1, I'd rather take Howling Time at 6 to 1. I do think Cyberknife is a tricky proposition here, guys. I think it's Ricky Bobby. I really, truly do. I think Cyberknife wins this race or is off the board.
Well, floating up a little bit here at 1 to 2. We're going to look at the Howling Times race.
Paulie with the Talladega Nights.
I love it.
Reference. If you ain't first, you're last.
So this was May 21st. Huge reversal of form from Howling Time. It was a wet track, sloppy going, got to the front, 24 for the opening quarter, 48 and 3 to the half, and he dominated, among others, Rattle and Roll and Dropping G's, who he's going to face again.
Yeah. And again, I'm starting to wonder if Howling Time is a Churchill Downs horse. I know you could say, well, the other 2 races were the Fountain of Youth and the Lexington, but the races that sandwich the bad races are pretty good, and they're all at Churchill. Save the KJC, where he went to the lead for the first time in his career. It looks like he's going to be the speed in here. I don't think he necessarily has to be Howling Time. I think he will be, but if a horse like Camp David, who's on a 2-race win streak and has been forward in both of those races, and Tyler Gaffalione decides to take the bull by the proverbial horns, puts him on the lead, I think Howling Time can sit. He won his first 2 starts from just off the pace. So, well, his second start from just off the pace. First start in the sprint, he came from far enough back. I think he's a different horse at Churchill Downs, Greg. I got to take a little shot against him at that price. I got to take a little shot with him at 6-1 against the favorite.
He's come down. He was 8-1. He's down to 6-1. You know, the 2 tough to tame. This horse has had some talent. I mean, he was only beat a neck at a grade 3 here back as a 2-year-old. A race had vaulted him to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He's a horse that can be forward, too. I mean, he was close to some 5.5 furlong sprint paces not too far off. So we'll see what they choose to do with him this afternoon.
Yeah. He's fast enough. He wasn't too far from the pace. They went on honest fractions at Hawthorne last time when he won that conditioned money allowance race. Like I said, his one bad race was in the Breeders' Cup. He's been in the exacta his other 6 starts.
There's Howling Time. Can he back up that big win, biggest figure he's ever earned on that sloppy, wet track last time out? Here on the fast going against the likes of Cyberknife, the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby winner. We are set for the Grade 3 Matt Wynn. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Camp David is hustled out for speed. Howling Time is there. Trafalgar down toward the rail with Tough to Tame. Cyberknife perched out wide into that first turn. Is going to try and tuck inside. Into the opening turn they go, and Howling Time comes on to take the lead now. Camp David is in behind with Cyberknife. Trouble early for Trafalgar. Steadied going into the first turn and has to tap on the brake several times since then. And Trafalgar still reserved and had to check once again. Trafalgar, all sorts of trouble in the opening quarter mile. Turning to the backstretch run, Howling Time the leader. Prompted by Cyberknife, who's keyed up and is right there racing in second. Camp David coasting along while third. Trafalgar with clear sailing up the inside, moves up 1 spot into third. Tough to Tame is farther back in the field, racing fifth. Rattle and Roll 6 to the rail. 5 lengths back to Long Shot, dropping G's to trailer. The opening quarter in 24, the opening half in 47 and 4. They're on to the far turn with Howling Time rolling along up top. But Cyberknife is shadowing intently with 3 furlongs to go and given more rain with 3 furlongs remaining now. Camp David is sent on for speed. Trafalgar's under a ride. Rattle and Roll rolls up on the outside, 5th and now 4th. Farther back in the field, dropping G's and Tough to Tame. At the quarter pole, Cyberknife sidles up alongside of Howling Time. They brush the top of the stretch. Howling Time is digging in toward the rail. Cyberknife is set down for the drive. 1 furlong to go. Cyberknife is now fully extended. Howling Time's gonna fight him to the finish. Howling Time is determined. Cyberknife trying to get by. They wander to the rail. It's gonna be close. Photo! Thrilling Matt Wynn. Was it Howling Time or Cyberknife? Too tight to tell. Rattle and Roll was third.
What a battle down the stretch. Howling Time digging in. The Arkansas Derby winner, not giving an inch. I don't know who got this.
This is tight. I don't think Cyberknife ever got by him, and the mirror is before the pole. So let's keep an eye here. 4, he's still not by him. 4, he's still not by him. I missed it. If that was the mirror, he might have got him. If the mirror is where I think it is, that's when he might have put his nose down.
That was the only time
would have been the only
he was in
time.
front.
would have been the only time. There was some traffic trouble on the first turn in here. Camp David kind of got switched out, and Trafalgar Colby Hernandez was forced to really jam on the brakes a couple of times, three times.
And these two brushed.
They did. They did. They got a little tired in the stretch. It doesn't really appear on the final time that they did, but they got a little tired in the stretch. You know what? Now that I see it, I don't think he ever got him. But that's close.
It's Howling time is 4-1.
Slow-mo.
If it's Cyberknife, it's 1-2.
I don't think he ever got him, and that was a heck of a horse race. I'm not going by the camera people either at Churchill Downs. I've been on the right end of a bad call by them so far, so I'm owed one here. Another look at this, Greg. This was some horse race, huh? Because Florent Giroux and Cyberknife. Florent Giroux had two handfuls of horse and looked like he was just going to roll on by. And Talamo and Howling Time really dug in. Really dug in. Good horse race.
Incredible stretch run. What a big move forward from Howling Time. And to reproduce that effort in the slop, whether he won or lost this race.
Yes.
To reproduce it on the fast going, he's part of this 3-year-old picture now.
Excellent point. And it goes to show you that the way horses like Rich Strike love it down at Churchill Downs, he did not come here and replicate that form. Horses like Howling Time love it at Churchill Downs as well.
Let's go to Paul LaDuca.
Guys, you know me. I think I've missed a couple photos in my lifetime. This is so close. Now, when you look at the slow-mo, it looks like the 4-horse and the 6 Cyberknife never went by the 4. Now, we have learned at this meet so far, the outside has gotten the better of the photos. The longer this stays up, I'm looking at a heater here, and I'm looking at it as slow motion right now, and I would have to say the 6 did get the bob, but I'm calling this either the 4 wins this race or the 6 got the bob, guys. The outside, Cyberknife gets it done, and it's been that way the whole meet. When you think that you have a horse on the inside that gets the bob, the 4, or is in front, it's sort of a little, I guess you can't say it's misconceiving or not, but the outside has gotten every bob, and Cyberknife will get the job done at 1-2.
So unofficially put up as your winner, the Arkansas Derby winner. And again, as we talked about in this stretch tool, and it was fantastic, the only time Cyberknife looked in front was right at that mirror, not any other time before or after.
And that photo is less than 2 inches. Believe that. That is as tight as a photo as you're going to get, and as fortunate the chalk players bailed out. Wow.
Do we have the benefit of getting the head on as well? So being told we do not. We're at the mercy of Churchill Downs because they show
it after the other replay. We'll keep an eye on the offset monitor. Actually, here it is.
Here we go.
We'll see Howling Time in the blue, Cyberknife out there in the black, and see right there they brush. So they brushed right off of the turn. I guess it wasn't enough.
Not much.
We'll see what happens here. Howling Time, Joe Talamo, Florent Giroux, and Cyberknife. No, that was it, Greg. I'll tell you what, that was right there.
Late as well, right?
Right there. But that might have been past the wire.
Could have been. Regardless, both these two ran incredible races. Big improvement from Howling Time. And, you question it, wow, was that just a sloppy racetrack last time out? Apparently not at all. But it's Cyberknife, first start back since the Kentucky Derby, and boy, did he get tested to his limits. Able to get it done at 1-2. Well, for those just joining us on the Fox Sports app, Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile with you. This was the feature on this Sunday card here at Churchill Downs. Grade 3 Matt Wynn, Grade 1 Arkansas Derby winner by a whisker in the feature here in the Matt Wynn out-dueling Howling Time as the 1-2 favorite. Brad Cox, Gold Square, Florent Giroux. What a stretch battle we just saw. We'll be back with the prices right after this.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
And they're off. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon here in Elmont, New York. Live action as well from Churchill Downs. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. What an incredible stretch duel we saw between two extremely talented 3-year-olds in the Sunday feature at Churchill. Grade 3 Matt Wynn and the Arkansas Derby winner by the narrowest of margins you could imagine. Cyberknife prevails over Howling Time.
Yeah, drifted up to 1-2 when all was done. 3 even, and $12.60 exactly with Howling Time.
Let's go live to Paul LaDuca.
Thanks, Greg. I am with winning rider Florent Giroux. And Florent, I asked you right at the beginning before we got on air, did you think you got this? And you're like, I think I got it, the Bob.
Yeah, exactly. I really thought his head was done at the right time, especially I can tell right on the mirror. And we got very lucky. A little bit anxious actually. The last 8 of a mile, I thought I was controlling the race pretty much all the way. Came cruising when Joe and Howling Time were already asking for more. And win, but a little bit disappointed. I thought I could have had more than that. He's such a funny horse. I don't feel like he's giving me 100% on what he could, but. He's been a project from day one, and I'm glad he got the job done today and a little bit boost of confidence, and hopefully we can do a better thing now.
Now in the Kentucky Derby, obviously you were caught up in that. Actually, you were caught up in that pace. You were 5th, 2.5 lengths behind. That actually melted. Today he was able to rate. Holy Time gave you all you could handle. You guys were about 8 lengths clear. At what point, or at any point, did you think you were going to go by?
No, I thought I had him. Honestly, I did it by design. I knew he was the controlling speed. I let him do his thing. We didn't go very fast at all the beginning, and I knew that. I just wanted the target in front of me. And I really thought I had it. Pretty much the whole turn, I was in control. I follow him like a shadow. But I thought my horse would give me a little bit more down the lane. Like I said, he's a funny horse, and I'm excited about what he can do, hopefully, for the summer.
Florent Giroux gets the win in the Matt Wynn aboard Cyberknife. And follow him on Twitter, Flo the Jockey.
Paul LaDuca's favorite Twitter account. He says it all the time. What a stretch duel between those two.
Do we know why it's his favorite Twitter account?
You haven't followed the advice to follow Flo the Jockey?
I mean, that's besides the point. Why is it his favorite?
You've got to read the account.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, it's a very good one.
Okay.
8th at Belmont is next. turf is labeled good for this 50,000 starter allowance at 7/8. And here is Johnny V, Miss Delicious.
Yeah, Johnny V climbs aboard. She stretches out from 6 to 7/8. She did not run well off the van from Gulfstream last time. Maybe some time to acclimate will help her cause.
Going to break towards the outside. The rail to the 2, 'Tis a Pity, went by Clement.
It didn't have the cleanest of trips last time. Went second as the 3-2 favorite, almost 8-5 favorite. Back into the starters now, so she's protected in here.
Speed with Love's Misery, who just went by, backed up last time. Huntress Moon, the 5, 20-1.
Yeah, both Love's Misery and Huntress Moon cutting back. Carmouche on Love's Misery. Castellano looks for another win on the card with Huntress Moon.
You Should Be Dancing took a long time. Finally broke her maiden 2 starts back. Career start number 16.
Yeah, she was a narrowly beaten third last time out in her first start against winners. She's been on a nice little run.
Temperamental. Irad Ortiz Jr., Rudy Rodriguez off the claim.
First time for Rudy, first time Irad. I know she didn't run against much in her last 2, but I think she's coming into her own. I like Rudy off the claim.
Freedom of the Press went by. Luis Saez rides, and here's Joel Rosario Bella Principessa.
Cutting back from the mile on the 16th, where she got beat a length last time out. You know, our dirt races sprinting are okay. Maybe she's a turf sprinter.
Doesn't seem like a lot of turf pedigree, but Cadota Pay is going to try turf for the first time.
28 starts, halfway through her 7-year-old season, and she has never seen the lawn. See if Pat Reynolds can work some magic getting her to the grass.
Unraced dam in the first foal of hers to try the turf. So big number there outside with Manny Franco as we're 2 minutes away from this 8th at Belmont. You can play all the action, of course, by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus awaits when you punch in that code there. New members put in match 200, and that offer's yours at NairaBets.com or on the Naira Bets app. Let's check in with Maggie.
Taking a look at the current favorite at 2-1, 'Tis a Pity. Look, she's second off of a layout. She does jump up, indicating confidence in class from the connections. She was hard on the bridle early. It got her to settle and then had to wait to find room in the lane, but ran on. It was just a bit too late. She's very sharp as she stretches out to the 7 furlongs. I know she hasn't indicated speed in her previous efforts, but look at her out there. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Flavien Prat take advantage of the fact that there isn't much pace in here, and maybe the pace horse is one turning back, which you don't usually say. But number 4, Love's Misery with Kendrick Carmouche aboard. She's shown speed in her mile and a mile and 16th races. She does catch, of course, with Giving It Again, which she didn't seem to love, but she looks great coming back in here for trainer Rob Atras, and maybe she gets comfortable. There's one other horse that could apply pressure to her, being Freedom of the Press, as she is sharp as well. Huntress Moon, long shot in here, picks up Javier Castellano. Last time out, she's pretty wide throughout. She stayed on well, though. I really like the 7 furlong. She's a short, stocky filly. I think this distance fits her better. And while she looked as though she kind of got hot in that Tampa race, it's getting a little hot out there, but she wasn't that way back in the paddock. I think that's just her. As we'll also take a look at the horse who is your current second choice, who I really like in here, Bella Principessa. Kind of bumped around early, then mid-pack, 4 wide down the lane, wide throughout. Tried really hard. She looks fantastic in here, guys.
Welcome to those rejoining us on FS2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I would hope he gets a lot more than just that parking spot as Todd Fletcher equals his former boss, Dwayne Lucas, with his 4th Belmont Stakes win. Mo Donegal, so impressive on a sensational Saturday here in Elmont, New York. Greg Wolf alongside Anthony Stabile. We have action coming up from Belmont and Churchill Downs. We have the nightcap at Churchill ahead.
Yeah, nightcap at Churchill. Late double here at beautiful Belmont Park. Already on the turf.
Yeah, this one, 7 furlongs on the lawn, 50,000 starter allowance. And the nightcap, by the way, here at Belmont, taken off the grass. So keep that in mind if you're playing this late double. 'Tis a Pity, Christophe Clement, Flavien Prat. This was the most recent effort, 6 furlongs on the lawn. First start of her 5-year-old campaign. It was pretty good from off the pace.
Yeah, she had a little bit of a line switch here. And you see Joel Rosario finally able to get her outside of horses right around now. And unfortunately, it was too late. if you backed her last time out at just about 8-5. She comes running late behind Summer at the Spa. A cleaner trip, an extra eighth of a mile. Maybe that both help her get the job done. She's a short price again today. There's not a lot of pace in here. Maggie mentioned earlier that maybe she could be a little more forward. I thought the 1A was a horse that could be a little bit more forward in here. Miss Delicious, who exits a 6-furlong turf sprint and did not do a lot of running. She beat just one horse home. She's a square price at 7-1, and she's shown some route speed in the past. I wouldn't be surprised if Johnny V has her closer than she was last time out.
Favorite, though, Tis a Pity. So 9-5 from that inside post here. The 9 taking plenty of support. Maggie'd love the look of Bella Principessa, Joel Rosario, Bob Glaceris trains. The cutback as well from a mile to 16th to 7/8 when she had the lead in the stretch, maybe got just a little tired, so that cutback looks like it really could potentially do the trick today.
Yeah. I mean, there's a few horses in there. Loves Misery cutting back, Huntress Moon cutting back. They're both big prices. You know, this is a race, Greg, where I feel like just taking the favorite, despite the traffic last time and all the good things to like, is not a great idea because it's a wide open kind of race, and I do feel like you can find some value in here. That's why I landed on Miss Delicious.
Meanwhile, that 9 stepping in with Rosario. We're set for the 8th here at Belmont. Started the late double. 7 furlongs on the lawn. Let's go upstairs. Johnny and Brielle, the call.
They're all in line. And they're off. It is Freedom of the Press who shows first. And now moving up, Loves Misery from the inside. Loves Misery now takes over the lead. And then Freedom of the Press racing in second. Far outside is Miss Delicious. Down at the hedge is Tis a Pity. And in between horses is Huntress Moon. And then we come back to You Should Be Dancing, who's racing in 6th. Temperamental on the outside in 7th. Bella Principessa is next in 8th. And trailing the field is Cadeau de Pay in 9th. Long Shot Loves Misery leads here by 2. Freedom of the Press in 2nd, the opening quarter over the good Widener turf in 22 3/5 seconds. Tis a Pity saving ground down at the rail. And then it's Miss Delicious next in 4th. Farther back is Huntress Moon. Temperamental is moving up a spot. You Should Be Dancing is in between horses. And then Bella Principessa and Cadeau de Pay, Loves Misery, Freedom of the Press, Tis a Pity. They are 1, 2, 3 as they come into the stretch now. The half 45 and 2. It is Loves Misery, Freedom of the Press. Tis a Pity has switched to the outside for the final 1/8 of a mile. And here comes Tis a Pity. And You Should Be Dancing is gaining ground. Tis a Pity has come away with the lead. Then Freedom of the Press. You Should Be Dancing. Late move, Bella Principessa. Tis a Pity is the winner. You Should Be Dancing was second. And Freedom of the Press finished third. 7 furlongs in 1:21 1.
Flavien Prat, Christophe Clement, second race of her 2022 campaign. Tis a Pity is the favorite. Gets the win at 2-1.
Yeah, not surprised. Well, she drifted up to 2-1. That's actually wasn't that terrible of a price. Yeah, she got a good trip on the Pratt today, and she was able to get the job done. She moved forward off the September layoff. The extra 1/8 of a mile helped, and she was able to get out a lot sooner in the stretch. A lot sooner in the stretch than she was able to last time out. And like Maggie had alluded to, the slower pace and the lack of speed in here kind of drew her into the race earlier today. Good job by Pratt.
One of the best riders in the country, moving his tack here to New York and making a major impact. Jump Sucker stable. Clement and Pratt team up with the favorite. One more look at this winning move.
Yeah. See, I liked what this filly did today too. Last time she kind of, it took her a while to get outside and get clear. She puts her head down and she really runs through the wire here. Nice effort. She got You Should Be Dancing, who's really found her form, running at her late, but it was too late, not enough.
Yeah, she took forever to break through. She took 16 starts. You Should Be Dancing was the runner-up here to break her maiden. Very good first effort against winners, and she backs it up again with another nice effort. We'll have those prices coming up in a moment. For those just joining us, we just saw a thriller in the Sunday feature at Churchill Downs. Grade 3 Matt win and the return of Grade 1 Arkansas Derby winner Cyberknife struggled in the Kentucky Derby. His first start back since then, went off at odds-on 1-2. He got all he could handle and more from Howling Time.
Yeah, and an old school throwdown beneath the Twin Spires. Howling Time battling back under Joe Talamo on the inside. Florent Giroux in the heavy favorite. You heard Florent in a fantastic interview with Paul LaDuca afterwards saying he thought he was just going to go by it. That's the way it looked, right, Greg, on the TV. But the only stride he puts his nose down is where that finish line is, where the mirror is. Pretty remarkable. He found the wire.
And here he's beat.
Joe Howling Time has come back on him. He puts that's a neck. It's a long head to a neck. And Cyberknife keeps running at him, keeps running. Boom, right there. That was it. That was it.
Got to give him some credit to battle back and get this by the absolute narrowest of margins you could imagine. And we heard in the interview, we had Paul LaDuca interview his pilot, Florent Giroux, afterwards, said this horse, he knows he has more to give. It's a little frustrating because they got to find a way to get it out of him.
Less frustrating when you get the money, right?
Naturally.
I mean, look at that photo. That's as close to a dead heat as you're going to get. There's barely separation in there. Barely separation in that photo.
That was fun to watch. And I would think
for some of you, not for all of you.
Okay.
Not for all of us.
Sorry, pal.
I took 4-1.
Oh.
I'm a Howling Time fan. He's a horse for the course.
Going forward, though, he's exciting, isn't he?
I think you have to worry about horses like him because he is so much better at Churchill Downs than he's been the other two venues he's run at. So much better. You have to be careful. I think we found that out about Rich Strike, the big maiden win, the big Kentucky Derby win. You know, he was training so well here at Belmont Park, and everybody thought he was going to run, an amazing race, and he didn't fire. I really think, and especially over a track like that, that is one of the quirkiest surfaces. We've seen some of the greatest horses of all time hate Churchill Downs. We've seen some other horses, ordinary horses, become Superman and Superwoman down there. So I think you got to keep that in mind going forward. Cyberknife, we've known, has run well at a couple of different places.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We have the nightcap from both Churchill Downs and Belmont coming up, and we're going to look back at maybe the best horse in training right now, Flightline. Sensational. Didn't look good early for him. He overcame adversity, and he was dominant in the Met Mile. We'll be back.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back at America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Get signed up, play along. It's going to be a fun rest of this Belmont meet, summer at Saratoga and beyond. Go to NYRABets.com or download the NYRABets app. One of the best in the business right here, Flavien Prat, teaming up with Christophe Clement, Jump Sucker Stable, 5-year-old mare, second start of her 5-year-old campaign. Picture time.
Exactly 2-1. Second start of the year, like you said, she should be dancing, closing nicely. She's on a nice little 3-race run for Rudy Rodriguez. We'll see if she gets out of this condition sooner rather than later.
So, if you could somehow come up with Giggle Factory, you've been pretty formful since then. But that was an even money favorite, defeated. Biggest price on the board. One leg remains in this late pick 5. Same situation back at Churchill. Final leg of the late pick 5. They're going to close out their card with this race coming up. Intended for the grass. It comes off an allowance optional 80 claiming race. And main track only runner, Brad Cox, best actor, the 15 who we'll get to. We start with the 1, St. Andrews.
Turf to dirt, Swiss Brokers made, and first time out sprinting. It's been 3 2-turn races since. We'll see what happens back to the 1-turn mile.
Entry mate, you get as well.
Barossa got the job done at 3-5 at Indiana Grand last out, going 2 turns. The other one cutting back. He tried the Lafayette 2 back to no avail.
I like him a little bit. He ran a big effort last time out. I know it was at Horseshoe Indy. We'll see if it can translate here. Royal Spirit, first time on dirt for trainer Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, Tyler Gaffalione going to ride this son of Into Mischief. Source's pedigree says dirt, yet he's seeing the main track for the first time today.
Yeah, a little strange. The Dem actually did win on dirt at Churchill. Was a 2-time winner on the dirt. Britain's kitten, this horse outfinished Rich Strike, the Derby winner at Keeneland.
Yeah, actually has a win in the main track. Another one who debuted sprinting at Ellis Park. Has not had a win in 5 subsequent tries.
11-1. Zip and Gigi. This horse was favored for a while. Paul McGee, Brian Hernandez Jr.
Ran against $50,000 straight 3-year-old claimers last time. 3-time winner from 9 tries. See if he could take them flag fall to that's all.
I actually thought this 7 was a little interesting for Tom Amoss. Has speed, 31-1.
Yeah, he's been entered only in turf races in his career. This is and this was a turf race as well, so never intended for the dirt, but he's run well enough in his last 2 to leave him in. He's a gigantic price at 32-1.
And did win that race off the turf at Fairgrounds. 36-1 Ignitus, D. Wayne Lucas.
Coach looking to stretch this son of Nyquist out, looking for his 2nd win on the Sunday card.
His 3rd to rattle and roll in a maiden race. Fort Defiance. This one for Kenny McPeak. Gets Lasix.
Yeah, Lasix for the first time. Only time this horse hit the board was a win on the all-weather at Turfway Park. His other starts, he's been beaten a combined 55 lengths on the dirt.
Rider change on the 12. Lucky Boss. We'll try and find here. Corey Lannery will ride for Kenny McPeak.
Yeah, dirt form leaves a lot to be desired. He woke up on the turf last time when dropped in for a tag for the first time in his career. We'll see if he handles the return to the main track at double-digit odds.
There he is, checking things out at 22-1 on the board. Happy Boy Rocket just was 3rd in the Oaklawn 3-year-old stakes race.
Yeah, he didn't have the cleanest of trips that day. And now he cuts back from a 2-turn mile and an 1/8 to a 1-turn mile. He ran well enough going 7/8 in his debut at Gulfstream. He broke his maiden going a mile on the 16th at Gulfstream. He's the interesting one to me in here at a decent enough price at 5-1.
Juniors get 45-1.
Yeah, he's a big price and deservedly so. He broke his maiden in his 11th start off the turf at Hawthorne last time out.
And then the main track only, now the 2-1 favorite for Brad Cox. Somehow this horse escaped at 9-2 in his debut. He won in the slop at a mile and a 16th. Gate to wire, the Grand Dam. Multiple Grade 1 winner Sponge Sugar won the Apple Blossom and Go for Wand.
Yeah, should be able to get to the lead from going the 1 turn. Doesn't hurt that much going the 1 turn, the post draw.
Paul LaDuca, there's a lot of speed in here. Is that a problem for Best Actor?
Well, it could be a problem for Best Actor. When you look at the race, Ricardo Santana was listed on the 3 Royal Spirit. His replacement, Tyler Gaffalione. So he chose Best Actor here for Brad Cox, but Todd Pletcher's going to get Tyler Gaffalione, which I thought was very, very interesting considering it's the last race of the day, and we're about 5 o'clock, and you probably want to end the week on a good week considering that Tyler flew back from New York. So I would think the 3 is live in here, but you know me. We're going home with a price I love a horse in this race. Britain's Kitten. This horse has got Lasix 2 times in a row. The start before that bobbled at the start and dead last with Adam Beschizza aboard against Condemn, and actually ran okay. You look at the other mile race as a 2-year-old at Keeneland, it was good. And when you look at this race, Zip and Gigi's best effort was the last race. Speed, Iberville, speed. Like you said, there's a lot of speed. Best actor is going to show speed. Amon Britain's Kitten and the Frenchman, Julien Leperoux. Let's close out with some prices, boys.
All right, Paulie, again, that is the 1, the 5. Britain's Kitten, who outfinished Rich Strike, the Kentucky Derby winner in that Keeneland race last year as a 2-year-old. We'll see what happens here. Nightcap from Churchill. Best actor, the 15, main track only, his debut. Not easy to win going long. First time out, he did, and he did it dueling with another horse. Life on the Nile pressed him almost the entire way, and he was able to prevail. He might get more heat again this afternoon. Let's go to Travis Stone for the Nightcap from Churchill.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Even beginning. Toward the inside, Zip and Gigi showing speed. Ignitus is there. Best actor on the outside is up there as well. Iberville's not far behind either as they sort themselves out, heading up the chute. 4 cross the track early as they head up the chute and come for the main track. And down inside, it's Zip and Gigi on through to grab a narrow lead. Iberville's right there racing in second. Best actor on the outside. Third, Ignitus comes away fourth. St. Andrews on the move from fifth. Fort Defiance losing ground 6. Barossa's in seventh. Royal Spirits 8th by 4. Britain's Kitten is all the way back racing in 9th. Happy Boy Rocket is 10th. Lucky Boss is 11th. And Junior's Gift is at the back trailing in 12th. The opening quarter goes in a sharp 22 and 3/5 seconds. Here's the half. It's 44 and 4. Zip and Gigi zipping along up top out of the far turn run. Here comes Best Actor now with a 3 or 4 wide bid, and Ignitus moves with that one. Iberville's back racing in 4th, St. Andrews is 5th, and Barossa begins to roll from the back of the pack and is launching a wide run too. They come for the top of the stretch. Zip and Gigi still the leader at the quarter pole. Turning for home in front, Best Actor is there. Barossa runs up into 3rd. St. Andrews is racing 4th. Ignitus is 5th. There's 1 furlong to go. And now Best Actor has taken the lead on the wrong lead. Zip and Gigi fights on. Barossa 3rd outside. Late on the scene is Lucky Boss. It's still Best Actor clear by 3. And Best Actor's going to do it. Best Actor the winner. Very tight for second there between Lucky Boss and Junior's Gift, who rallied from far behind. Several in the photo for 4th and 5th.
This 3-year-old is pretty good. 2 for 2 now for Brad Cox. We mentioned the Grand Dam Apple Blossom Go for 1 winner was wide early in that first turn, about 4 or 5 wide. Maybe getting a little tired late, but every right to.
Yeah, big middle move, almost like a harness move. It just came careening around the field and was able, at one point, Greg, when they turned for home, it looked like he was going to be in a scrum. He wound up winning this race by 3.5 lengths. This was a gutsy effort. Good final time, 134 and 4 under shades 135 today. Nice effort. 9-5.
Another 3-year-old maybe to throw in the mix down the line. He's going to need a little more seasoning, you think, before we see him against big-time company.
Sure.
But has the pedigree and has shown the talent here to win going along. First 2 starts in here. Ricardo Santana Jr. for Brad Cox, Gary and Mary West. We'll have the prices from that nightcap in a moment.
So far, so good. He's done nothing wrong. 2 turns, 1 turn. Good stuff.
8 grade 1s on the program here yesterday on Belmont Stakes Day in Elmont, New York, and in the Distaff division, we had 2 champions coming back in that race. The leader of this Distaff division, of course, Latruska. And she got unexpected throwdown from search results. What a blistering pace up front. And Clariere comes and gets him out dueling Malathot late.
This was something, huh? This was a heck of a battle. Search results, I think a lot of people thought at some point she'd attack Latruska. I don't think they thought it would be out of the chute. I know I didn't. And they really put on some fast fractions, 45 and some change. And by the time they turned for home, Latruska had already called it a day. Search Results has this gigantic lead. Man, she ran so well, but here come the closers. Malathot inside and Clariere outside. And you see the 2 4-year-olds coming to the closing 4-year-olds running down this speedy 4-year-old. What a good horse race, huh? Real good horse race. Clairiere, you know, if there was a horse on the card the last 3 days during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival built for Belmont Park, it's Clairiere. Her running style, the way she moves, and she's able to get it done over the 3-year-old champ by a head. Big race, fun race. 3 winning efforts in that race. You don't see that often. 3 horses ran winning races in that race.
This was a sensational race that really took a special day of racing to the next level. I think everyone after seeing this was just so excited with that performance. Letruska, you concerned about her going forward?
Yeah, because I think she's been, it's a little exposed. She's a little exposed now. If you go and keep her company early, she's going to be in some trouble. You know, she's getting a little older now too, so I would imagine. I never understood why nobody ever ran a rabbit against her. I would not be surprised now if you see that happen in some spots she shows up in.
Brooklyn Stakes, the top dog of this division for all of last year, Lone Rock. A little bit of a bobble out of the gate. Didn't matter. I don't think anyone was beating Fearless in this spot. He really stepped up going longer.
Yeah, son of Go Zapper out of a street crime mare. He really relished the mile and a 16th, and the mile and a 16th, the mile and a half. You see Lone Rock, he was kind of softened up early on in here by First Constitution. They both held on fairly nicely. You see Warren's going to get up to get the place money right there from Lone Rock, who currently is not impervious to mile and a half defeat.
At Ogden Phipps, the Brooklyn, part of a big day for Hillendale at Alapa.
I would say volumes about Curlin. He's the classic sire. You know, we sort of coined that phrase earlier in his career. He's always presented classic horses. Just a fantastic, great stallion. Thrilled for Barbara Banke winning the last race. Thrilled for our association and partnership with her. Jackie's Warrior and McLean's Music, you know, was so impressive the other day. So we've continued to support him now. We don't have to do the heavy lifting. Everybody's sort of caught on, and you know, he'll breed a lot of very good mares this year. He's being supported by world-class breeders. So we expect his profile to continue to rise. It's a big weekend for the Hillendale Stallions, particularly the Stone Street Hillendale connection, and may it continue.
And Daughters of Curlin 1-2 in that Ogden Phipps, and then Son of Go Zapper winning that Brooklyn. Look at all the winners on Belmont Stakes Day. Some very special performances, including the Belmont Stakes. And Mo Donegal with more on that. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, Curlin producing the filly who ran second in this year's Belmont Stakes, Greg, in Nest, who I'll get to Mo Donegal in a second, but I do think that Nest ran valiantly. She had the stumble at the start, many people feeling as though, well, the last filly to run the Belmont, she was kind of recreating the whole race for her as Rags to Riches. She stumbled too, but kind of blocked in the stretch a bit where Mo Donegal had that nice run as well, and he was able to sustain it, but taking nothing away from the filly. And it just goes to show you Todd Pletcher's 4th Belmont Stakes. He is a true master at getting horses to perform at these longer distances. You know, you watch him in the morning, you watch how he works his horses, and they're actually doing more after the wire than what they are from the pole to the wire, meaning that their gallop outs are like a second breeze. So therefore, he is instilling that stamina into his runners, and it shows out in the racetrack. Winning the Belmont Stakes, running 1-2, in fact, and also even with his win with Fearless in the mile and a half Brooklyn as well. So just hats off to Todd Pletcher and his entire team. You know, it does take a village to have success like this in these classic races, but he has truly proven that he is at the top of the game. And once again, Greg, making more stallions with these winners.
Incredible. Son of Uncle Mo Donegal, winning in those Micropoli silks. And as you mentioned earlier, Uncle Mo, so important to Micropoli, the best he's ever had. And to have this moment for the New York native from Queens, extra special, buying into this horse for 25% share. Incredible. And Jerry Crawford telling Irad Ortiz Jr. afterwards, gonna have a share of Mo Donegal.
Wow.
How about that?
That's fun. Maybe I should start reducing. Riding, trying to get some of these shares.
That's why he had such a big smile on his face when he crossed the wire.
I would too.
What a moment. What a great performance. And Todd Pletcher again equaling Dwayne Lucas' 4th victory in the Belmont Stakes. No one does it better in that race. Not only the wins, how many horses, too, has he had who've run well and exceeded expectations in that race for him?
Just off the top of my head, Destin and Commissioner were 2 feet from having 6, right? He'd have 6 if it wasn't for Destin. I was on the right end of both of those photos, by the way.
Well done.
Creator and tonalist. Those are big.
9th at Belmont, closing out our card here in New York. This one meant for the grass. It comes off main track now. Mile and a 16th, $40,000 maiden claiming race. And with the surface switch, the 11 right now favored. We start with the 2. Gets the rail. Smart Joker.
Yeah. Stretches out from 2 sprint races to the mile and a 16th now. Gets Kendrick Carmouche in the boot for the first time.
9-1, the Iceman cometh. Tom Morley, first-time starter. Keen Ice, 3-year-old.
Speaking of Donegal Racing, Keen Ice out of a private terms mare. There's turf pedigree here, but this was enough dirt pedigree and a decent enough work tab where he's not facing too tough a field in his debut.
Strike Price, main track only runner for George Weaver.
Fresh gelding off a couple of turf tries. Going to go the same mile and a 16th distance. Pratt tries to sweep the late double.
Ray Handel sends out the 5 here, son of Malibu Moon.
This horse comes off 2 last-place finishes in specialty competition for a barn that hasn't won a race all year. Ray's horses have been running well. He's a live long shot at 15-1.
Yeah, those were at Parks. The New York debut coming up, 56-1. Question my sanity, blinkers on.
Horse been beaten 150 lengths combined in his first 3 starts. Son of Bodemeister would need a ridiculous form reversal in here.
New gelding here, the 7 Fiery Heart.
Yeah, this horse ran 3 times on turf, once on the all-weather down at Gulfstream. Off the claim for Mark Hennig, 2 back. We'll see how this horse improves on the main track.
Islandman's had 3 starts on dirt and has shown very, very little.
Yeah, beaten over 125 lengths in those 3 starts. Another who would need a tremendous form reversal.
There goes my Miracle. 3 wet track starts and did not hit the board in any of them.
Yeah, they happened a long time ago, back in August of last year. Blinkers come off this son of Emshawish.
You watch the John Wick films?
I don't, actually.
Wick loves a fight. 3-year-old debut coming up.
These Noda guys name all these horses. Something loves a fight at this point. Fresh gelding. These horses have been running well again. Gets Arad Ortiz Jr. back in the boot. I mean, he's interesting just based on the field and the way the barn's been going.
Here's the favorite. I Am the Law, Joel Rosario, John Terranova.
I picked this horse, but, man, it was a reluctant selection. 0 for 11. He's tried everything. The only thing he hasn't tried so far is the jumps.
He was in the Peter Pan last year. He ran very good against Land Biscuit on the slop, taken off the turf. And then here's the 12 Splendid Summer. Pletcher, Flavian Pratt. Blinkers come off.
Pratt's actually here. I don't know who's on the other horse that Pratt was named on. Blinkers come back off. He debuted without blinkers. First 2 starts, Summerfront son of Summerfront tried the turf in his first 2. Now he tries the main track. He's taking a lot of money.
First time on dirt. And we didn't get to see the 10, actually. I know we were talking about him, but Wick loves a fight. This is the 3-year-old debut for the son of Wicked Strong coming up with Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah. 1 turf race was on a muddy seal track back in August at the back in November at the Big A. Again, he's a fresh gelding, son of Wood Memorial winner in 2014, Wicked Strong.
Decent appearance at 4-1 for Team Noda. 3 minutes to post coming up. Get signed up. Naira Bets. Download the app. Go to nairabets.com. That's the offer. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there, match 200. And bet any track, anytime, anywhere. Our finale here from New York on this Sunday afternoon on Belmont Stakes weekend. So we conclude things coming up. What a Saturday we had. Pretty fun Sunday as well. As we take a look at the 11, I Am the Law. I mean, this horse, the last time we saw him on dirt, I mean, I forgive him finishing 8th of 9. Vindictive, Pipeline, Cody's Wish. Talk about a loaded dirt race. Showing him here on the turf. Going to be on the dirt, though, coming up.
Yeah, this is actually going to be his first start as a gelding on the dirt. He was gelding back in October. And when he was gelded, I believe he was entered, and then he scratched, and we didn't see him until March. So this is his 4th start of the year, 4th start as a gelding, first on the dirt. Like I said, a reluctant top pick.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, Anthony, I think a lot of picks in here are reluctant, as reluctantly selecting the 12 just outside of yours. Splendid Summer will try the dirt here for trainer Todd Pletcher, and it certainly is a negative that with the pedigree he has, he's been entered for the turf in all 3 of his starts, but Todd opting to keep him in here. I know, yes, he's by Summerfront, who is a bit more influential on the turf, but he doesn't do bad with his dirt runner, do poorly with his dirt runners. And the Dam was a multiple graded stakes placed runner, including second in the Grade 1 Alabama. So therefore going long on the dirt. So I get it though. This guy does have a bit of a turfo. So again, this is a reluctant pick, but I just think with that pedigree, he should be able to at least handle the going here. He looks great. Blinkers coming off here today, as he did seem to kind of want to maybe run off a little bit or get a little too keen with them on last time out. Move on to some bigger prices. At 15 to 1 is number 5, a new face, Sebere for Ray Handel off the trainer change, drops in for the 40 here for the first time. And I mean, he was done. In both of his starts, he was done going into that second turn. He's very keyed up from, you know, stepping into the paddock to as we see him behind the gate right now. That's never a good sign for a horse that has shown that he can't see his races through. He's a big price, and the trainer change is very interesting, but I just don't love the way he's acting. Huge price. Number 2, Smart Joker, finally stretches out. This guy wants this distance. He's incredibly laid back. He's got a lovely frame to him for going longer, and he looks great. He might be one of the best looking horses in this field. Again, it's not a beauty contest, but one at 36 to 1, I wouldn't be afraid of using underneath, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Favorite, the 11, I Am the Law at 6 to 5. Rosario for John Terranova. Let's go upstairs. It's the Sunday finale from Belmont Park. John and Brielle, the call.
Waiting now on the final horse, number 12, Splendid Summer. And we are set for race 9. And they're off. I Am the Law broke well. Splendid Summer is there. Now moving up. There Goes My Miracle. There Goes My Miracle to the front. On the inside is Smart Joker, who is advancing now up into second. Fiery Heart is racing in third. On the outside is a Splendid Summer next in fourth. Then comes Island Man in fifth. Sebere down at the rail in sixth. I Am the Law is back running in seventh. Question My Sanity is next in eighth. Then it's Wick Loves a Fight, who is running in ninth. Strike Price is next in 10th. And it is a big break back to the first-time starter, the Iceman Cometh, in 11th. Smart Joker through a quarter in 23-1, leads here by a length. Fiery Heart is next in second. Sebere down at the rail in third, followed by There Goes My Miracle, next in fourth. On the outside is a Splendid Summer with Island Man down at the rail. I Am the Law is now moving up on the extreme outside. Smart Joker and Fiery Heart. Smart Joker by a half length. Fiery Heart in second. I Am the Law on the extreme outside. Sebere is down at the rail. And then it is There Goes My Miracle. A Splendid Summer drops out of it. It is Smart Joker, and here comes I Am the Law. I Am the Law on the outside of Fiery Heart. I Am the Law to the front. Fiery Heart now in second as Smart Joker drops out of it. And then it's There Goes My Miracle. Sebere is down at the rail. I Am the Law has taken over here and has extended the lead. It is I Am the Law about to break his maiden in this off-the-turf event. I Am the Law, the winner here by almost 5 lengths. Fiery Heart was second, then Sebere, and There Goes My Miracle.
I Am the Law favorite, 6 to 5, closes out this Sunday card here at Belmont Park.
Yeah, he stayed a little bit closer than usual, Greg, and Joel Rosario just left him with a lot less to do than he ordinarily has to do, and he's able to get himself out of the maiden ranks in his 12th start.
Puts this field away late, and form holds in the finale. Form held through most of this late pick 5 with the exception of that first leg.
Yeah. And that was only a 5-horse field. So if you're able to get creative, and by creative I mean hit the all button, you didn't need to go too deep in the other in 3 of the other 4 legs anyway.
Prices from this nightcap. We'll tell you what the late pick 5 came back. When we return, 11, 7, 5, 9. Play the super here. You're sitting pretty. 6-5 over 9-1, over 18-1, over 60-1. We'll be back.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race. Scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Breds run for serious green at Belmont in Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
We are back on America's Day at the Races, various networks across the country. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you by Naira Bets. Get signed up at NairaBets.com. Download that Naira Bets app and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Nightcap in New York. I Am the Law. John Terranova, Curra Stables, and the reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider Joel Rosario aboard for the win.
Yes, just was able to sit a lot closer than usual. Able to get out of the maiden ranks. You see this horse is on the lead turning for home. You know, we've obviously never seen that before, so he's never won until today. But ordinarily, he's trying to run horses down like him, drawing away from fields. Today, he was the one who had the target on his back the last eighth of a mile. No one could put a dent in that lead, 5 lengths or so under the line. Geared down. Never thought you'd see that.
Too good for this group. 145 the final time. Returns $4.40 for the win. Meager pick 4. Late pick 5.
How about that?
Wow. That is why this is the best bet in the game.
So that is, wow.
Giggle Factory.
17 times. Almost 18 times the price. Wow. Imagine that.
Belmont Showdown online contest. That's sensational.
17.5 times the pick 4.
$156.12 bankroll created by our winner today. Well done. To take home the Belmont Showdown online contest, free to enter. You're competing for real prizes, so no excuse not to be part of it. Well done with that bankroll for Treat 86. We are going to step aside for a timeout.
Okay.
When we come back, lift off. Flight line remains perfect. First start back as a 4-year-old. His first start since December 26th in that Run Happy Malibu. It was sensational.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Back on America's Day of the Races. Hope you enjoyed your Sunday afternoon. Thanks for spending part of it with us here on the program. Some good races we brought you today. Take a look back at yesterday. That was sensational. One of the great days of racing anywhere in the country all year long. 8 Grade 1s. Started off with that shocking Acorn late scratch Echo Zulu, and then Monterey was basically a walkover in that race. Regal Glory winning again. Fearless, upsetting, Lone Rock. And how about this performance? That really the two big guns in this showdown, two heavyweights throwing down. Flightline, poor beginning, overcomes this adversity to romp, and this horse is just sensational.
You're the connections of Speaker's Corner, or you back Speaker's Corner heavily like I did. You couldn't have scripted a better start here. Take Flightline out of his game, jam him up out of the shoot. Junior Alvarado did a good job playing cat and mouse with Flavian Pratt, too. Didn't matter. F-word time. Source of freak. Because he was able to do something. His trainer historically had woes leaving Southern California. He'd never been a mile. It was his first start in 5.5 months. He's quite frankly lived his life in bubble wrap, Greg. You know, by appointment only. I don't even, after the stumble and everything, this was workmanlike for him. I say for him, because there are horses that would kill to have workmanlike talent like this. The 112 Beyer speed figure, the second slowest of his career.
It's
I
unreal.
said slowest of his career. If he doesn't stumble and he gets to go to the lead, he probably does what he normally does. He's geared down the last 50 yards here. You know, Super Saver Grade 1 winner, Speaker's Corner Grade 1 winner. It's
he's something else.
Aloha West Breeders' Cup winner. I mean, what can you say?
He is talked about as just a horse who is the rarest of rare talents and been working like, really, I think the only one he could kind of compare it to in the morning, the way he'd been training up to this, is probably Life is Good. Training that kind of good leading up to this, to do this off that kind of a layoff, to overcome adversity, to go a mile for the first time, to ship across country. Their designs are with this horse at the end of the year, the Classic. We'll see.
How do you get there? I mean, and let's if we're being realistic, based on his schedule, he's going to run once more.
Well, look, they had to stop on him. They wanted to run him,
but they're going to stop on him every time.
They wanted to run him a few months ago in the San Carlos. We'll see. Yeah, can they keep him together? It's been minor hiccups too. It hasn't been anything really serious. It's been a little frustrating for the connections. If he can stay together, it's going to be fun to watch this year. Meanwhile, the Belmont Stakes Todd Pletcher 1-2. Mo Donegal and the Philly Nest stumbled a little bit out of the gate. Got a pretty good trip from there, though.
Yeah, Jose Ortiz did a good job hustling her. You see right inside creative minutes, there's not a ton of room, but Jose was, there was some intent to keep her closer. Kind of felt like this was the Tapwrit trip when Jose and Todd Pletcher teamed up to win this 5 years ago. Keep her closer to the pace, behind a more moderate pace. She got a good trip. Right here, there's really nowhere to go inside. At first I thought there was. He's forced to swing out. In the meantime, Mo Donegal has already made his move and kind of put both Skippy Longstocking and We the People away. Nest is going to wander to the inside a little bit. She's still running on, but Mo Donegal just too much for his Philly rival in the test of the champion.
And the fist pump for Myrat Ortiz Jr.
A lot of Ortiz fist pumps the last couple of days, boys. Let me tell you that. Fun to watch. Really, really fun to watch.
Mike Rapoli Silks, Donegal Racing as well, getting this victory. First win of the Belmont for both. First classic win for both. Well done. And look at Mike Rapoli in this race that's so important to him as a native New Yorker, running 1-2.
Mike saved a lot of money yesterday by getting the job done, because at the draw Tuesday, he said if he has to buy 10 of the entrants one year to win the Belmont Stakes, he will. So probably saved himself anywhere in the $12 to $15 million range by spending the $1 million, I believe, on buying a quarter of Mo Donegal.
Got back just about everything he invested, with that victory here. Good for him. So happy for him. He used to come to this racetrack, when he was a teenager and frequent Belmont Park. And to win here had to be extra special. And again, to Donegal, congratulations to them as well. Todd Pletcher, 4th Belmont victory, equaling D. Wayne Lucas. Fun Saturday.
Couple for a rat as well.
Indeed. Big one in the books here. We got a lot more good races ahead here at this Belmont meeting, and then it's on to Saratoga, but another month left or so here. It's going to be fun. We're back with you Wednesday on FS2, 12:30 Eastern start time. Bally's SoCal at 2 Eastern start time on Wednesday. Mo Donegal might be the leader in the clubhouse, top 3-year-old. There's an argument to be made. Todd Pletcher with his 4th, and that man right there, he's getting a share of Mo Donegal when he goes a stud.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th lap has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at